And welcome to our special broadcast of the 151st Kentucky Derby. We are going to be covering 6 Grade 1 and Grade 2 races today, including the crown jewel itself, the Run to the Roses, the Kentucky Derby. I'm Scotty McKeever. Oldy, well, we're up. We're going. We've got 6 graded races, including the one coming up here, the Twin Spires Turf Sprint, 5.5 furlongs on a good turf. And it's a wide open race. What are your thoughts in here?
Remember here, you thought I was crazy because I was going with the one horse Coppola here, who I like even more on the front end of the turf here on this wet turf. So let's see if Coppola could maybe go gate to wire here, because the other horses won't be able to kick the way they normally do at 5.5 furlongs.
Yeah, this one, I mean, this is the fastest horse in the race for sure, Oldie. But, and this horse is actually second off a layoff, very, very fast. Yeah. It's a little bit longer stretch, and the horse has to get 5.5 furlongs. It's just never, I mean, at least of recent, in like the last year, it's went gate to wire, losing ground, going 5 furlongs in the turf. And now it's got to go a little bit longer. The stretch isn't that much longer at Churchill Downs, but it is longer. The turns are tight as well. So you really can't come from that far back. The 7 horse is your lukewarm favorite, Think Big. It's the top EquinEdge pick, and it won the Shakertown last time out. 4 horses, including Rogue Lightning, who ran huge last time out, going to sit a really good trip. This is a horse that Justin likes. Justin's going to be joining us here, I think, in the next half hour. And this horse, Rogue Lightning, is 5-2. I think this one is super live, going to be sitting I mean, could even be, sitting in second right off of Coppola. And but for me, the EquinEdge long shot Run Carson at 7-1. And I knew we'd get a price on this horse, but Oldie, this one's sneaky because
they're off, Scotty.
Oh, they are off. All right. So
Coppola's on the lead. Lost Sully is in second.
Here, let me turn it up. Oh man, Lost Sully's running huge. Really, look at those strides. Oh, stopping now.
Seven's going to get up. 7's going to get up.
Wow. Thank God. Yeah, the 9 horse, I don't think would have.
Yeah.
You guys, it was 7, 9, 10. If you didn't see it, the 9 horse and the 10 horse, we didn't. Those were 1% horses. Wow. Thank God the 7 got up there. And this one was 28% to win, and top EquinEdge pick. Man, disappointing run from Run Carson. Coppola stopped. Rogue Lightning did not run good either.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's the wet turf. Maybe I'm just making excuses for the horses, but impressive kick there and finish from Think Big, for sure.
Yeah, that's back to back. Ben Curtis is the jockey, and for Michael Stidham, that's this horse has won now 4 races in the last 5 starts. Pretty impressive, and Stidham doing a really, really nice job, and that's 5 wins and 9 lifetime races as well. So ends up getting off as your 2-1 favorite and getting the win, but. We came in late on the race, so I didn't see how the 6 or the 8 broke, but disappointing efforts from them.
Yeah, and not pointed out there by Bill, another E winner there, because Think Big was top pick there, and I think second highest win percentage or top win percentage there.
Yeah, Arrest Me Red ended up getting 4th in that race. Yeah, the picks have been on fire today. Win percentages have been good as well, and of course you'd like to put it with something, but I do think the good track plays a factor. Some horses just don't like a good track, and same thing with the wet track as well. Like in the last race on the dirt, the 7 horse, the Macho horse, ended up getting the lead and never looking back. I think maybe speed's gonna hold today.
Yeah, I mean that horse was much the best in the slop, and there've definitely been some slop specialists winning too. I think there was a price earlier on the card where the horse was on. Oh, Lemon Muffin was 0 for 13 on a dry track and won its second race, I think, on a wet track,
Yeah,
undefeated on a wet track. So um, you see hot rods all over Nisos coming up in a couple races here. Might be the next race, and um, you know, today's the day everybody's out playing. My father and his girlfriend are having a derby party here as well. They'll be
that's
in the other room.
that's
And
fun.
yep,
Yeah, want to let's say hello to everybody in Hot Rod, Karina, Wiz, Bill, Rodney. What's up, Rodney? Alan and Joe and Steven and Sylvain, Scotty, Steven, Lee. Don't be disgruntled, Lee. Listen, by the way, too, these are not good problems, and hi, Jerry. Thank you for that. We just to address the the monkey in the room. We had so many people on the site, which is such a great thing. And I mean, we literally had 5 times the amount of normal on the site. So, and that's a good thing. And unfortunately, there are just certain things that you can't test for, and you don't know until you actually it hits. And the reason the upcoming races aren't working right now is because it was a problem with upcoming races that didn't handle the amount of people that were on the site, and it would have been the last thing we would have looked at. So, in fact, I think they have a fix for the upcoming races that which should be up soon. We were down for about 4 races, I think, so of the races at Churchill Downs. So, the team is working very hard. There's a lot of complicated stuff that we are doing that's new to horse racing that no one else is even trying to do. And so hopefully, and most of you were very patient and gracious, and I think Oldy, a lot of people know who we are,
yeah.
and know how hard we try, and it's just not for a lack of confidence. It's just not that at all. It's like I said, there's a lot of moving parts to this site. So I hear you, Alan. I hear you. What's up, Tyler, my man? Oh, nice.
Well, and Scotty, we want to bring you winners and successful days and things like that, and that's the ultimate goal. So hopefully everybody is killing it today. I know the
Yeah.
system's been on fire the last 2 days, so
Yes.
at the end of the day, hopefully it's about where your ROI and where you're making money. So hopefully that's
It's
people see that
frustrating.
here.
I think they do. It's just we have so many new people
Yeah,
on the site, and then for them to come on the site and when it's down, I know that's
for sure.
difficult, But if you are listening, believe me, it's this doesn't happen a lot. In fact, we had no issues during the NHC. Yesterday we ran perfect, but like today, literally, we just got hit with. I think it was like 4.5 times the amount of people, more than what we had yesterday, which is great. That's a great problem to have. What's up, Jeff? And so, but man, and then we did have some issues on. I forget what it wasn't the Florida Derby. I forget what it was, but we did have some. What was it like a few weeks ago?
The grade 1 gamble, I think it
Grade
was when
one
the
gamble, Keeneland. That's right. Oh man,
yeah.
and so, but thank you so much, Jerry. That means a lot. What's up, Dave? And but anyways, we really appreciate your support. We have an amazing community, and believe me, behind the scenes, like I feel so bad for Brad. Like that is just not something you can test for. Boss Sully was working lights out. Yeah. Hi, Dan, by the way. Race 9 is down. That's so weird. You couldn't get race 7 up too.
Yeah,
Right
I mean, we can pull it up for you if that helps you, Mike.
here. Let's see if I can get it up.
Of course, I say that without trying it myself, but no, I got it if you can't.
Yeah, so it's a little bit slow. I'm going to tell Brad.
There we go.
Yeah, there is race 9. So some tracks people aren't able to get up. I just told Brad that. And the site's still a little bit slow. So
Scott free. I blame DRF. Yes.
yeah, exactly. Hi, Dave. Thank you so much. Sorry for the issues this early on. So we're still having a few, but so far it's been okay.
And Scotty, in race 9,
Yeah.
there I see you eliminated Mia Bagia,
What number is that?
the 4.
Okay.
Let me tell you why I would not do this.
Okay.
The other
Because the
speed in this race scratched out the 8. And if you put everything back in there,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
You're right.
I mean, at that price, it's worth the risk.
It sure is.
And what I said about that horse on the preview show is I wouldn't use either of these horses if they're both in the race, the 4 and the 8. But if one of them scratches, I would use the other.
Okay.
I will say there, since we have it up and we have, and Mike was looking at that, the 7 Zulu Kingdom has a win on yielding turf in a grade 2. And it's going to be very tough because you have some proven wet turf form there or soft turf form on that horse.
Okay. No, that's a good catch. All right, let's we've got race number 8. Okay, that switched over pretty fast, so that's good. Every time we have to switch a race, I get nervous right now, Oldy. Oaklawn Park is race number 4 is about to run, but I think we're going to cover some because we have so many races we can actually show you live, and because there's so much time in between races, guys, we'll play some other. We'll do some other races as well. Let's see.
See, I can look at the.
You can look at
we have 12 minutes to Gulfstream. We got 6 minutes to Woodbine. Looks like Laurel's about to go off.
Laurel just went off. Why don't we go to Woodbine for a little bit? Why don't we do that? Okay.
Right. Let me just pull the video there.
All right. Woodbine race number 4. By the way, the people on the site right now is the most that we've had by double. And so
still not enough though, Scotty.
It's crazy.
So tell your friends.
Yeah. We've got a lot of work to do. Thank you, Uper. Thank you so much. There's a few new people in here, and I love to see it. You got Mike. I see Mike, Dave Adams, Uper. Thank you very much. It's very gracious. It says a lot, especially for somebody new within EquinEdge too. That it's frustrating. And the other thing, Oldie, too, when you don't know a lot about software development, and that's understandable, and hardware and all that stuff, like. It's you're just like, why is the site not working? I get it. I totally get it. Believe me. All right, let's run the race here. There's only 5 horses in this race, but it doesn't mean we can't find a good winner or maybe even an exact Oldie. And this is the great thing about EquinEdge is that we can handicap so fast. And of course, I'm looking at this for the first time. Look at the EquinEdge morning line on the 1 horse Oldie. It's also the second pick. 12-1 on the odds makers morning line. 3-1. On the EE morning line. Currently, the horse is the 5-2 second choice. And let's take a look at that. You can see the race simulator has all the horses in the race within a length and a half of each other.
Yeah, and you see that. Look at the EE morning line on the 1 horse there.
Yeah.
And look where the horse has been bet down to.
Yeah, pretty amazing. You've got the you're handling the
I got the video. No worries. We're good.
Portal. Okay, you got that. Okay, good. All right, we're going to get into a rhythm as well too. It's been a little bit rough, so bear with us. The 2 horse needs the lead, is from what I can see, Oldie, for its best. And who else is gonna? The 5 horse can just sit from the outside. But the 5 horses form in the last couple of races is bad. I think the tendency is to want to bet a horse like this, especially what it did in the 4 races, 3, 4, 5, and 6 back. But man, I mean, how do we know that this horse is doing okay? Now, I will say this. The 5 furlong race on synthetic at Gulfstream Park is like an all-out sprint, and 6.5 you can breathe a little bit. I probably lean towards this 5 horse and give it another chance. You?
Yeah, I mean that first race at Gulfstream might have been a prep for
Yeah,
coming up here too. I mean that was a group of 62 SOR. The horse was coming off a couple month layoff, and his run looks like a horse for the course at Woodbine
yeah,
for sure. So, I'd be, but is that on the board right now at
yeah.
2-1? Um, I'd be probably uh, 5-1 here, or maybe I think I'm 5-1. I don't particularly like this 3 horse. I mean, granted, it's won 2 in a row. Maybe I should be re-looking at that, but it's also off about an 18-month layoff.
And the jockey trainer combination is 0 for 5. I would try, and it's only 13% to win. I've noticed the system seems to give lower win percentages on the win percentage algorithm on layoff horses, but an 0 for 5 jockey trainer combination and only 13% to win, not in the EquinEdge picks. I got to try to beat a horse like this. I'm going to go with the 5 horse. The 1 horse has second-itis to me, 7 second-place finishes. And this horse tries, but it's drawn the rail. I think this race it looks like the 5. The 2 horse on the lead could get away for sure.
Yeah.
But I think the 5 horse sits a fair trip, probably sits second or third early on. You want to go to the race?
Yeah, let's go to the race here. See how quickly I can add and remove from the stream. There we go. Come on.
There we go.
There we go. Let me make sure. Looks like we got the audio up there. 5 looks great on the track.
Yeah, I like the ears pricked, but not stressed. And looks very good. No blinkers on the 5. Let's see where blinkers were taken off. Let's see. Let's look at changes. Changes, if you're new to the site, you go to changes and you'll see anything new. No, it doesn't say anything. Oh, this horse never had blinkers. I don't know why they had
Joining
that.
us here in
Maybe
the
that was a
winner's
different
circle.
race.
Post-time delivers. He's a horse who's taken you
My Sunny Valentine 5.
Really, what does it mean to go ahead?
They're about to load into the gate.
It's lovely, he's American.
Sounds like I might have.
I think you have another video.
It's just lovely.
Is that Woodbine? No, you've got
Start Silent Sky
There we
has
go.
gone in. The favorite for this race either going to be Captain
I might need to
Courtney
try the
or
video
My
over
Sunny
here.
Valentine.
Yours is
Down to 8
choppy.
to 5 is Captain Courtney.
Didn't we fix that
I'm
issue
into
with the
mischief.
choppy?
Yeah, no, it's not choppy
As
on
gate
my
2,
screen
Captain
at
Courtney
all.
will go
I'm
ahead.
seeing it on 3 different computers right now, and it's working
Looks of it.
fine.
Number 3, Captain Courtney, just behind the start.
Everybody else is the Woodbine
It's a
video
little between
choppy,
any of
or
them
is
in
it
the betting,
okay
but for Just
you?
Follow Me, who's out to 11 to 1. Waiting for the call up to the gate for I'm Into Mischief. And Captain Courtney, so slight pick up there with I'm Into Mischief taking a moment, just gradually budging, only slightly going in the opposite direction at the moment.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'm Into Mischief, buy Into Mischief.
Plays at pace. I don't know, John.
Next along
If the
is
simulator
Captain
says
Courtney.
the horse can go gate to wire, then it can, because
Into Mischief is sire of one of the runners today in the
race
Kentucky Derby
simulator,
and has been
especially
so
the
successful.
first
And
and
they go
second
with Just
pace
Follow
number.
Me as well as My Sunny Valentine
The
to
race
complete the
simulator.
lineup. My
the main
Sunny
race.
Valentine
Now,
now down
but
to
the
3
jockey
to 2.
knows he's on a horse that's that fast. That's another story.
And the white cap for
I
Pietro
was
Moran
really,
on
really good.
My Sunny
And I like
Valentine. The
that
field is set to
The
run.
way this horse looks.
Yeah,
Good
Locked
break.
up.
Let's get a good break.
I like the outside post for that horse.
Off
I
the
do.
race, perfect
Real
start.
beautiful.
No clear-cut leader. Narrowly in front is I'm Into Mischief and goes clear now by about a half to Captain Courtney. A length away, Silent Sky lobs into third, and together at the back, the William Therinos pair Just Follow Me is second last, and early on, My Sunny Valentine is at the tail end. So running out in front, I'm Into Mischief. unopposed, leads the way, controlling the pace of the race by a length to Captain
It looks
Courtney.
like he's got a lot of
Nudging up
horse
his
on the
Silent
five
Sky on the
horse.
inside and getting
Yeah.
closer now. My Sunny Valentine
You don't want
muscling
to
in
be
on the
too far
outside of
back at
Just
Woodbine.
Follow
I
Me.
mean,
They
you know
tighten
that,
up
but
about 3 lengths
you
first
know,
to
the
last.
horses that are
And
within
showing
2
the
or
way
3
by 1 length
stretch are
is
the ones
still I'm
heading
Into
those
Mischief.
races.
On the outside, Captain Courtney, and back third, Silent Sky as they quicken the pace. Trying to run for the back, My Sunny Valentine. Just Follow Me
he's
is a little
fine.
bit ahead. They come down the side, no change. Out
Yeah,
in front, I'm Into
definitely.
Mischief, pressed by Captain Courtney. They've gone away. 2 lengths to Silent Sky. Just Follow Me. Gosh, My Sunny Valentine has dropped right away from the field, is 4 behind.
Yeah.
Captain
Wow.
Courtney trying to get on
Maybe
by,
wasn't
and
a
Silent
prep.
Sky after
I
I'm Into
guess he
Mischief,
wasn't
who's still
doing
in
it. He
front.
wasn't doing
I'm Into
okay.
Mischief on the inside, coming for the split in the center. Silent
comes the
Sky
one.
on the outer,
He
Captain
has
Courtney.
7 second
Silent
place
Sky trying to come
finishes.
through. I'm Into Mischief in front
I think
now.
he's gonna
Silent
get there.
Sky putting the neck down. Silent Sky forging to the front. And Silent Sky is going to get up and win
6-1.
nicely.
Oldy on a
Silent Sky a
5-2
half a
more.
length to on the rail.
Boom.
I'm Into Mischief. Agatsi's
Boom, I
second.
played
Captain Courtney
so I
third.
played that as
Well out of
a
it the whole way. Just
exacta
Follow
there.
Me.
because the two likes it. The two had a chance to go gate to wire, and the and so I played 2-5-1 exacta box there.
Wow,
And
look at that. So Silent Sky was 3-1 on the EE morning line and 6-1 on live odds. EquinEdge's second pick, and wow, that horse ran huge. Oldy, give me the ability to change this over.
yeah, it's I just got to remove and then
All
I can
right.
add you back in there.
Okay.
There we go. Yay.
There we go. Well, that was good. All right, what's coming up? We've got
Gulfstream, I believe.
Gulfstream Park, race number 5 coming up in 3 minutes. Again, we've got 5 more grade 1 and grade 2 races over at Churchill Downs. Race number 8 doesn't go off for 26 minutes. We'll just cover Gulfstream Park, and then we'll probably just go out there and handicap Churchill Downs. How's that sound, Oldy?
Sounds awesome.
Okay. So Gulfstream Park, race number 5. And let's see here. All right. Let's run the race simulator and see what we've got. So, you know, I noticed that Smart Jenny, the 3 horse, is 25-1 on the EE morning line and only 5% to win. What do you make of that? Like, why? Doesn't look like the race simulator likes the horse as well. Why do you think it's getting bet?
You know, I have a feeling it's going to float up. It really isn't that hard. It was a 6-1 morning line. I'd also say that I could make a hat, a brooch, or a pterodactyl out of that horse, but I really think it's between the 6 and the 7. Unless, you know, the only thing I see is maybe people think the pace is going to melt, and that's the only closer.
The positive sign that I can make for the horse, although it won a much easier race, right? That was a 46 group, and this is a 58 group. I guess, well, it won by 8.5 lengths. It beat 5 other horses.
Yeah.
But it hadn't been on the dirt in a long time. And maybe people are thinking, well, it was the dirt that made the difference. But it was also 36% to win that day. And today it's 5% to win. I think the horse is getting overbet.
Yeah. So, Scotty, what about this 4 horse? Lots of wins, lots of yellow there. 7-2. I think that horse has a big look coming slightly off the pace there.
Well, it's had some issues. It circled the field last time out going 7 furlongs, but it was very tactical. And Reyes was aboard for that win. And it's won 3 of the last 4 races. So the first thing we have to do is see what happened 2 back where it ran so poorly. Well, look at the GSR. It dropped to 46 on the synthetic, going 5.5 furlongs. If you throw that race out, this horse has won 3 straight races on the dirt. I mean, it's a major player.
Right. And, you know, I can sit a little.
Yeah. Now, this is a little bit tougher. It is a little bit tougher. I mean, it beat a 54 group. It did it easily, but it was only 11% to win that day. The 7 horse is going to get a really good trip, it looks like, from that post, although the 6 is fast. So and the 6 is, look at this. The 6 is the top pace, top win. EE morning line lowest, EE second pick. And these horses win 39% of the time. And it's also 3-2 on the EE morning line. And Yeah, and look at Safi claimed this horse for 10,000 last time and protects the horse.
Yeah, I mean, I like the 6. I like a 6-4 exacta here.
You know what the problem that I see for the 6 horse here, and it's going to be interesting, and that is that the 7 horse seems to need the lead for its best. And what is the 6 going to do? Like, it's going to be an interesting contest between the 6 and the 7 early, and the 2 is fast from the inside. 2 is going, so we could see a lot of speed. And then look, and then you have a horse like the 5 horse at 14-1, who's the EquinEdge long shot, who in this one is tactical and can rate. I don't know what happened last time out, but you and I both know. I mean, sometimes you have to throw out races, but ends up with a new trainer who shows up at 0%. I've never heard of Jose Castro, so I don't know. But
yeah, I mean, I think the 5 has a shot there as well, but I think the 6 is able to sit just off the 7, and because the 7 can't rate at all. For
me, it's the 4 horse, because the 4 horse can sit. See, you got to remember that, and those of you that are new, the race simulator, not the race simulator, but the metrics, they don't account for the trip a horse is going to get or pace. So they don't have any pace number in there. So it's not like it's saying, okay, there's a lot of pace in here and it doesn't set up for the 6 or 7. It just says if everything is perfect, the race simulator, that this is the way the race will end up. Well, that's not going to happen early. Who's the horse that can rate and save ground from the inside? Because the 2's fast and 2's going, which means the 4 sits about 3 or 4 lengths back and finishes. I think the 4 horse St. Olaf Rose, from what I can see.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like the 6 and the 4. I could see the 5 a little bit, but I'm playing a 6-4 exacta box there.
Happy Derby Day, Christy. Hey, Rob.
Yeah, let me get the video up here.
Yeah, let's watch that. I'm on the 4 horse.
Let's see if I can find my cursor.
I don't know that the 6 and 7 are going to get great trips.
I think the 6 can make a trip. I'm not sure about the 7.
Who else can win? Like, I guess the 5 is the connections are not inspiring to me, but I like the 4 to be first or second. So if I'm playing this, I'm trying to build my bets around the 4 horse.
The horses are at the gate. It's now post time.
When they wait that long to talk, it worries
the
me.
5th race starts at pick 3, 6 furlongs the trip. 1 Katubia Zap, even money on Julie's Legacy, 2-1 Chena. St. Olaf Rose is a 4-1 chance, 6-1.
All right, good luck, everybody, with your bets.
Chena goes forward. Then Julie's Legacy and Defended. Defended, Jose Morelos to the outside. They're at the post. And they're off. Good start for Julie's Legacy and a good start for Defended. They're the first 2 out. Away between horses. Cajun Fantasy won't be far away. Speeding through at the rail, Sonadora Girl's on the move. And a tightly grouped field in the run to the half-mile point. Sonadora Girl goes up inside to challenge for control with Cajun Fantasy and Julie's Legacy. These 3 almost in line. A gap of another 2 to a trio, including St. Olaf Rose and Smart Jenny. On their outside is Chena. The early trailer is Defended. Around the far turn they go, and from out of the scrum, it's Julie's Legacy, who now leads. Chena with a bold bid on the outside. Yellow colors up into a challenging spot, trying to hang tough between Cajun Fantasy. That's all for Sonadora Girl. Underway from the back is Defended. She's making good progress. White cap far outside. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter. Julie's Legacy.
Not even trying.
Confident Panici handling, turns first with work to do, but 2 lengths in front. From the outside, Defended is a big price, but charging up. 1/8 of a mile to go. Julie's Legacy trying to buckle down for another 1/8 of a mile. And on the outside, Defended runs at her. Defended starts to gain on Julie's Legacy. 16 to go. Julie's Legacy or Defended. Defended. Julie's Legacy. Julie's Legacy and Defended. Julie's Legacy digs. Julie's Legacy holds. Julie's Legacy beat Defended in a good battle. They were well clear of the others, led by Chena and Smart Jenny.
but Julie's Legacy does get the win. For Luca Panici for Kathleen O'Connell, who took over for this horse this time here. So 26% to win, and top pick, got the trip. And, you know, the 6 horse is a type of horse that needs a lead for its best. And it was like 2 or 3 lengths back early. And for a horse like that, that's death. But Luca did a good job sending this horse immediately. That's what he needed to do. But unfortunately, you know, and it's subtle and you can't see these things, Oldie, but the 4 horse, the horse was in between horses early. The 6 horse was pressing from the outside. So that's something you could get a price on this horse next time out. And in between horses early, it will be my note.
Long Island Golfer is saying that he can't move beyond race 8 in the system to handicap the pick 3.
Yeah,
I'm fine. It's working.
Yeah. Many people can't get on certain races. We are working on that. Luckily, we're not having this issue.
Yeah.
But we know that you are. Do refresh your screen periodically as well. Here's race number 8. We've got 16 minutes before the race.
I can add the.
I
can see if I can come up with that. If I can get a extra, what's it called? Tab opened on my screen. Here, just give me a sec, Dave. I know you guys are going to see me like trying to maneuver a screen around here without actually seeing it on the screen. But let me see if I can get in the Twin Spires and get to that leaderboard. Not from here. Okay, hold on. Kentucky Derby Betting Challenge leaderboard. And Scotty, do we want to?
Speed's been holding, Jeff. Yeah.
No, that 2020.
Let's see. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Jeff. Oldie was just saying that it's a possibility this 4 horse could be dangerous. Oh no, that wasn't race 8. That was race number 9.
Yeah. Hold on.
So I like to look to see whether horses need the lead or not. It doesn't look like the 4 needs the lead, but unfortunately, there's a lot of speed outside of the 4, like the 11. And the 11 definitely needs the lead for its best. The 11 is going to be sitting a beautiful trip. Absolutely going to be sitting. But there is a lot of speed in here. So if the 4 breaks good, I don't know that the 4 is going to rate being on the inside. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of good horses in here. And if you look at the first call, it shows the 11 getting the lead, but the 8's right there, the 4's right there, the 2 is right there, and the 10 horse.
I can do it from there.
I don't love Nisos. Do you love this horse? I mean, this horse has been off since February of 2024. Dan's got this horse training really good.
It is supposedly, Scotty, that the reports on the workouts are that this horse is just an absolute crazy monster, and doesn't need the lead in this race with a lot of speed. You see Mind Frame's dead on the board.
I don't know that it's dead on the board. I mean, it's 3-1 on the odds makers morning line. I mean, and it's the top EquinEdge pick. It wins the race simulator by a couple of lengths. Like it does have a couple of straight layoff lines, but it really ran. Obviously, it won off of a long layoff. It won the Gulfstream Park mile. That's not easy to do. It did it from the rail. Irad re-rides. And Dan's got a nice work here, outclassed workmate. I think first of all, one of the reasons why that mind frame is only 3-1, Oldy, is because Nisos is getting so much action. I would take mind frame over Nisos any day of the week. I think mind frame is going to sit a really good trip. I pray that horse goes off at 3-1.
Yeah, I don't like Mindframe at all there. I don't think Mindframe wants any part of sprinting. I think that's a longer horse for me.
I mean, I could see why you would say that, but it broke its maiden at 7 furlongs by 13 3/4 lengths. I mean, I think this is a really nice horse. And like, even though the SOR, I know the SOR says 84, but Mulligan is a super nice horse as well. And this horse has won $520,000 in 5 tries. It's been in the money in 10 of 11 races. It had one poor race in its second lifetime start at Ellis Park, but then it went on the shelf for a long time. This is a super nice horse. In the Cigar Mile, going a mile, I mean, this horse, it's a 1-turn mile. I mean, but that was a nice group. So I think Mulligan is really tough too, but there's a lot of speed in here. But Mulligan gets the lead, you're going to have a hard time catching him. But I'm going to be all over Mind Frame. That's what I'll be playing.
All right, I'm all over Nisos with Mulligan. And Extra Anejo is my long shot there, the 6 horse.
The 6 horse, what do you like about it?
I just think it may sit the trip here with the speed that's here. And, the horse won a grade 3, is, kind of, I would almost describe as maybe a now horse who's up and coming. I mean, may not be good enough, maybe too far back, but, did beat a group of 78s relatively handily first time off the layoff there.
Let's see here. Why is Mulligan dead on the board, you think?
I think because Nisos is taking so much money. And
Yeah,
so
but
is
it's really, really dead on the board.
I don't know. I mean, he's working fine. There's nothing that I've seen that makes me think that horse isn't ready to fire here.
Training great.
Yeah.
It's really, really strange. Like, I thought this horse might go off as the favorite. And by the way, this horse loves a wet track. Loves 7 furlongs. Loves dirt. I mean, I think Mulligan's going to be really tough. Mulligan's going to most likely have the lead early. And that's not going to help the 10. Although the 10 can rate, I get it. But I'm looking, let's look at the Nyquist raced on a sloppy track twice and didn't run good. So I don't know.
Yeah.
For me, Mind Frame is the sleeper here. You know what? The picks have been on fire all day long. It is a sloppy track. You got 9 minutes before the race. But the 10 horse having a layoff all the way from February 3rd of last year. I mean, to beat a grade 1 field like this, he has to be an absolute beast. So, and sometimes, I mean, even if he's training good, I'm sure he is. You're going to beat a horse that's in great form, like a horse, like, lost the Belmont Stakes by a half of a length, lost by a length and a quarter in the Haskell. You kidding me? Like, what's going on here? We're getting 3-1.
Yeah, but those are all longer races. And, yes, it broke its maiden, but that was against a group of maidens.
Yeah,
for
I mean,
me,
they did it by 13 3/4 lengths, and then also over at Gulfstream Park, in the Gulfstream Park mile, that's a grade 2 race, and it was sitting 2 lengths off the leaders. But So, and early, I don't know if it's right, but the race simulator says that Mindframe's capable of being within a length and a quarter at the first call. I mean, if that's true, even if the horse is 3 or 4 lengths back, which I hope it is, then this horse is not going to have any problem with this distance. This is not, honestly, this is not, on paper, this is not that strong of a field.
I agree. It's not the strongest field, but
It's a good field. Don't get me wrong. I'd take any one of these horses, but like it's okay. I mean, Mindframe is a nice horse. And it's also, by the way, with all these horses in this race, the EquinEdge morning line is 8-5 on Mindframe.
yeah, I mean, I see that, and I see that it's the top pick, but Malkin's the second pick in the top win percentage. And that wins a lot of time, about as often as when a horse is the top pick and the top win percentage. So I just think that there are some knocks on Mindframe. Locke didn't run well yesterday as well, even though you definitely cannot take anything away from fierceness yesterday.
George says, let's go Cole Battle. What's up, Chris Couples? Karina's taking Banishing.
I mean, Banishing, I think, is more of a miler, but we'll see if 7 furlongs is to Banishing's liking. Definitely in good form.
Yeah.
But my notes on that horse specifically said, my question is on the distance.
Yeah.
And
We got David.
oh yeah, let's get
Hello.
David in.
Hello, gentlemen. Happy Derby Day, my friends. Scotty, Oldy.
Happy Derby Day. It's always good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Doing very
Good.
well. I had a tough beat on a hunch play a couple of races ago. Boss Sully, that the New York Rangers just hired Boss Sully, Mike Sullivan, as their coach. And I'm like, what the hell? 7-1 with a 2-3 length lead coming down the stretch, and thought it was home. But that's what happens when you make a hunch play. So, yeah, we got a sloppy track down there. Weather's not the greatest, but interesting that you're analyzing one of my favorite races of the entire year, and that's not the Kentucky Derby. That's the Churchill Downs Stakes, the 7 furlong sprint that I've had so much success with over the years. So this is a race that I normally key in, and yeah, I'm surprised you don't have either one of you gentlemen don't have much love for my horse.
Who's your horse?
I'm on the Scotty long shot here, book him down out big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just see, hey, Tyler, it's I think Tyler's on the same horse as I am. The issue that the negative feedback I've heard about this horse or people, handicappers, are he only beat 3 horses last time in his comeback race at Colonial Downs. That was NHC weekend. There was scratches in there, and it was basically a walkover type of race. Great prep race. Okay, this horse, it was entered. Don't forget, he was in the Cigar Mile, and he drew a terrible inside post trying a mile, and he was basically eliminated at the start. And still didn't run badly for a 5th, where he lost to Lockton Mulligan. No slouches, right? And he also won the Grade 1 Woody Stevens back at Saratoga at 7. I mean, this horse is 7 for 12 lifetime. I think he's sitting on a huge race. And the only question is, can he handle the slop? But I'll take that chance at that price at 7-1, which I think is a great value here.
It looks like when you look at the wet surface, it's saying that 7 furlongs on a wet track is going to be his best distance.
Yeah.
So it's EquinEdge long shot as well. And Eric likes it. There's nothing not to like about Bookham Dano. I agree.
And Scotty, I'm glad you pointed that out, because when the track went sloppy, I noticed he's got the highest GSR in the field with an 83. So that just solidifies my impression that he may be able to get the off track.
Guys, quick pit stop for me, so I'll let you guys keep talking. I'm just going to mute here.
Yeah, no problem.
And Scotty, so you're on Ripoli's horse, right? Mindframe, who obviously is eligible to win this. And I am a little bit surprised also at the 3-1 price.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Nisos off that long layoff. So that's a horse I would toss. But Mind Frame, I think you'd have to throw in the mix. And again, I know Oldy, I understand Oldy's point that most of his races, he's got the impression that he wants more distance. But I mean, that being said, he did break his maiden at Gulfstream at 7.
By a lot of lengths, of lengths as well.
Quite impressively, right? Yeah.
I don't think the distance is going to be a problem. The race simulator says that Mind Frame can be right up here with the leaders as far as the speed goes. I think this is more about this this sloppy track, honestly. And Bookham Dano, I'm starting to think more about Bookham Dano because of the high GSR. Can you tell me about Mulligan? This is a horse that's got amazing credentials in this race, and this horse is absolutely dead on the board.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure. I think it's a function of the 10 just taking a little too much money. Personally, I was surprised that this horse is 5-2 off that layoff. And again, never tackled a sloppy track. And let's face it, the track surfaces out on the West Coast are totally different than facing a sloppy track in Churchill. So, unless you've proven you can run on a moist surface, I'm not really interested. And Mulligan, there's nothing wrong with Mulligan. This horse is 2 for 2 at Churchill. Got positional speed, could have the lead, could rate right off the pace, draws that nice outside post. And I think you may want to be more towards the outside with speed than the inside today. Obviously Bookham Dano needs a little pace up front, but with Paco there on board, I think you're going to get here. He's going to be a little closer to the pace. And so I think you've got to use Mulligan. I think you'd have to use Mind Frame. And, Hoist the Gold just seems to really love an off track, but I'm not sure, even with a solid second in that the Commonwealth to Extra Anejo, that maybe this horse has lost a step or two. But but the preferred choice for me is Bookham Dano. But if you told me you're using Mind Frame, Mulligan, even Extra Anejo should maybe hit the board closing. But very, very good race. Very, very solid dirt race here.
Oldy, is there any chance for a horse like Giant Mischief? 7-1 on the EE morning line. Are we overlooking this one?
We probably are a little bit, but so my notes on Giant Mischief were live long shot, top GSR, top pace. That was before we were wet here, and the horse that wins more than 30% of the time. Cox horse moving up in class, never won a graded stakes, and has had trouble staying on the track. Horse's best effort, or if he gets away on the front end, could be dangerous, but looks class-wise to be a cut below.
All right, you guys, they're going into the gate right now. I'm going to turn up the sound. We can't show you the race live, but we're going to. There we go.
David.
More left to load, and the 11 is about to go in last, and the track is muddy, and this is $1 million race.
Okay, good luck, everybody.
All right, they're off, at least on my screen.
On my screen, too.
So the 4 horses on the lead, and that could be significant, you guys. 17-1 on Giant Mischief. And the 3 horse, Bookham Dano, is being asked on the inside to keep up, but it's saving ground. There's got all of them. Mind Frame sitting back in mid-pack right now. And Mind Frame is coming. Gonna have to go 7 wide though. Mulligan has the lead. Here comes the 7. Mind Frame is coming. Well, it's gonna be a close race. God, it's gonna be close. Boy, they're coming down. There's the 11. Mind Frame on the outside.
Race guy on the outside. Look at this.
Mind Frame. Get up.
Yeah.
Oh, 7. Nice call, Scott.
Yeah, nice call, Scotty. Yeah, they were. That was congrats. That's a nice one. The 3 made a good move. Yeah, this was
What a race.
Yeah.
great
There were
race.
7 horses coming down the track. Wow. I think, did Vanishing get second, you guys, on the inside? I don't know.
No, I thought Nisos got second.
Was that Bookham Danos on the inside?
Yeah, the 3 was on the inside between horses, had the lead. Then the 11 is there. He had the lead over the 11. Here comes the 7. Here comes the 10. I think it's 7-10-2 or 7-10-3. 7-10.
10 had him, and
Yeah,
Guys, that for second is between the 2 and the 10. Very, very close.
yeah, 7-2-10, 7-10-2.
7-2. You guys gave me 7-2.
That's an
yeah, I
outstanding.
hope
race.
you banged that, Scotty.
I did. Oh, I'm all over that. Are you kidding me right now? I am loving that one. Boom. Wow. 7-2.
I'm looking up on my on the TV up here too, watching this full screen, how close it actually was. You know, I think from that angle, it looks like the inside might have gotten second, the 2. Yeah, the 2, I think, got second.
It's very close. The 10
It's very close, Oldy. Yeah, I
The
think
10
that might be a jump after the wire. Really tight.
The 2 got
You
the
had
head.
4 horses. Any of
It's very
those 4 horses, yeah, 4 horses
Wow.
across the wire here.
What a ride on the 7 horse, you guys. That was such a good ride.
Timed it perfectly.
Mm-hmm. And not
Wow.
surprisingly, who was that? That was Irad.
Insane. Yeah, IRAD is so good, you guys, especially when the money's on the line.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, absolutely.
That was big day Irad right there.
That was a really thrilling race to watch, was it not?
Yes.
Look at, you got 5 horses all within a length of each other. 7-2 though, and the 10 horse Nisos ends up running a big race. No
He
doubt
ran
about
a
it.
huge race.
You got to give that horse a lot of credit. It went
Absolutely.
off as your 8-5 favorite, and wow.
Coming off that long layoff, hitting a sloppy track. Yeah, no, that's probably good things down the road for him this year if he stays sound.
Yeah, there's no doubt about your winner, but it's very close for second. I think Bookham Danos, it looks like, has the 3 horses going to be 4th, you guys.
He's going to be 4th, yeah.
And I'm watching this replay right now, and the 2 got the head bob, but the 10's horse was in front. So
that could be a dead heat. That could be a dead heat. It's that close.
Unofficially, the 7 horse is posted as your unofficial winner. And yeah, they're interviewing Irad right now. I mean, that was just such a good ride, you guys. And you realize that Mindframe had to go, that was about 7 wide, Oldie.
Yeah. So, by the way, Mike Salata, I just saw something from him. He is not happy with Mindframe winning that race. He said it killed all his bets.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, knowing Mike, we're a lot of times we're kind of on the same page with our handicapping strategy. As he might have been on Bookham Dano, so he was probably on my horse. I wouldn't doubt that we're together on that. But yeah, no, very, very, very good competitive race. That was a fun race,
guys. We have been on fire the last couple of days. Have you seen that? We had this 9 horse as the EquinEdge second pick, but also, you guys, it had a good win percentage, but it was 5-1 on the EE morning line. And look at the GSR, you guys. Like, by far the top GSR. That horse got ignored at the betting windows.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, just for promotion, I did use that horse as my prime win bet based on the second EE pick because I don't want to bet Sacred Wish at a low price. So that gave me a winner there, Scotty. So with the assistance, that's probably my only winner of the day. So, yep, it's been on fire.
Did you hear the story of that horse and what happened?
What?
So Dettori was set to ride, and then Saez's horse scratched, and they kicked Dettori off the horse and put Saez aboard.
Oh man.
But Dettori still gets paid.
He does?
Yes, I heard he made $45K for Saez winning that.
Holy crap! What a story that is.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. All right, so that was race number 5. Look here's race number 4, you guys. 9-12 cold. The 11 ended up at 10-1 getting 4th. In race number 3, we had that as well. We had the 5-7 cold. Race number 2, the EquinEdge long shot won over the EquinEdge top pick, and then we didn't do any good in race number 1. But wow, it's been and yesterday was on fire as well. So it's given me a lot of confidence going into the last 4 stakes races, you guys.
Yeah, you've been doing well today. The weekend preview show has done well this weekend as well.
How many views does that thing have?
We're combined all YouTube streams that we ran on it, about 12,000.
Wow. That's just incredible. And you can go to whatever race you want to see, correct?
Yeah, so there's a stream with it bookmarked that you can just skip to whatever race you want to see as well. You'll have Justin's picks there. I also tweeted out the chart from the weekend preview show around race 5 today, right before the first stakes race started. So that's also on my Twitter account. And I'm going to send you the leaderboard here, Scotty, for the the Kentucky Derby betting challenge that Mike.
Okay. By the way, it is in fact a dead heat between the 2, Vanishing and the 10-horse Nisos, and Bookham Danham 4th, and Mulligan had to settle for 5th place. So 7 with 2 and 10 with 3 Bookham Danham and Mulligan rounding out the superfecta. Or the no, I guess if you played a high 5. All right, wow, that was a great 7-2. I'm blown away.
That's a good price.
That's what's so great about when you're playing on big race days. The pools are so big that if you like a horse, you can usually get a pretty good price.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's some horses that are overlooked on the board for numerous reasons, but and so if you look and just search around, even the next 3 or 4 races coming up, and look for just value for horses who are maybe significant overlays on the board, and not many days are like this with the amount of money in the pools.
No. Oldy, let's plan on showing Gulfstream Park, race number 6. Okay.
All right.
We might as well, because we can show that race live. And although the 3-horse Sticky McSchickens is 51%, and 7-5 EE Morning Line, top pace number, top EquinEdge pick, the 5-horse Cajun Gold is your favorite.
Well, that seems like an opportunity.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that.
Even if you have to stay Sticky McSchickens over and over again.
Yeah, I don't want to have to do that race call. Sticky McSchickens.
Repeat that 5 times.
Yeah, exactly. It's not easy to do. These horses win 44% of the time when they're the top pace, top win, top GSR, lowest EE Morning Line, and EquinEdge top pick. I think you have to look at the pace scenario, though. This horse has burned a lot of money, and it seems to need the lead for its best. And there is a lot of speed in here. And if you look at the pace scenario and the first call, look at that. You got 5 horses within a length of each other. And I don't think the 3-horse can afford to even sneeze wrong at the break.
Are you saying that he needs to be less sticky and more sticky?
Yeah, he can't be sticky. He's got to be schnicky. And look, I don't know what the 5's going to do, because the 5's shown the ability to rate three races back. It disappointed as the big favorite last time out, and Heather Smolin takes over. She's not been doing good. I still think that she has the potential to, there's some high hopes for her as a trainer. But so far that hasn't worked out. And who closes? There's a horse here at 3% win, a second-time starter, and that's the 7 horse under Edwin Gonzalez. What do you guys make of that? Maybe that horse can. Maybe there's going to be so much speed that horse actually finishes.
Yeah, that's the horse I'm on, Scotty. Here is Danny Gargan's horse. It's interesting that he started this horse on the synthetic first time out. He's usually not known as a synthetic Tapeta guy, right? He's more of a dirt trainer and turf.
Yeah.
But to not switch him to the main track is interesting off of that performance. And there seems to be more speed in this race than the race he's coming out of in his debut race. So I think he might set a perfect trip here and just capitalize on a speed goal. So I would be on, and 5-1, you're getting a solid value there.
Solid. Yeah, I would probably go here. Danny Gargan is 27% with second-time starters. Only 8% with first-time starters, you guys. Wow. Now that's
you don't want to play his first-time starters.
No.
And I think he's even better with third-time starters. Yeah, first-timer, he's not known as a trainer who wins first time out.
Wow. Okay, well, I know who I'm betting.
All right, let me bring up the race here. Of course, I always say that and then can't find my cursor. There we go.
And Edwin will get a horse into the race, and I love that.
Did you hear Edwin got fined for something that he was not happy about? And he said he's going to retire at the end of the year. He got fined for not finishing off a race.
Really?
I thought you were going to say the excessive use of the whip, but for not finishing.
Oh, maybe it was. Maybe it was that
persevering.
It could have been excessive use of the whip. You might be right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he'll calm down about that. There's, he's got to understand, that there's a lot of good jockeys out there, and as much as we love Edwin, he's only going to be doing himself he's not going to be hurting anybody but himself. So hopefully he's going to relax and chill out.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was out of in fit of anger right after the racing day, and I'm sure that he's going to come to his better senses.
Do you know how many times I promised to not bet Rispoli, but I keep doing it?
Are you doing it today, though? That's the question.
Absolutely. He is on fire. In fact, I've turned my luck around because I bet Rispoli almost every time now, and he's been winning for me. So I'm on Rispoli. I think he's winning the Derby.
Well, we'll get there at some point. But yeah, the sloppy track, the muddy track, sloppy, whatever that's going to be labeled by 7 o'clock, kind of changes my opinion in a lot of ways. So I've kind of had to call an audible here. So now I'm solidly on my horses, and it should be interesting. Should be interesting to see, because some horses, as you know, do not handle an off track.
Rainbow Six has reached the $300,000 level, and the horses have reached the starting gate. Moving into race 6.
He's been riding so good too, guys. There's the 2 horses here that are getting really bet, and that's the 5 horse and the 1 horse. I mean, over when you see horses getting bet over what you would expect, you need to take a second look, and the 1 horse would be one of them. When I look at the 1 horse, I mean, it looks okay getting there. He ran a good race last time out, no doubt, but that was on the dirt. This is on the synthetic. Win percentage goes up a little bit. It's the EquinEdge second pick. The 5 Cajun Gold, I can't make sense of why this horse is getting so much action. I actually do think the 5 is getting overbet.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I agree, and I think the 1 is too. But Scott Free, I disagree. I don't think McPeak ruined either of those.
Moving
horses.
forward for a start,
I don't
race
think
number
Mystic
6,
Dan
Rainbow
was...
6 pool over $300,000. 1-3-5, the key betting contenders here, according to the weight fans.
I don't like that. I don't like
Scan draws the outside and will complete the line.
But we were saying it beforehand. Why is he running this horse a third time in under 2 months? Why? It was too much.
And the 6th.
but I think the horse will be fine.
And
5
she
furlongs
wasn't
the
really
journey.
trained that
Cajun
good.
Gold, Sticky Mix
And she took a
market leaders.
nasty bump from one of the brown
Raposed.
horses earlier in the race.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he ruined her, but he ran her 3 times.
And they're off. Good start from the outside for Grand Scan, who tries to get over from between horses. Sticky McSchnickens is on the move early. Moving up on the inside, that's Sticky McSchnickens. And in the middle, here's Cajun Gold on the move. Away fourth and Hello Jello. A gap of 2 to Vekoen. A gap of 2 more to get in there. And the trailer is Trackster. And the run around the first turn. The leader, Cajun Gold, by a length and a half. Sticky McSchnickens second at the inside. Grand Scan on the outside of him. From fourth, it's Hello Jello. Getting there is drawn within 7 lengths of the lead, passing Vekoen, and Trackster is last. They reach the top of the stretch. They're a quarter of a mile from home. Cajun Gold confronted by race favorite Sticky McSchnickens, who's up to take the lead now.
Yeah, all the late
Off the
money
turn
went
in the
to the
stretch drive. It's
McSchnickens.
Sticky. It's Sticky in front. Sticky McSchnickens by a length and a quarter. Getting there. A late danger from between horses is dropping back his Cajun Gold. Final 16th of a mile, and baseball fans rejoice. Sticky McSchnickens has won it. Second getting there. Third Cajun Gold.
Money
Fourth was
favorite.
Grand Scan.
Oldy likes to say the 1-to-1 shot won it. Sticky
Look at that. Look at that. That horse was 7-2 going in the gate. And look at the EquinEdge picks. 3-1 cold. It's insane. So good. Why do we even handicap?
Yeah, it didn't. It didn't. The speed duel did not materialize, to say the least.
No.
We'll get you back up here, Scotty.
All right.
We got 4 minutes to Laurel. Let me see what else is coming up. Yeah, just 4 minutes to Laurel. That's the only thing really.
We've got Indianapolis. We got Horseshoe.
Yeah.
You want to show that?
Sure.
Might as well.
Here, let's throw it there. All right. Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, it's a quarter horse race on a muddy track. And Chillin'. I just like the name, but it is the top EquinEdge pick. So
Going in the gate here. So let me get this.
they're going in the gate. 2 horse looks pretty good at 3 to 5. But you got a horse at 34%, 5-2 EE morning line, EquinEdge second pick. And it seems to be facing an easier group. I like the EquinEdge picks. And you know what I like to do, guys? I've been doing more of is sorting the SOR, sorting the class.
Just new.
And when you do that, it's 6-2-4.
Sweet Vengeance going into that outside gate. Chillin'. Stone Cold Concept. Stand by. One more. MG Mucho Man.
Every time I hear John Dooley's voice, I think I'm at Fairgrounds.
I know.
Yards.
And I think I'm at Arlington.
They're in the gate.
Yeah, Tony Kalo, I think I'm at Finger Lakes again.
For me, it's Arlington. Because
Oh!
That was ugly.
Wow.
MG Mucho Man broke through the gate. Sweet Vengeance broke
Guys,
through
I
the
don't think
gate.
I've ever
Force
seen
Envy
that.
broke through
I
the
don't
gate.
think I've ever seen
Single
that.
Kai broke
4
out the
horses
gate.
breaking through the gate? No way. I've never seen that.
Wow.
That is
So
something.
don't they? So it's going to end up being a 3-horse race? No, one of them they stopped pretty close there.
That is crazy. I've never seen that personally.
No. Do we want to go to Laurel or do we want to wait and see what they
Let's go to
do?
Laurel. No, let's go to Laurel. Let's go to Laurel.
All right. I'll pull your screen back up here.
All right. Let's get to Laurel, race number 8. They're going 8 furlongs on the dirt.
Standing at the gate now being backed out. Just New Chillin' and Stone Cold Concept.
Another hope that 2 horse. Here's a horse that seems to need the lead for its best, you guys. When I see that, I show the pace and I see the 1 horse. The 1 horse at the first call can be near the lead. It's only raced 1 time. It's the EquinEdge long shot. And I broke last. I don't know. Maybe there's something there. I also look for the SOR dropping from 44 to 36. You could see the 1 horse run a better race. The 5 horse is a horse that's also dropping an SOR big, and it didn't run bad. It was trying against much better last time out, and it's second off the layoff. For me, just looking at this race, I would like the 5. And Horatio de Paz takes over. He's 14%. So probably I would like the 5. This horse ran pretty good last time out, but it's not really like closing like you would expect it to do, and it's burned a lot of money. I would probably do like a 5-2. I like the picks, actually, just not in that order.
You're going with a 5-2 here, Scotty?
Yeah, 5-2. Oh, do you want to put that race up?
Sure will. And here's Justin as well.
Okay.
Hold on, let me get the cursor to where it's.
I would, at the price at 9-1, gentlemen, I'm going to give a shot with the Mike Trombetta horse, the 1. You know me, I'm a sucker for looking for value, and I think that first race showed a little bit of early. Was chasing early and kind of tired, but I give any horse 1 race as a debut race. And that was a good track. He gets a fast track today. So yeah, give me the 1 at 10-1 for a little entertainment play here.
All right, a little entertainment play on the 1, was that?
Yes. If you can pronounce the name of that horse, you go for it. But I'm going to just call the 1 the Trombetta entry.
The Mr. Trombetta's horse.
Yes.
Love it. Let's see if I can pronounce it.
They've reached the starting gate.
Nungimel Hey Po?
Nungimel Hey Po. There must be something in.
Nungimel Hey Po.
There we
okay.
go.
There you go.
Well, let's let Justin in here.
Lord's lady stepping in.
What's up, my family?
What's up, brother?
Hello, Justin. How's it going, my friend? Welcome
Oh,
aboard.
it's good, David. It's good.
Glad to hear it.
I have baseball again shortly, but I wanted to come at least join you guys for a bit.
Sure.
How's the Derby been? I only watched that last race. That was crazy at the finish. Crazy.
That was a great race.
It really was.
Yeah,
Scotty, I said to myself, I know it's about to go, I was like, that's one of the best
hope.
races I think I've seen in a very long time.
For sure.
I mean, it was incredible.
Yeah, coming down the stretch, you had 5 horses that could have won that race past the 16th ball, right?
1 turn mile, second finish line.
All right, good luck, everybody.
I went with the 5 horse here.
Another hope in Tekka wasting no time from the gate. Here comes Nungimel Hey Po, who's sent up for early speed. And Nungimel Hey Po.
I love when a horse breaks good like that, and then the jockey sits off of a bunch of horses going to the lead like that. And we figured the 1 would be on the lead, right? We talked about that.
Autumn in Vermont.
The jockey on the 5 did a really nice job breaking good, and then grabbing hold of it. No, he wants to be
for another hope
good
closest
catch.
rival second.
But I do like this
is
move
in
by the
third
jockey on the
position of the
5.
Red Silks about mid-flight, and Autumn in Vermont, and then it's Lord's Lady in between horses heading onto the turn as they round that far turn now. On the inside is Storm Creed second to last, and back there too is Field the Bolt into the far turn with about a half mile left to go. Nungimel Hey Po from Another Hope by 2. Tekka on the outside is third. Autumn in Vermont is in fourth. Lord's Lady is in fifth. The others have some running to do now. There goes Another Hope. They take the lead from Nungimel Hey Po. Immediately, Tekka moves to second. Tekka's on the outside of Another Hope. These two top of the lane. Autumn in Vermont is in third. Then it's Lord's Lady. Nungimel Hey Po, the early leader, is dropped back on the inside. Turning for home, there's a quarter of a mile left to run. And Tekka on the outside's got the momentum driven with a length and a half advantage from Autumn in Vermont and Another Hope on the inside. And then Lord's Lady is picked up a share from fourth and trying to move into third. 1 furlong left. Tekka fully extended. Autumn in Vermont is reaching on the outside. 16th left to go. Tekka's in front. Tekka's holding sway from Autumn in Vermont. Tekka, Autumn in Vermont. Tekka from Autumn in Vermont. And then it was Lord's Lady.
6 was running like a drunken sailor coming down the stretch. Not to say that he would have won, but yeah. Well, that was an interesting trip for him. but good race.
Yeah, the jockey did a nice job. Did a nice job. Gets off as your 3-2 favorite, and the 6 horse, who was a price play, 9-2 E Morning Line and 15%, ends up getting second at 8-1, and that exacta is going to pay only $6. Oh no, that's a daily double. Let's get to the exacta. $17. Not bad. 17-1. All right. What do we got coming up, Oldy? We've got
Anita race 1, maybe.
Yeah, I think we should go to Santa Anita race 1. I just saw that.
And we also have Aqueduct, but I'm not sure you want to go there.
No, because we can't show that race.
Right. Okay.
So,
yeah, let's go to. Yep. Gotcha.
We're going into the gate anyways, so
yes,
fairly shortly here. So we got 8 minutes to handicap Santa Anita, you guys. So why don't we do that? All right, let's run the race simulator. We have we have a horse that's the favorite who's only 4% to win. Broke its maiden last time out for John Sadler. Barrios was aboard for that race off of a layoff. In fact, over a year layoff, you guys. And this one's getting bet. Now, it had the lead. It's not getting the lead here, so it's going to have to rate. Is that horse getting over bet?
It could be getting over bet. Yeah, I mean, I think that's an astute observation there, Scotty.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, unless this I'm just looking here. I mean, the 7's fast for Mendez. Taking a big drop.
What about the long shot even? I mean, this race is pretty wide open. The long shot improved on the turf last out and just dropped an SOR into a 52 and nearly won. That's 9-horse field. I mean, this is not a great group.
No.
I don't know. The 6 got good GSR. I think the 4 is getting over bet, Scotty, in my opinion.
The 6
is
is
a starter optional claim. This is a tough group.
The 6 never seems to get there, right? It doesn't matter. It's against a 52 group here, gets second. 60 group here, gets second. It's just like it had a perfect trip here from the 6 post and didn't win that race. It has 1 win in 12 tries. It's not the type of horse that I would trust. At the end of the day, and see, this one was 31% last time out. And it looked like it had a perfect trip, and it was a head back at the stretch before losing by a length and 3/4 at 31%. Now Peter Urton is 27% off the claim, and he claimed the horse off of John Sadler, who's very good. But this one, it also burned a lot of money, you guys.
Yeah, and that 4 just, to me, it doesn't break all that well. I think it's, that. I think you could get an upset, a surprise here, either the long shot, or I wouldn't count the 6 horse out either. The second pick, Traveling Show.
I like the 2 on my quick. I know there's 5 minutes, so we still. I just thought this horse is still lightly raced, Oldie. I mean, I did try to look at Traveling Show the 6, but the 2, it just got to turf for the first time and improved. I mean, and this is in it. They find such a good spot. I mean, the horse is still protected too. It's in a starter optional.
Kyle Frey gets off of the 3 horse and the 7.
To ride the 2.
Well, yeah, 7 horse is going to need to be near the lead, you guys. Let's see what's projected. So it looks like the 5 horse News at 10 has the speed to go, but he might not go, and which means the 7 could end up having the lead, but the 2 horse really is the only one with the blue arrow. So it's the one that will be finishing of these horses. If the 5 and the 7 duel, then that really sets it up for the 2, 3, and 6 horse. I don't know what to think about the 4 horse. I honestly don't. Like, is the jockey going to try to send, seeing that he won going gate to wire last time out? If he does that, that's suicide, because naturally the horse isn't as fast as these horses. Can he rate? But this horse is getting serious action though. 6-5, you're looking, if this horse is 2-1, you're looking going, oh, okay, on paper, people are betting this horse. But this horse is 6-5. I mean, that's real money. So I hate this horse is only 4%. Or at the end of the race, if the horse comes in last, I'll love it, but I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, I mean, the race sim has the 5 winning. I think that maybe a 2-5-6 here could play big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I see that the Aqueduct board blew up at 34-1, and the only comment I will have is Scott had mentioned it's a 2-horse race. I wouldn't think he meant the 34-1 shot over the 6-1 shot. Neither did I, but it was a weird run race. It's crazy. But in this first race, the opener at Santa Anita, I've bet this horse before the 6th Traveling Show. Off the layoff, coming back with those 2 solid second place finishes. I just don't know what happened in the last race. Really was no factor at all. So I would take at that price at what are we looking at? 5-1. I think it might be worth a chance. That this horse may rebound a bit. It's a second Scotty pick. And so I think at that price, I'd give him one more shot with Traveling Show. But this would be my last shot with this horse.
Chris, we'll look at that. We'll look at that race in a bit, okay?
Yeah.
And then, guys, one of the things I've noticed is when there's only one horse with a blue arrow, which means the horse is the best closer in the race. I've noticed that, especially when you have other metrics, the horse is only 5-1 E morning line. It's the EquinEdge long shot. It's 15%. And you get that arrow there. Like, I mean, I have to believe that this horse is going to be first, second, or third in this race. So
I'm hoping it finishes first.
Well, I mean, depending on how you play it, right? So, I mean, it just depends. But I think the 2 is going to run a good race. Let's see here. You want to show the race? You want to show the race, Oldy?
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now for everybody. Of course, I'm always slower than my mouth runs with that, but here we go.
Good to see Woodbine back.
It is.
Yeah.
Emerald Downs opened up too, Scotty.
Yeah, I saw that.
Supposedly, our old friend Patches O'Houlihan is training up a storm at Woodbine. He had some work that they said, I want to say it was 4 furlongs and 45-2.
Wow.
Guys, I don't know about you guys. I'm playing this race right now, and everything's going to revolve around the 2. I'm not using the 4.
What are you playing a try?
I'm going to do an exacta and a try. I think that I don't like the 7 because I think the 7 needs the lead, and it's going to be it's just going to be too much pressure. I think the pace is going to fall back. I think I'm really leaning towards like a 2-3, a 2-5 exacta, maybe 2-6
It's post
exacta.
time. The horses are at the gate for the opener at the Great Race
I think the
Place.
3 horse is a fair long shot.
I'm not sure I love that horse, Scotty, but I'm on board with you with a 2-6 exacta.
Yeah,
I can go with that.
yeah.
I think the 6 is going to. I'm giving him one more shot. I don't know what happened with that last performance of the prior second place.
Argarius will be the last
Good
one.
luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Gazone, even money today.
All right, I need the 2 in first or second here.
2 back.
Hey, Austin, how are you? All right.
Oh, Steph. That's Steph.
Let's see what happens.
Steph was logged into her son's account. Now she's logged into her own account. She was saying hi. You'll see.
Okay.
And
It'll be
they're
interesting
off.
what the
Even
4
start.
does. I imagine he's going to try to get the lead.
Supremacy, Gazone has early interest. Targarius on the far outside.
And look, that horse
And
is going to
Traveling
get it, I
Show in the
think.
red colors in the mix. News at 10-1 from the rail. Bolt Supremacy backs off.
Hopefully the
and
5's
Mio
going to keep going and
Bambino
not let the 4
is
get
at
the
the
lead.
back of the field. They run down the backstretch, and it's
Even
Guzone
money
coming
on the
through
board,
on the
guys.
inside of News
Yes.
at 10. Those two are stride for stride. A length back comes Travel and Show coming after the top pair in third. Down at the rail, it's Bolt Supremacy, 4 off the pace in fourth.
Well, we got the duel that
Targarius
we
is
wanted.
next, and another 3 to Mio
We're
Bambino.
done.
News at 10 goes on.
Come on,
Immediately
two.
tackled by Travel and Show. Gazone just backs up now. He's 3 lengths
Come on,
back
6.
in third as Travel and Show and
2-6,
10
Oldy,
lead
or
again at
6-2.
the top of the stretch. They're head and head coming to the 8th ball.
Come on, two.
News
Get
at 10,
second or
Travel and
third.
Show, 2 back. Bolt Supremacy is rallying strongly now.
6 is
coming
hanging
after
big
them.
time.
And also
Yep.
Mio Bambino as News at 10.
Here
puts
comes
away
the
Travel
2,
and
Scotty.
Show.
Come on, baby.
Challenge from
Just
Mio
a
win.
Bambino.
Let's go.
He got it. He got it. Easy.
Yeah, baby.
Got it.
Scotty, 2-3. Scotty, 2-3. 2-3, Scotty. Yes. It's going to be gigantic, brother. 2-3.
I didn't.
Yes.
I didn't bet it that way. But
What?
I'm glad you got it. I know.
What?
He bet a 2-6.
I know. I had everything 3-5-6 with 2 and 3-5-6, 3-5-6 with 2 try. I was betting
No.
against you to win. Yeah.
Yes. 9-1 over 12-1.
Number 2,
That's sick.
Bambino was first. It's a photo for second.
Oh.
In a field, a 6-horse field where you had an even money and a 9-5.
I'm so stoked for you. And those that bet it. Oh my god.
The 2 was flying.
Oh my god, that is crazy. If it comes in 3-2,
It was
I
definitely
would be
3-2.
better. Oh
2-3.
2-3, 2-3, yeah.
5.
2-3.
god, that is awesome. Wow.
I love that the 2. I mean, it was getting back to turf, and that group was so weak. That was like legit perfect time for Scotty Longshot.
No doubt.
Chris Couples, the comment to that. Go watch the Magnitude race at Fairgrounds, and it might be better. But I love it. Thank you. That was fun.
That's going to be, what is that exacta paying? Let's see.
I have
here.
it 10 times.
Well, I can tell you the 2-3 exacta paid. Well, so everybody in the chat must have bet it because it paid $46. It should have paid $106, not $46, but that's okay.
I put it to win too, though, so that's okay.
Yeah.
I got the 2
Nice,
to win.
nice.
That was fun. All right, let's get out to Churchill Downs, you guys. That was a good hit, though.
On the way to the starting gate, this race, 6 furlongs.
Are we gonna go to
Currently, the
Woodbine?
favourite is number 7, Enchanted Forest, 2-1.
You know what? Let's do Woodbine, and then we'll go to
All
Churchill.
garnet and gold.
How
at
much
7
time
to
do we
2
have
and
till
9 to
Churchill?
2
They're
for
on the
number
track
1,
already.
Prima. So pretty good value across the
Oh,
board.
no, we got to go to
These
Churchill.
runners as
guys.
they come to the start.
Let me just
Yeah, we got.
and I'll
we're
move the
running out of
screens
time for
around
Churchill.
here.
Yeah, we got to go to Churchill. This is this is the American turf. Oh, guys, this was my best bet of the day. But with the track, I'm not even going to make any excuses. But I love the 2. I loved it then. The track has changed a little bit, and Rispoli's been doing great. I do like the 2, Scipio. I think the 5 can win this race. It's 3-1 on the E morning line. I found this horse a bit one-paced, although it looks like this horse is a closer. But if it gets the trip, then the 5 can win this race for sure for Grand Motion and Manny Franco. Zulu Kingdom is, what a nice horse this is, but it barely won a non-graded stakes race last time out. It did all of its winning and what it did against 2-year-olds. These are 3-year-olds now. They don't always run the same. I know it came back and ran good, but I think that I do think the horse might be getting overbet. So I like Scipio.
Scotty, you're not concerned at all with the way the turf course is playing with the moisture. It seems like you want to be, from what I've seen on the turf races that were run, that you may want to be on the outside part of the track.
Yeah.
Would you concur?
Yes.
Okay.
It's going to be better to be on the outside. You're right.
Hey,
I mean,
we
no
got-
doubt about it.
Okay. With that being said,
Right.
I'm leading you into a parlay here. I'm going with 2 crazy long shots in here in a race that I have really no comfort level with. So I thought the 14 or 15 could be live here to hit the board. So I'm using both of them.
Okay.
Megalodon, and for host Josie Carroll and Chad Summers with Hammerhead, who I just looking at Hammerhead especially. No, hold on a second. Where the heck are my notes? I apologize with the scratches. I'm a little. If we go to Hammerhead, this horse is second off a layoff. I mean, had the outside post in the 11 post in the Transylvania, and it was just had a terrible break, and did manage to make up a lot of ground and finish a decent, only 5 lengths behind test score and your 2 horse, and also Maui Strong. And I know it was a big price, but off the layoff, I mean, this horse was in the race at Woodbine in October, won pretty impressively, and then had 2 seconds after it. I think this horse is just, he could hit the board, and also the 14 I thought might be a little live here.
Justin, did you
huge
have
prices. Huge prices.
What happened, Justin?
Sorry, I know I was still excited. We got there's like
Phone in the gate here,
77 to 1. 77 to 1 on the
Okay.
exacta. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Going in the gate. I'm going to say I think Mio Baggio, the 4, has a shot
Eight
on
to
the front
wire.
end here.
Yeah.
8 to wire.
This is a very tough race.
Yeah, an impossible race. Yes, that's what normally leads me to play crazy long shots.
But I think the 7 and 10 are solid favorites. And I thought the 3 wants a mile, and this might be a little too long. And of course, the 4 stumbles a little bit coming out of the gate.
You guys hear the call?
No.
No.
You can't hear the call?
No.
No, you want me to put my sound up?
I can try
Yeah.
mine too.
I don't know. Yeah, the sound seems low.
Yeah, that's really weird. I thought you guys could hear my sound. Okay.
We could be 4 for some reason.
What
now
about
it's
mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
Note that the 4 is apparently got the message that the rail's not any good.
As they head for the far turn, they're running off the rail. They're clear by length
Yeah.
and a half now as Warlander starts to cut into that margin.
Well, Baggio's on the lead right now. Zulu Kingdom is running very nicely in second.
Mibago's
But the
opening
4 is
up.
opening up, guys.
Nearly 3 as they head for the quarter pole. Mibago, the one to catch off the turn. Zulu Kingdom switches outside, trying to target Mibago into the final furlong. Zulu Kingdom trying to get on track, is getting on track now. Mibago fully extended. Zulu Kingdom.
Here comes the 5 test score.
Up the rail, that's the place to be.
Kingdom is going to win this race, guys.
50 yards to
Kingdom.
go.
Big favorite's going to win.
Comes
Yeah.
away with the lead,
And test score's
Zulu
gonna
Kingdom
run
scores. Zulu Kingdom, the winner in the end. Test score and new.
That's
Century, the 3 horse was 3rd, you guys.
But that's pretty much what we talked about in that race. It was I remember when it was the 2-7-5 was most of the discussion. So the 7-5,
Yeah.
I almost played the exacta there, but I was too late.
The 2 had no excuses. The 7 horse ran a really nice trip under Flavian Pratt and Chad Brown, second off the layoff. The 5 horse got second test score under Manny Franco over New Century. So it looks like it's 7-5-3, correct, guys? I'm pretty sure.
I believe that was what I saw as well, with the 4 making up the superfecta.
Yeah. 7-5-3. Mibaggio ran huge, Oldie.
Yeah.
Ran very well.
Yeah.
You saw that one well, Oldie, from a pace. I think it was Jose. He did a good job. It looked really dangerous there at the top of the stretch.
And I believe that was another winner for the weekend preview show too.
Yeah, we were talking about that horse a lot. Yeah.
Yep.
Guys, we got race number 7 over at Gulfstream Park. Let's get out there.
All right.
That's another one for the EquinEdge picks and win percentages, guys. Been on fire.
All right. Race 7 at Gulfstream.
Nice going, Chris. So we have a 1-2 favorite, 40%, 3-5 EE morning line, top EquinEdge pick. It's called Spirited Boss. And this one is won its last 3 races, only 4 lifetime races, you guys. And first time on the turf last time out was a non-graded stakes race. I can tell you it's very difficult. First of all, it went up in class 10 points on the SOR. Very difficult to go on a new surface and then beat a stakes field. So that was pretty impressive. And that was the first time the horse had faced an open company field. So that was pretty impressive. Now it's 40% to win.
Well, I have to ask David though, because there's a Christophe Clement horse in this race.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to reserve any comment to myself on this horse. 13-1. If I look at the form on this horse, just broke its maiden.
Charles Winningham, it couldn't get this horse to win, Oldy, in this race.
All right.
Okay.
Bobby Frankel couldn't get this horse to win in this race.
Well, the 2 just looks pretty imposing here, right? I mean, going for 4 victories in a row.
The 3 horse could take them a long ways, you guys. Speed holds.
That was my only other thoughts, Guy. I was kind of looking. I think it's a 2-horse race for me. Like I did think the 3 might be able to beat the 2, maybe.
Well, it's a short stretch. It's a short stretch. And,
well, the rail's at 66 feet too, Scotty. So I think the 3 could get loose and be. Reyes does a good job too on the turf. I could see the 3 beating the 2.
The 2 is very tactical though. But the 3 is good. It looks like these 2 horses are getting any odds at all as far as exactas. The 3-2 exactas $8.
3 to 1, 2, 3. You get 9 to 1, 3, 2. But
yeah, I mean the thing is, you would make a little bit of money if it comes in 3-2, but if it comes in 2-3, you do really well. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. Or you could throw the 2 out and try to make some money with a 3-8 or somebody coming from behind too, because it looks like there could be a lot of speed here. So maybe a 1-5 or 1-6 makes sense here.
What you doing?
I don't know.
Pretty good.
You think that too? I mean, the first time on the turf in a 74 stakes and won 12 to 1. I mean, that definitely was the day to bet the horse. I do agree with you. Right. I mean, trying to beat this horse, but I mean, D'Angelo's probably leading in wins. He was right up there at the Royal Palm meet. So,
well, but how often do you see a horse at a big price like that come back and run all that well the next time out?
It is so Perez rides. I mean, he uses him a little bit, but that would be a little bit of a knock. I mean, this horse had Irad on and then Castellano, but I don't. There's no. Looks like Vasquez now riding. Where's Jaramillo riding the 6?
Guys, the 4 horse is capable of being in the money. It was 7-2 on the odds makers morning line, 12-1 on the EE morning line. The horse is 10-1, but that does not mean that the horse can't run in this race. It needed the race last time out, most likely off of a 5-month layoff, and it was 80% to win. Wow. I mean, that horse disappointed. They added blinkers, and so they keep the blinkers on, and now the horse is getting back on turf. I mean, it's faced some nice fields, and 2 and 3 races back on the turf. So there's no reason why this 4 horse couldn't run a decent race. But I think this race between the 2 and the 3. I think a 2, 3, 4 trifecta cold. That's the bet.
2, 3, 4 trifecta cold. I'm going to try to beat the 2 and the 3. And I'm going to play the horses coming from behind, and I'm going to play the 1, 5, and 6 in an exacta box.
I'm calling on ice cold Dave Weaver trifecta. 2, 3, 4. One time. All right, Oldie, let's get out to the race.
All right, I'm playing. I decided to play Clement, coming off the pace with the 6 horse with Aramillo.
Come on.
There you
Okay,
go.
you're just gonna go against the grain. I know how you are.
I know, of course.
If the 6 horse wins, I'll give you my watch.
Okay, now there's 2 other witnesses here, and also we have a bunch of people on the chat. So
I've seen this end the wrong way before, Scotty.
I heard that if I get my hands on that watch, I can officially retire. That's what I've been told.
The horses are at the gate.
Nobody knows where the watch is. I've
Almost
lost it so
time.
many times.
I won't be
First
wearing.
start, race number 7, starting leg of today's late pick 5, the Honey Rider Stakes. Heavily favored, the stakes winner Spirited
Well,
Boss.
I'm predicting the 3 is going to be on the lead, and the 2 is going to be sitting on the inside in second.
In the line goes Curlane,
And
Special Aviators ready, and from the outside Origami will complete
back
line.
to the 8 horse early.
The 6 flying from the clouds, gets up by a nose with Jaramillo.
They're off in the Honey Rider. Excellent start for Spirited Boss. Starship Impulsive got away in good shape. In fact, she wants to lead. Starship Impulsive goes to the early advantage. Its Witchcraft is now second at the rail. Spirited Boss, and in between horses, Special Aviator. On the far outside, it's Origami in front of Curlane. Just ahead of her is Annie Goodbody. And the run around the first turn, Starship Impulsive has rail position and the lead, but she's pushed along. It's Witchcraft in the 2-path second. Great early spot for the race favorite Spirited Boss, third at the inside while on a hold. And the 2-path Special Aviator is now racing in fourth, 2 in front of Origami. Then it's Annie Goodbody, and Curlane is last. They have less than 5 furlongs to run in the 2025 Honey Rider Stakes. The leader, Starship Impulsive, in front by only half a length. Up on the outside, it's Witchcraft in second. Spirited Boss. Perez deciding whether he wants to make a backstretch move. He'll take back and race in third. Back to fourth in Special Aviator. Then it's Curlane and Origami, and Annie Goodbody is last. They put on some speed in the second quarter. It's Witchcraft using hard on the inside horse, Starship Impulsive. Loose and charging now is Spirited Boss at the rail. Curlane, she's made good headway, and they're a quarter of a mile from the finish. From the outside, it sits Witchcraft. 3 wide, Spirited Boss trying to find under pressure Starship Impulsive. Curlane is next.
You better watch that watch, Scotty.
An eighth of a mile remains. Starship Impulsive is very game. Spirited Boss runs at her from the outside. Final 16th of a mile. Reyes goes left-handed on Starship Impulsive, and that was a winning move. Starship Impulsive found more and wins the Honey Rider by 2. Second, Spirited Boss. Third was Curlane. Fourth was Witchcraft.
Went down, but
133 and 3.
Speed's always dangerous.
Well, and Scotty, the rail, is perfect.
It says it paid $5.
It probably got. I mean, look at Scotty. That's what I was saying. The 5-2. I mean, so it took a lot of late money.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 33 minutes to the next race over at Churchill Downs. Why don't we quickly go over to Churchill Downs, just look at it, and then we will cover race number 2 at Santa Anita. Okay. Let's see if we can get out there.
Let me remember to remove before I add. That's why it wasn't working. There we go.
Okay.
I've got it up over here.
You have it up? All right. I'm going to try to refresh real quickly and see if that helps my... Oh, I got it.
There you go. Okay.
Okay. So we've got race number 10, 32 minutes to the race. And this is the $1 million Derby City Distaff. Yes, these are for older mares, 4 and up. And, of course, it's a grade 1 race. And I have a note that says, first of all, the picks have been on fire the last 2 days, as we've been talking about. But if you look at Ways and Means, top win, top SOR, top GSR, lowest EE morning line, and EE second pick, these horses win 44% of the time and are 82% in the money. This horse is 3-1 right now. And I have a note, and the horse has got a big GSR too. And I have a note that says this horse is going to be really tough on a wet track. And look at the GSR; it's like monstrous.
Yeah, I mean that's what we talked about on the weekend preview show too, is that this horse has done its best running on a wet track.
Yeah, like
Uh,
3-1 right now, and Copian is only 6% to win. And I know, see on paper, you see a horse wins by 4.5 lengths. On paper, the horse looks great, no question. This would not be the favorite to me. I think Scylla and Ways to Means are better horses.
and Valhalla too, I mean, is kind of getting bet. But remember, we talked on the weekend preview show about the price difference between Emery, Mystic Lake, and Positano Sunset.
Yeah.
But they're actually pretty even on the board right now.
This is an easy one for me, you guys, especially with look at what this horse has done on a sloppy track. For me, there's no question who my bet's going to be. It's going to be on Ways and Means.
That's who I singled in the All Stakes Pick 5.
You might have a good one there. Yeah. Now, the one horse Scylla is getting overlooked a little bit, and it could be a mistake. It does draw the inside. It was on a muddy track against easier over at Churchill Downs, and it won by 7 lengths. It draws inside, does draw the rail. It's 8-1, equal to the EquinEdge morning line. So, that's not a negative. It's just there's so many good horses in here that you're going to get the odds you want on a horse. So,
right.
Emery's the one a little bit surprising. I mean, this is a really nice horse that loves these conditions, and this horse is completely dead on the board. What do you make of that, David?
Yeah, I'm not sure because maybe the betting public is down on her after the loss as the prohibitive favorite in the Madison, but that was off a layoff. I mean, she's had 3 layoffs in the last, 3 freshenings in the last 3 races, and I'm not sure. Again, it should be right there. I mean, it has won on and off track. We'll see. There's plenty of time before the wagering, but at 12-1 looks like a value play. But I'd like to go back to the 8 Ways and Means. I mean, this horse, she's working like a monster. But you know me, I always have the concern about the layoff. I know she comes out of the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, lost to Sultan of Angel, had a rough trip and kind of got involved in that pace scenario where Sultan of Angel came up and collared everybody. But I just think there's a number of ways you can go here. This race to me was just, I'm looking for some sort of a new face or somebody who's not competed against somebody coming in from out of town, and that would be the 2 Copian. But again, we're dealing with a sloppy track. I'm not sure, so I'm still trying to make a decision on this race. I thought this race was quite competitive.
Yeah, I mean, Copian has speed, so I don't think it's going to hurt the horse. But Mystic Lake is, very, very fast. Hope Road on the outside is very fast. Now, Copian beat Hope Road fairly easily last time out. Hope Road that day was 2-1, and Copian was your 6-5 favorite. So it's a tough one. I don't like the inside post personally, but Hope Road. I don't know. Do you, Justin? Do you give Hope Road a chance to rebound? Drawing an outside post. I don't know that this horse rates all that well. I see in the Torrey Pine that it did. It was back early and then won the race, but it was a big favorite to do that. I don't know that Hope Road can rate all that much.
I would agree with you. I was looking at this, Scott, when I relooked at this race. I don't think my opinion changes. I mean, I was still really trying to get around the speed in Hope Road and Mystic Lake, and somebody said off. I was Copian taking all the money, and I thought you might be able to beat Ways and Means, and my opinion still doesn't change. I think Vava or Scylla could win this race at a nice price. So I think I can't remember. I think I ended up putting Scylla on top. is if I remember correctly. I was just about to look,
Yeah.
but they
Oldy,
both
I
love the
don't
track. They've both won on a wet track there at Churchill. I mean,
Well, yeah, Justin Vaha, the 7 Vaha is Sherry DeVoe. And it's 4 for 4 over Churchill, right? So kind of tough to not use that horse. But then again, this horse, she only beat Positano Sunset back last year in the Chicago, the grade 3, by about just over a length. So to me right now, at the price, the 11 looks pretty tempting. Third off a layoff after 2 consecutive victories for Ian Wilkes. That's a horse. If I get at least 10 to 1, I might be willing to take a shot and match it up with Ways and Means. But I'm concerned always about the layoff. Ways and Means, to me, is obviously the class in this race. Has the highest GSR of a 96. Over a wet track, and I'm just, I'm still searching around for a price. I want to use a long shot in there with maybe the 8. But what do you think, gentlemen, about Positano Sunset? This horse, she's won 2 in a row. It hasn't competed over a sloppy track, though. That might be my concern. Any comments?
Not really a fan. I mean, the horse. Yeah, I don't know. It was okay. I don't like the types of horses that. I mean, this horse won this race, no doubt about it. But it just where'd this race come from? It barely beat a 50,000 handicap field over at Tampa, and all of a sudden wins a grade 1. I don't know. I'm not really that big a fan. But Oldy, I would like to know about Vava real quickly. This horse is probably. Look at this, all 80s competition in the last 5 races. I don't think I've actually ever seen that. Obviously, a specialist at 7 furlongs. The last 7 races have been at 7 furlongs, but 3 straight layoff lines. But does have 6 wins in 15 races, and Irad jumps aboard for Sherry DeVoe again. So what do you think about Vava?
I mean, Vava is pretty far down my list. I think you got to look harder at Scylla than Valva.
Okay.
If you want one of the horses for the course, it's the top pick. And we know how the picks have been doing. The horse can rate, I think, more than Valva did. And they faced each other in their last race. And Scylla finished ahead of Valva as well. So I think we're maybe overlooking the 1 a little bit here. But I just don't like what I've seen the last 2 races from the 7 here.
Okay. We're going to get out to Santa Anita. Oldy, can you bring up that video so we can watch this race live? We have a maiden state bred, Calbred, $50,000 race, fillies and mares between 3 and 5-year-olds, $33,000 purse. And the favorite has been running on the turf, and the GSR drops from 65 to 50 to 51. Now it is facing easier, no doubt about it. And 2 back, it was facing a 46 group. But is this horse beatable here, Oldy?
I think that horse. There's a chance to beat that horse with either the 3 or the 5 there. You can see it on the race sim. I mean, the 5's coming late. The 3's going to have the lead almost to the stretch. And you see a lot of times when you turn for home at Anita, if you're on the lead and to the inside, that can be a huge advantage.
Dan's got to work here on the 3-horse Flash That Smile that says this horse is ready to go. Second off the layoff off of almost a year layoff, and ran huge last time out. And it looks like this one is going to have the lead. And Justin, 4 to 1 right now. The EquinEdge second pick. It's also a horse to watch.
You're muted, Justin.
Thanks, Oldy. Sorry, Scotty. I was plugging in. I mean, when I looked at this, I mean, it was wide open because you have an 0 for 16, and then you have an 0 for 4, and then an 0 for 3. I mean, the 2's taking money. I mean, that's kind of how I looked at this. I mean, it was just lightly raced, and it's dropping here. I mean, working well. I mean, it kind of fit. They didn't have huge preference here.
For me, David, with horses like the 3, I like taking speed horses like this that look like they have some upside when you have a lot of horses in the race that have been burning money in the past.
Yeah, the 3 should be on the lead with the 67 pace metric, and it's speed with me. I'm a speed player, and it's tempting to take that price at 9-2.
It is. Oldy, can you get out to the race they're about to run?
Of course.
Over the main track, and she's in for the $50,000
So,
today. So I'm going to hang my
Oldie,
hat
what do you think
on
about
Maria
Flash That
Powell's
Smile? I'm
baby.
kind of leaning towards this one and making a play on it.
Everybody playing today.
No, I
was
like
Flash
that horse
Smile
here. I think
for
that's
the
a
early pick 4.
good play here.
Tyler's very good out of the gate too, you guys. He can break a horse as good as anybody out of the gate, and I like that. Also, Sean McCarthy is 13% with second-time starters and only 5% with first-time starters. So,
And second off a layoff.
yeah. So I mean, maybe or second off the layoff, right? Better than when first off the layoff. Thank you, David. So yeah. So I mean, I think the 3 horse is going to be tough to catch.
And I think the 6 is going to be flying.
So maybe
just get a good break.
Little drop down in SOR.
Forever to the outside.
Gets a pace up front.
And they're off. Quick start for Roseanne Rules. Smiling Forever on the outside is up to take the lead, and Flash That Smile is showing her natural early foot up to take second. The next flight headed by
3
Elsa Dutton,
broke a little
joined by
slow and was
stable
not
name
able to get the
Maria
lead,
Tolchik at
guys.
the fence.
The 7
Big
Smiling
Bush
Forever
just
gets
outside
it.
of them, and Firecracker Molly
Although I
in
will say the
back.
3 looks completely
Smiling
relaxed being in
Forever
second right now.
and Relu Gutierrez lead the way by 3.
Here's
Flash
your
That Smile is
2-to-1
in
favorite,
second.
Maria
At the
Tall
rail,
Chief.
Maria Tall Chief and Roseanne Rules side by side. Elsa Dutton is the gray.
Tried to
fifth
make a
and
middle
inching up
move
3
there and got
wide.
kind of shut off
Gap
at the
of
rail
4 to
too.
Big Whoosh and Firecracker Molly.
Flash That
Less
Smile.
than 3 furlongs to go. It's Smiling Forever
went
with
off
a
at
2-length
5-1.
lead. Flash That Smile cuts into the margin willingly now. That lead down to a half length suddenly. Elsa Dutton has taken third. Maria
all
Tall
out.
Chief is at the rail. They're at the top of the stretch. And Flash That Smile and Smiling Forever are nose to nose with a furlong to go. And here's Maria Tall Chief. And on the outside, Elsa Dutton. Down at the rail, Roseanne Rules a 16th to go. And it's a tenuous lead for Flash That Smile. Maria Tall Chief, Elsa Dutton. 3 of them come for the wire together. Maria Tall Chief. Maria Tall Chief got there. Tight photo
looks like
between
2-4-3.
Elsa Dutton and Flash That Smile.
A
Behind
3
them
ran
is
a big
Queen
race,
Smiling
but
Forever
the
and Big
favorite
Whoosh.
Maria Tall Chief ends up getting the win. Elsa Dutton was the EquinEdge long shot, guys, who got bet. So the picks had it right.
Yeah, I mean the slow break is probably what the difference was in that race.
Yeah. David, don't usually like to go to Belmont because we don't have approval to show races unless there's something you really like over there. Is there something you like at Belmont?
I don't like anything at Belmont because it's closed and it's under renovation. But if you want to,
okay. I know.
If
Here
you
we
want to
go.
go to Belmont at the Big A,
Okay.
I think we can do that.
I
That
can't
always
call it
confuses me.
Aqua,
Like
but-
I said, I think of Belmont and I think of Big Sandy with that long stretch and
I
horses
should have
rolling
known
wide. So
better.
I've got to readjust my thinking. We're
By
talking.
the time we get grief for this, the race is going to be over.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Well, let me just see. I did handicap this race, and I thought it was a total head scratcher. So I can't really give you an opinion here at all. I just didn't know which way to go.
Well, we've got 17 minutes before Churchill. Guys, why don't we make this? I'm going to be the producer right now. Why don't we go to Gulfstream, 7 minutes for that, and then it'll be perfect that we can go straight to Churchill race number 10.
I just want, as Oldie switches the screen, getting back to the 2, I just think the 2 in the race sim have that thing perfect. You know, I mean, the 2 got the perfect trip. The race sim saw it like perfect, but I just chiming in, Sky, real quick on that.
Yeah, no, it was good. The 3 horse couldn't get the lead. The 7 got the lead. Was sent out of there, and I think if the 3 does get the lead, it probably wins that race. But it ends up getting off at 5-1. But it ran good, and They were the top 3 win percentages as well. And 2 paid 640. The Exacta, let's see here. The Exacta paid $22.60 for $1. That's pretty amazing, actually. Look at that trifecta, you guys. You
$125 for a buck.
$125.80 for that? That's amazing.
With the favorite at 2-1 on top.
That's a really nice payout there.
So,
all right,
Scotty, Gulfstream Race 8. Take a look at this one horse, Bird Wildcat.
Let's see here.
And also, David, I was going to say soon it will be big rubber as well as big sandy because it will have the synthetic track as well.
No, don't go there. Don't go there on Kentucky Derby Day, my friend. Don't ruin my mood.
You're digging a needle.
Yeah, don't ruin my Derby mode and Derby mood. And I might be pouring my Belvedere vodka very soon. And start talking about tequila coming up. But I will. Yeah, it's a tradition for me to have either a gin or a vodka drink before the Derby. So I think I'll be pouring in a little while if you guys don't mind. Yeah, Bird Wildcat. I did take a look at that horse, Oldy, and the concern I have is in racing at the 6,000 claiming level, right? And it's facing some drop downs here that may have a little more class. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that horse.
Well, it looks like that could be lone pace, and that horse has been hammered down.
Yeah.
From the regular morning line to the E morning line there.
I see that in a 77 pace metric, so it's about a 20-point advantage. When I see 25 to 30, to me, that's worth a play. I'm just not sure that this horse. Yeah, I'm not sure that.
Well, listen, the last 2 times it's got the lead, it's won easily. So it does very well when it gets the lead. All right. So, and then in the stretch, it's right there. I mean, the 2-horse Bold Looker. I mean, this horse has had some issues the last couple of races, and it just doesn't seem to get there. But it's a major player in this race. Boldy, what do you think?
I think that when you're walking in Vegas, people are like, "Hey, there's a Bold Looker," but no, for real, Bold Looker, I just think is too slow. I mean, that's a 6 pace number at Gulfstream going a mile. No, thank you.
I'm 100% with you. Like horses like this that are so far back don't win at Gulfstream Park. I think that's a really good observation, honestly. And I think it's a horse to try to beat. The other thing that doesn't do well in the dirt, especially with no speed, is the 8-horse. That horse doesn't have any speed and it draws wide. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think the 2 favorites are very vulnerable here.
It's like impossible sky to win from out there a lot of times, especially when you have no speed, right? I mean,
yeah.
4 is dead on the board.
Yeah. I mean, I know the 2 wins the race simulator in the 8th second, but again, the race simulator is only running if everything went perfect. It's not looking at what post position the horse is in. So if you were to throw the 2 and the 8 out, look at the race.
Yeah.
Maybe the 6-horse higher radio. Should we be looking at the 6-horse, or when I look at a horse like this, it looks like it can rate a little bit. I mean, it can rate a little bit.
I mean, it might be a little cheap. I mean,
Gets off the rail.
The 5, the long shot, hasn't been running, but this is a significant drop there.
This horse could rebound. Absolutely. It's the only blue line if you take out the 2 and the 8. 7-horse has got a wide post. I don't like the 7-horse here. I don't like where the horse is in the first call. So the horse is not going to get a great trip. So I would probably throw that horse out as well. 1's going to have an easy lead. And then, I mean, look at that line between the 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I mean, And you've got some prices in there, you guys. What about this horse? 0 for 10, the trainer with new acquisitions. And the last couple of races, this horse has just not run good. But it's also broke slow. It was through early, floated out. You know, it just, something happened. But now it ends up here. It's 12 to 1 on the E morning line. It's getting a little bit of action. I mean, maybe this horse can rebound. Major King. Here's one that I don't know that we can trust. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I was just handicapping the race, and yeah, I don't trust Major King. Where I'm going, well, if you look at Major King off the drop from 10 down to the 6th level, it didn't really show much. You know, I have a little bit of interest, and I think the price is crazy off a morning line 10 to 1. Is Forwardly, I understand the outside part of the track. This horse has been running mostly on synthetics, but has a couple of dirt starts. But I like the drop. I mean, going to 6, this horse has never been to 6 that I can see recently. And I think just the class relief, it goes down in GSR. I know it's a crazy price, so I'm not going to suggest that it's a win candidate, but I think I would use the 7 underneath the 1, 2, and 8. And, you know, who knows, maybe a win place bet to just cover it. So, yeah, again, you know me, I'm a sucker for any long shots. I think the 7 at that price just interests me to hit the board. Okay. Other than that, I don't really have much opinion on that, on the other horses. So I'd use the 1, 2, 8 with the 7. Just trying to get a 7 in the money, even a triple.
And Oldy, you have a horse you like in this race?
Yeah, I'm on the 1 here.
You're going to stay on the 1? Okay.
The last 2 times the 1's had the lead at this level, he's gone gate to wire.
Okay. The 5 horse, Justin, Spitesburg Comite. No idea if I pronounced that right. But this one seems to have some tactical speed. And I know it didn't run great last time out. But this, you know, this is a completely different race. It also drew a wide post. Those don't do well over at Gulfstream Park. It's, you know, on the dirt, 1 turns. You know, on the inside, horses saving ground. Like, you know, it looks, if the horse can rate, and I don't know that it's that great at rating, but if the 4 horse could rate, it could actually sit a really nice trip. It's 10 to 1 on the E morning line, though. It only has 4 wins and 11 second place finishes. So I'm kind of leaning against, but what are your thoughts, Justin?
He is not there. Right?
He's not there. But we do have Paul Nolan from sunny Dublin, Ireland. Welcome, yeah, Paul.
From I Ireland. Make sure nice. You saw that, Scotty.
Hope you're enjoying the show.
I'm glad to have you, Paul.
So glad to have you. Yep.
Oh no, thank you. I'm so glad you're figuring it out. A lot of times you have you know, new people. It's sometimes can be hard to learn it and get it down because it's different than traditional handicapping, you know.
Well, but Scotty, I find that that a lot of international people like the system a lot, not only because of the fixed odds that we've discussed, but they're not as reliant on speed figures as well.
Yeah. By the way, Oldy, I'm really leaning. This horse has 6 wins. You got the bug on the 1 horse, Bird Wildcat, 4 to 1 on the E morning line. And the last 2 times this horse has had an easy lead, it's won. And it won 3 back at these conditions. I have to go with the 1 because I can't find anything else. But I imagine the 2 or 8 will probably get second. But the 5 is interesting me a little bit as well, only because it's the EquinEdge long shot. And the EquinEdge long shot, you guys could have chosen the 6, 7. It could have chosen the 1. It could have chosen the 3. But it chose the 5. And so I might do like a 5, 1 exacta. I don't know. I see the 2 and the 8, one of them for second or third, more than I do winning. So, but I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be.
I played the 5, Scotty.
You played the 5?
Yeah. Sorry, I had to make the kids lunch real quick. They just came back from baseball. They canceled our game. So I get to hang and watch
The
the
horses
Derby.
are at the
Amazing.
gate.
Day to cancel.
It's now post time. Moving
Is
into
it
line
mirrors?
for
It
race
looks really
number 8,
dark
first
there
leg
right
of
now.
Elite Pick 4 offering, named for the Green Ivy.
It does.
Yeah.
In the line goes Ringside with Bird
Yeah,
Wildcat.
against some
Bold
strong
Looker is
teams
ready
in
now.
South Florida.
In the center, Spitesburg
The 8 horse
Colmete.
is the big favorite,
Major
but
King,
from that
he's one of
post
the betting
position at
choices. The
Gulfstream
race favorite is
is
the 8,
absolutely,
looking
in
at
my mind,
Roses.
worth trying to beat.
Pirate Radio is ready. Major King stepping forward, so the veteran campaigner looking at Roses, race favorite under Miguel Vasquez, will be the last to move in.
I mean, it's
1 mile
bottom
the
level
trip, start
too.
of Elite Pick 4.
I mean,
They're all in line. And they're off.
Yeah.
Level beginning.
Didn't like that start.
Major King, one of the first to break the line.
Wow,
Moving up
that's
on
a
the
bad
outside,
break,
it's
huh?
forwardly put into play early. Down at the inside, Spitesburg Colmete is not far away. Rain back
And
to
look,
last.
the
is
7
Bold
ended up
Looker,
getting
and
the
out in the middle
lead.
is Looking at
David's
Roses,
horse.
just
That's
ahead of him.
amazing.
They chase the
That horse
speed
could
of
be
forwardly.
gone.
Oh,
And
yeah.
did you see the money change? 30-1 going into the gate, 15-1 as they break out.
That's
Pirate
incredible.
Radio fourth behind a 23-4 opening quarter. Up to the outside, it's Looking at Roses. He's there fifth.
You might not
Racing
catch
into
this horse,
sixth
you
is
guys.
Ringside with Bird Wildcat, and
One
Rios
time
and
for
Bold Looker
David.
a long way last and already encouraged to keep up. As 2 of the favorites are under pressure already. They're strung out over a ton of ground here.
That's right.
And they're rolling up front, forwardly. Tries to stretch out the field. He's at the half-mile point through a 46 and 2
Too fast.
half-mile speed. It's forwardly by 2.5. Major King second, Spitesburg Comete
He's
third.
making a little bit of a
Vasquez
move.
getting a
Who's
response
not
finally
moving?
from Looking at Roses. He's up into fourth. In between horses, Ringside.
Who's
Then
coming
Pirate
from-
Radio.
now the two's
Winding up
moving.
from the back.
Wide
Bold
and-
Looker.
and
He's
flat.
got the fresh legs and he's charging hard on the far outside. Less than a quarter of a mile to come. 5 wide. Bold Looker with a big blitzing move. And he takes over the lead. 3 quarters, 1:12-4, and Bold Looker looks to have it put away already. He's 3/16 from home and widening on Looking at Roses into second. Pirate Radio is now third. Bold Looker
Look
is
at
16
that.
from the money. Looking at Roses tries to go
I'm
get
not
him
even
again.
trying to beat
Bold
the
Looker trying
EquinEdge
to
picks
finish the
anymore. It
job.
doesn't even matter the
Outside,
post.
it's Looking at Roses. Bold Looker. Looking at Roses. Bold
Look at that.
Looker in front. Second is Looking at
Wait.
Roses. Third is Pirate Radio. They were a zip code clear of Major King, who's fourth, in 139-3.
All right. 2-8. Churchill Downs. We got 4 minutes, guys. Let's get out to race number 10.
Churchill, 4 minutes.
The EquinEdge picks have been killing it, you guys. I told you I'm all over ways and means. David, do you have a strong feeling in here?
Yeah, no. I'm still trying to come up with a last-minute play here. This is a race that I didn't anticipate to make a strong play on because I just couldn't figure it out, Scotty.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up again.
I think Copian's getting overbet, especially from that 2 post.
Yeah, I can't use Copian coming from the West Coast on a sloppy track for the first time. Ways and means, I mean, again, you're getting if you like this filly, you're getting a decent price at 5-2, right?
Yeah.
It was 3-1, just ticked down. But so in a race like this, when I really have difficulty separating some of these contenders, I know that Ways and Means I loved in the past. I'm still a little skeptical about the layoff, but it's a must use. So then I just look for a possible overlay launch shot. And I still really, the horse I think is an overlay at this point, and I probably will use with Ways and Means is Mystic Lake at that price. I mean, off a morning line at 8-1, you're getting 14-1.
Yeah.
Came out of the Madison, but that was won by Positano Sunset. But there was a speed duel in there. And Positano Sunset got a perfect trip up the rail. Maybe the second race off a layoff, even though never won at Churchill and never competed on a off track. It is a Motown. What's the GSR? May not be the greatest, I would think, for what's the GSR Mystical? 72, but Ways and Means has such a commanding pace metric advantage at 16 in a field like this. So I'm going to, at that price, I'm going to throw in Mystic Lake with the 8. So it would be 8-6 for me. And just to cover myself, a small win bet on the 6. And no triple or anything. So yeah, I'm going to try to get the 6 up at that price again. When I see an inscrutable race, I'm looking for a little bit of a horse. I think maybe an Overland. That's Mystic Lake for me. With
guys, on the when we were covering the preview show for the Derby, we talked about this horse a little bit and how, I mean, this is such an amazing horse, filly, and how she's getting so disregarded. Now, she had a perfect trip last time out and just ran poorly. I don't know why, but you're getting 15-1 on her. Look at the EE morning line on this horse. 15-1. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, currently 12-1 on Mystic Lake, the long shot. I just didn't like that last effort. We talked about this on the preview show. I didn't like her or Emery's last effort. And if I'm taking 12-1 there, why wouldn't I take 14-1 on Positano Sunset?
And that's the other alternative. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the same pace setup today, potentially.
Yeah, but you have to forgive races as well, you guys, and so in the Madison, Emery had the inside. Now draws a better post. The horses had some layoff lines as well. I think Emery is also another one who. Emery is not only 24%, but 7-2 on the EE morning line is currently 10-1. I mean, that's tremendous value. Hold on real quickly. I'm going to turn it up. But I'm going to take my dog's squeaky toy away first.
I was wondering. I thought there was a duck outside my window. The ducks sound like that in Florida, and I don't have ducks up here. I'm in Rochester. I'm like, what the hell? But did my duck, my favorite duck, fly up with me?
Oh yeah, she loves
Scotty,
this.
do you want me?
Huh?
Do you want me to do the sound, or you got it?
No, go ahead. My sound you guys can't hear for whatever reason.
No, I got it. They're loading.
At the gate. Good luck, you guys. Okay, Oldy, you are on who?
I went with it, so I'm on the 8 on top.
Ways and Means.
Yes.
And Justin?
Scylla.
Scylla the 1. And David?
I'm going to try my luck with a Ways and Means, number 8, with the number 6 Mystic Lake Exacta. And just in case Mystic Lake runs a bang-up race, a little win place bet on that horse. So
all right.
Good luck, everybody.
I played a daily double into integration in the next.
This is the Derby City Distaff. This is a grade 1 race.
Hope Road
and
Miss Susan.
There is a couple more left to load. $12 is acting up a bit, you guys. That's Hope Road, drawn on the outside. Somebody earlier was asking about this horse, but the way this horse is acting right now and that wide post, not likely.
Last one will be.
I'll tell you why they're asking, though, is because it was working with Nysos.
All right, they're off. Good break by Hope Road.
For Ways and Means, and Mystic Lake was away well too. Vava.
Mystic Lake getting the lead early, not surprisingly. Hope Road
tries to tuck
in second
as they race up the chute till they cross to the main track where Mystic Lake has
Mystic
made a
Lake,
clear
guys,
lead.
moving
Mystic
easily on the
Lake
lead in the
half.
mud. Looks like she's really enjoying that. 17-1.
Emery in the clear fourth. Ways and Means.
Emery, the 9 is Mava's in third. Ways and Means is in fourth. And the jockey is literally loaded on the 8. In between horses, though, right now. It's not a good place to
trails
be.
to field behind that opening quarter in just 22-1. On to the far turn. Mystic Lake leads by half a length.
There's the 9, Emery,
Road
making a
coming with more
move.
pressure now, and Emery
Ways
is
and
set
Means
up
is loaded,
3
you
wide
guys.
for the run to the quarter pole. Ways and Means and Vava.
Hope
moving
Road
in
taking
tandem.
up.
They're down inside. They're
And
fourth
on the
and fifth.
outside, but there goes
It's
Ways
wings
and
to the
Means.
far outside 6th. Scylla's in 7th
Really
as they come to
moving.
the
It's
top
going
of
to
the
be in the
stretch.
middle of the
where
track.
Hope Road comes
Goes to the
wide off the
outside.
turn.
No, going to go on the
Rapids
inside of
away
Hope
from the
Road.
top of the stretch. Copian runs up into second.
No,
Ways
yeah,
and Means
yeah,
in
they're
behind
over.
in third. 1 furlong to
Yeah,
go.
here's some
Hope
Copian.
Road fully extended on
And
the lead.
Copian and Hope
Copian
Road,
trying
look
to
at that.
push on
The two of
by.
them are
Here's
dueling.
Copian,
And
who's
Ways
up
and
for
Means on
lead
the
right at
inside.
the 16th pole. And Copian kicks
Copian's going to win
away.
this race.
Copian splashes
Hope
home the
Road.
3-length winner.
And the
Hope
8
Road
had
was
to sell
second,
for third,
Raisin
and
was third,
the
and
one
Scylla
horse,
was fourth.
Justin's Scylla,
Yeah.
that's fourth, guys.
The-
I think it's all about the wet track, you guys. I really do.
Yeah. Well, I will make a comment. The West Coast shippers are doing well. Copian, coming from Santa Anita, and we had Nisos off a long layoff for Bob Baffert, running very well in that Churchill Downs handicap. So maybe that portends well for both journalism and Bezos, huh? It's maybe the sloppy tracks translating to West Coast dirt form today. Copian was a beast. Yeah, that was an impressive race.
Well, listen, that's impressive against that field. I mean, for Richard Mandela, considering that this horse is the first time it's been on a wet track, so that was that was a monstrous effort, honestly.
Well,
how about Hope Road, who was acting up in the gate, ran huge?
Well, that's the third time in a row that Copian has gone by Hope Road in the stretch too.
Yeah.
And you know, we talked about this on the show as well on Wednesday, but Papa Mandela doesn't typically ship horses, and when they do, he typically wins. Like he does not ship a lot of horses, so I'm not surprised there that horse just seemed to be improving. And we're in my pick 4 that I spread there, and then I'm also part of Kenny's pick 5 ticket. That was actually his single there.
Well, that was a repeat. That was a repeat, guys, of the Santa Monica at Santa Anita, where Copian was first and Hope Road was second. So that was evidently a very strong race.
Right, and again, Scotty, I just wanted to go back and make a point, and this is why I've done so well normally playing against favorites off long layoffs. The ways and means was probably a little short, right? And didn't get the best trip, tried to go inside. But I think the horse was still short. And she will probably come back in the next race or two and show a much improved effort. So anytime you see the layoff from the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint it concern me. That's November. This is not their primary goal. Obviously, it's a comeback race. They figure, maybe she's good enough and tight enough, but obviously she was a little short. So don't be afraid to play against horses off layoffs that even though they may be the class of the race.
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations for Mandela. Like, he's just one of the best trainers, guys, that we've ever seen. Like, he's just super conservative, but man, he does his, remember years back, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, he won 4 Breeders' Cup races. Do you guys remember that?
I remember that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He killed me in all 4. He knocked me out of the pick 6. Just one trainer alone.
All right. Where can we go? We have
Santa Anita.
Santa Anita, 5 minutes. Yep. Good call. Let's do that.
16,000 claimer. It's kind of a rough group. The two is the 3 must have been a little bit of a player here with the scratch.
So you need to look at the horse's racing style, and again, the race simulator is showing if everything was perfect, and it looks like look at the 6 closing, you guys. Cupid's Cruiser, super interesting. But you got to see maybe one of these horses, the 1, 4, or 5, could get an easy lead early, right? That's a possibility. And the 1 horse actually has some class, been facing some good horses. It's dropping here. I mean, they could send this horse. It looks like this horse actually has to have the lead, the 4. So it's probably going to be in big trouble, and it's the favorite right now. I don't. But like
doesn't the 1 probably need the lead too?
1 needs the lead. So does the 4.
Yeah.
And but and the 5 horse. Here's another one that really needs the lead. This 5 is not one that rates.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, here's the problem. The 6 is going to be in the money. If 1, 4, or 5, if one of them clears, then they could go gate to wire. But the way to play this race is to put the 6 for the first or second spot. You know, like the problem is like you don't want to spread your money too much out because there's you know, it's only 5 horses in the race. You don't really. The 2's not impossible, by the way. And the more I'm looking at this, it's not impossible. There's a horse that can close if there's a big speed duel. The 2 could definitely close here. This horse is the type of horse that's always relying on speed, right? I mean, David, how do you play a race like this when it looks like 3 of the 5 horses need the lead? Don't you just play the 2 closers?
Yeah, that seems like a logical way to approach this, right? Yeah,
right.
But you know, I know where you're going here, but if you look at the 3 horses that have the speed, the 1, 4, and 5. They're only 52, between 52 and 41 pace metrics, so it's not going to be a rapid pace, right? And hold on 1 second, and they are in 16,000 claimers, so I think that really the 5 looks really tough to beat here, in my opinion. I wouldn't go past the 5.
Dan says the horse is training well.
Dropping from a 32 down to a 16 claimer. We're going from, well, similar SOR though.
Those were restricted races though.
Yeah, so that's true. Good point.
Those weren't that strong.
Yeah.
I am all over this 6 horse. All I need is 2 of the 3 horses, the 1, 4, 5 to duel, and the 6 wins the race at 2-1. It's getting bet late too.
So got a question for you though, Scotty. Did you look at the back class on the 1? The long shot there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that horse can rate a little bit.
The value is crazy. I mean, you're getting 5-1 at 17%. The E morning line's 8-5, Oldy.
I mean, gets back to dirt, was running against better on dirt, and nearly got home a couple times rating against much better than this group.
Yeah, all right, I changed my mind. So that's it. I'm out. I'm in. I changed my mind. I'm out. I'm in. Well, really committal, right? I have a huge opinion on this race. I'm going to the 4. Looks rare for Doug O'Neill. I just think going off that the 2 in the 50,000 non-win is a 2 lifetime. It's a slightly faces a slightly lower SOR group here. A 3rd off a layoff may improve. And now, Zombo Bombo is going to come and win by 5 lengths because anytime I change my mind. So I'd be interested in the 4 or the 5 here, but I'd think to the 4 here at what price we getting? 5-2. 5-2. 5-2 is a good enough price on that 4 horse.
Yeah, I'm doing a 6-2 exacta.
Thank you, Zoe. We're moving in for the 3rd.
I'm on the 1-6 exacta.
I played that.
No, we're all over the board.
You played 1-6, Oldy?
Yep.
Yeah, we were getting like 16, 17, 18-1 either way, so you still could get like 9-1.
Looks rare going in. Zombo, Bombo, and Cupid's Crusader.
Elliot, like the
after the start was Naftis, pretty much eliminated. The rest of them all right together. Zombo, Bombo is quicker than the rest. Looks rare along on the inside, is battling for command along with Cupid's Crusader. Cupid's Crusader in the red.
Well, here's your speed duel.
Up to take the 2nd spot as they move into the far turn.
We're going to write it right off.
Side, it's Looks Rare in 3rd. They're followed by Novinophobia and another 5 back to Naftis. Rounding the far turn, Zombo Bombo on the inside of Cupid's Crusader. Dream Trip for Looks Rare, angled out after the top pair now with the blue cap. Novinophobia is in 4th. They're at the top of the stretch. Here's Looks Rare making a nice move. Coming to challenge Zombo Bombo, who's got another gear. Zombo Bombo and Looks Rare are 1-2 inside the 8 pole. Zombo Bombo and Diego Herrera still full of run and will streak home on top. Zombo Bombo.
Good call,
too
David.
good.
Just when I changed my mind on my top play, I was going to play the 5. I decided to play the 4. So the 5-4, I have more for 4-5. So I think I just broke even on that race.
Yeah,
but that's what happens when you have a small field and the 2 favorites come in 1-2.
Yeah, good call. We got 34 minutes before Churchill Downs. Where should we go,
That
guys?
being, gentlemen, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay, let's go to Gulfstream Park.
to the
Race number
start of
9
number
is in
1.
6 minutes. Let's do that, Oldie.
All right, hold on. Oh, hold on, I forgot. Click remove. There we go. If I do it in the right order, it works every time. If I do it in the wrong order, not so much. All right, and I'll use while you're running Stewart's review on the start. Maybe the one gets declared a non-starter, but it didn't look like it.
It didn't
By
look
the way.
like it. So we look at class in this race. The 7 has a lot of class, going to sit a nice trip from that post, Justin. And this horse is tactical. I mean, imagine De La Sera took over 2 back, and he's 0 for 8 though with the with second time out. He's won 1 race with 1, but still seems like this horse might be the horse to beat.
Yeah, I thought the 7 had a shot. The other one was the top win percent, Scotty. I know that it's not in the picks, but the 8 horse Fields of Green is taking money, but I think that was kind of to be expected because the morning line was 9-5. I mean, the 7 has not won at 5 was my biggest concern, and the 8's 2 for 2. I also thought the 2 had a shot, but I thought the 8 was probably was where I landed as my top pick. It gets back to 5, is run really well on the Tapeta at that surface, gets outside post, shown the ability to set off the speed. I didn't really think the speed was great. It looked a little cheap here in them sprinting on the Tapeta. So I land more on the 8 to kind of set the trip, but I think the 7 could do it. I think the 2 could win, but I put the 8 on top.
So they come out of the same race, but it looks like the race simulators liking the 8 more, and the thing about it is that Edwin Gonzalez is super aggressive, so I would tend to agree with you.
I mean, and Miguel Vasquez riding the 8, which is great. I mean, and he rides for Carlos David. They hit at 26%, right? 3-1 currently with a 9-5 morning line. I mean, 3-1 Scotty at 35%. That's 105%. That's value, right? From a win percent standpoint. So
I agree with you. I think there's going to be some speed in here. The 2's a major player in here, no doubt about it. But I think the 8 could get up there. I'm gonna Edwin Gonzalez on the 7 though. I'm sorry, not the 8. Excuse me.
Yes.
And he's super aggressive. But the 8 horse is going to be sitting right up, but could be wide. That's a tough one. What about the 3 horse, the EquinEdge long shot?
I mean, it hasn't won in a long time. I mean, it's raced once at 5. I mean, show more success on the dirt versus easier. It finally just won. I mean, second off the claim. That's a rough one for me. I mean, but trainer 0%, jockey 0%.
What about the 2?
Yeah, I think that Oldy, I mean, 2 has a shot.
But I just think there's too much speed. I think the 1 needs to be too close to the lead, and I don't like the move on the claim.
Yeah.
I mean, that really leaves you. You have the cheap speed, and then you have the 2, 6, 7.
It leaves you with the 8. It really leaves you with the 8. Who's the closer? right?
Yeah.
So
Well, and again, Miguel Vasquez Ryan for David, they hit it 26% over a ton of mounts. I mean, I don't know, it seems like just a great spot for connections. Like when you look at the race.
now the 6-horse can rate you guys.
Yeah. I like the 6-horse a little bit here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's run well at this level, right? 2 and 3 back. The one's at 5 and one's at 5.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
know what
interesting that
happened.
the 2-horse was 20% to win the last race. And today the horse is 12%. So I find that interesting.
Well, and the 8's 35, right?
Yeah.
So
But the 8 was 30% last time out, though. So, you know, and it does draw wide, and it doesn't have a ton of speed. What about this 4-horse to be in the money? Could you guys see it? I know it's cutting back in distance, but there's so much speed. It's second off of a layoff. Like, I don't think this horse wins, but at 23-1, I mean, there's a lot of speed in here that could stop. I just think the 4-horse maybe is a possibility.
it's interesting that Reyes rides there. I mean,
Yeah.
he's not. I mean, Irad rode this horse on the dirt and hit the board at 7-1. Both of the wins, it won at 5 and 5.5. Scotty, I could see it maybe.
Right.
I mean, that horse could maybe hit the try.
Yeah.
Which horse are we talking about, Justin? At
The
Gulfstream?
4-horse would be third.
Yeah, the 4-horse, David.
Govern Charge?
Just to
Yeah.
be third.
The third, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that horse can't win, but I don't even think it probably could get second. I mean, it used to hit the board all the time, but it's just been versus easier.
Yeah, I'd like Alita in here. The 6-horse
6?
on the drop.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
You want to go the race, Oldy?
Sure. There we go.
Coast to Coast Pick 5 starts in the 10th at Gulfstream Park. Yeah, thanks for that update, Dave. Yeah, absolutely. We got to play that. By the way, guys, update. It looks like in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe most, we're going to have all of the special wagers on the site, just like we do the Coast to Coast.
Fantastic.
Like
So
the
that's
turf
gonna be
pick
fun.
3s, all the turf pick 3s.
All of it. Yep. All of it. Yep. Live odds working, results showing up on the page, everything.
That grabs you, and you will not be able to let go.
I'm so blessed to do what I do. I don't lose sight of that for a half a second ever.
If you've never experienced the race, you need to experience
I must
it.
have
And then
something
tell me that
else
it doesn't
on
get you right
audio wise here.
It's like
Yeah.
a thunderstorm
I
coming.
think that's
Sorry.
one of the other tracks. So
It's got to be Anita. Yeah. I've been good about
in,
turning it off, but I missed that one.
in the news at Churchill Downs, race 11, right? The Turf Classic before the Derby. There's currently co-favorites, Integration and Spirit of St. Louis, both 7-2.
Not surprised.
That's not bad.
No, Running Bees 9-2. We're not surprised by that either. Redistricting for Chad
Easy.
Brown.
Easy for you to say.
That's a
Thanks,
tough one. Redistricting.
Redistricting. You got to be careful how you say that. Redistricting.
Yeah, that's tough to get that C in there. But I mean, the betting is right where it should be. That's what it looks like to me. But in Integration, I was a little surprised. It's 44% to win.
Yeah, and my notes on Integration, and that was before that 5-horse who I was kind of scared of on the front end, making the pace too fast for Integration there. scratched out too. I mean, I from a data standpoint, the top Scotty, top win percentage, top GSR, and top SOR, and that's like a 54% of the time wins.
I singled integration. Oldy, I mentioned that on all of those pick threes from yesterday from Good Cheer.
Yeah. The only issue I have or skepticism I have about the one is the draw. I don't love the rail draw on a wet turf course. But it does look, I mean, this horse coming off that Maker's Mark to second to Carl Spackler. But by the way, Carl Spackler was impressive as hell in that race. Off that race is going to be tough to beat. But yeah, I'd be more comfortable if
horses are at the gate.
That's the only reluctance I have to go.
Moving in for a start, race number 9. Patter Pop colors already in the Saturday winner's circle today. They look to go there for the second time.
Loading into the gate.
Chloe's Toy. Recent
race
acquisition
number 9,
under
$10,000
Cipriano Gill.
claimers, mares and up, 4 years old.
Already visited the winner's circle today as well. Minxie goes forward. Lita gets
the only
ready.
thing I don't like about
Founders
Fields of
Day
Green
will be next.
is that post, but this horse
Last two up, Fields
always
of Green
finishes,
and
you
Dove
guys,
in Charge.
especially at this level. So we'll see what Miguel Vasquez can do. It's a very interesting race. I only hope that the 4 horse gets third.
Dove in Charge. Fields of Green to the outside gate.
Yeah, I
Good luck,
think
everybody.
Man
I'm on the sixth lead.
long shot, Paul. Looks like to have a good shot.
8 in line at
Matt, you
5
have the 8 all.
furlongs. They're all set. They're off and running. In the middle, Minxie, quick off the blocks and poaches a length and a half lead in a hurry. Moving up on the outside, Lita tries to get into the flanking position from second. Chloe's Toy, she's down at the inside. Out in the middle is Fields of Green. In tight toward the inside, Motown Mika, together with Dove in Charge and Founders Day as they swing around the far turn. It's Minxie in front, but Lita gets exactly the spot she wants under Jaramillo, charging to challenge from second. Out 3 wide, it's Fields of Green third. Chloe's Toy with an inside lane fourth. Pharaoh Curly is now fifth, and Founders Day at the rail, Motown Mika, and the trailer is Dove in Charge. They reach the top of the stretch. A quarter of a mile remains. Minxie still has the lead with a wall of pursuers. The rail opens for Chloe's Toy down the center. Fields of Green. 1/8 of a mile to go. From the outside, Fields of Green.
Get up.
Between horses, Lita.
Come on, hold on with that 6.
Fields of
8-6,
Green. Rounds forward by Miguel Vasquez. And in front at 8-5.
There we go.
Lita second. Chloe's Toy third. Fourth was
8 in a
Pharaoh
row.
Curly.
Matt called it. 8 in a row. Good call, Matt. All right. 8 wins the race. The post didn't matter. 35% to win, 9-5. Look at that, 9-5 EE morning line from an odds maker's 9-2 morning line. There wasn't enough speed in the race for the 4 to catch him. 4 made a move, but it was just they did not. The expected pace did not happen, you guys.
And that does happen.
All right. Let's see here. We got 21 minutes before Churchill Downs. And Woodbine already took off. Santa Anita's not for 15 minutes, so we don't want to go there. Why not? Why don't we just go to Belmont, even though we can't show that race live? 5 minutes, and we got an expert in the house as well, so we might as well take advantage of it.
You want to do that, Scotty, or do we want to give Justin an Emerald race here?
No, let's go to Belmont.
Yeah, I think we prefer it. Okay, now I'm gonna give you.
Wait,
something. Go ahead.
Wait, well, David, one thing. Oldy, we do not, I don't want to do it right now, but it's good just to remember. Can we show Emerald?
Yes.
Okay. We don't have to do it today, but that's good to know. Okay,
yep,
sweet.
we have approval for live streaming. So that's good.
Okay, here you go. The expert in the house. I guess you're referring to myself, yours truly. And again, this is a little bit of a tricky race, and you don't have a lot of value here.
Listen, we need confidence. Okay, we don't need tricky. You are the expert.
Okay, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for it.
All right.
I can poke holes in all the favorites, right? The horses that are going to take money. Carson's Run, the 4. Again, we've talked about this before. Coming off a layoff, last race in the Hollywood Derby, Grade 1 at Del Mar in November. Carson's Run, Deterministic comes off a layoff, second race back on a sloppy track, showed some speed, heads back to turf. But I never thought Deterministic was all that. Masterpiece is questionable. K Army Coming, is K Army out? Yep. No, K Army's coming from Chile. I don't know what that horse is going to be.
Horse is, I can't wait to see this horse run. This horse is undefeated, you guys.
Yeah, that's okay. Until you show me some North American form, I have no interest whatsoever.
Wow.
So that leads me to believe that when I can knock holes in every horse here that's going to take money, give me the new face, give me the first-time turfer that has very little turf breeding and SOR, give me Tuscan Sky, Mike Rapoli, and Todd Pletcher trying to solve a puzzle to get this horse going. And look at the workout on April 25th. And at this point, I'm going to take the 9-2, and I usually bet against Rapoli. And but now 7-2, he's taking money. So maybe Mike in the barn knows something here. So give me Tuscan Sky at 7-2.
I don't know, Justin. I think this is a desperation move. They're like, we can't do anything with this horse. Let's try. I mean, it's a grade 2 race. There is one on March 8th. There is a workout on the turf, but they didn't end up running in the turf. I mean, this horse has got a non-graded stakes race to its credit, literally in April of last year. I mean, you would have to. Is it a hunch? Like, why would you play this horse?
Because, like I said, Scotty, this is my move, and I can poke holes. Basically, I have question marks with all the other contenders here who are taking money, and yeah, that's the only reason. I think they're all vulnerable.
I mean, the one thing I would say, Scotty, to David's kind of angle in your question, I mean, this race shows up at an 82 in Tuscan Sky. They obviously knew they had some amount of talent on the dirt back in the summer, but hasn't been running. And now they're like, well, we're going to shoot for the turf. I mean, start 10. So, I mean, Carson's run stepping up. I mean, I don't know from a distance perspective. I don't know. Masterpiece is one at the distance, though. I mean, 3 of 6. I could see David. I mean, they get back to 9 furlongs on Masterpiece. I mean, that horse has run its best races, back in last spring, really, at 9, once at Aqueduct, once at Del Mar.
Good point. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know, Scotty, I think my kind of, a lot of these all have question marks. The race, why is it an 82?
No, I was thinking the same thing, Justin. I don't know. You see this once in a while, and I mean, these are very nice horses, and but none of them have been running against 82 horses, so I'm not sure. I thought that same thing. This is Masterpiece is done well at this surface and distance, but this horse comes in with really bad form. Carson's run looks okay. I like Deterministic. I know that David doesn't love this horse. It's 7-5 on the E morning line. It's 42% to win. It looks like the horse to beat. I'm going to try to beat Carson's run, so I'm going with the 3 horse. How about you, Oldy?
I think I like Kay's Army. I'm going to go with Bill Mott and that horse, first time in the U.S., staying undefeated there.
Okay.
Did you know Mott is 0 for 37 with horses shipping from Chile over his career?
I did not know he was over 37 with horses shipping from Chile.
I'm just making up that number, but
I was going to say that was oddly specific.
No, I'm actually 0 for 37 betting horses coming from Chile because I want to see some North American form. I don't know, and I have no idea how this horse is going to run.
Yeah, and Scotty, I think with Tuscan Sky, they're just trying whatever because the horse hasn't been performing.
Yeah.
But in Tuscan Sky's defense, has faced some very tough competitors on the dirt.
All right.
Look who Tuscan Sky was in against last time, White Barrio, when he was a lock that day.
He was an absolute lock. The last couple of races, he was a lock.
How lucky are we going to be, though, to get Fierceness versus White Barrio, hopefully this summer at Saratoga?
White Barrio would absolutely just crush Fierceness. There's no as long as White Barrio's foot issues continue to be good, then Fierceness would have no issues, no chance against Guadabario.
I can see Oldy's already jumping on the Fierceness train, Scotty. I can see it in him.
Yes.
No.
You got it. You can see it in his eyes.
I can. I can.
It's actually two of my favorite horses. So, but you know,
Maybe
Fierceness
Patches can join them.
in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and not unless the sprint's going to be on synthetic.
All right. Good luck, everybody. They're loading the gate.
When they host
Are
the
they
Breeders'
off?
Cup at Belmont and they have it on the synthetic.
Let's see how this Chilean bred runs. K Army, 10 for 10 lifetime. Currently, you're 2-1 lukewarm favorite. Interesting. Here we go. And broke a little bit slow. Doesn't really have any natural speed.
3 looks gone already.
Deterministic is going to show the way, and K Army was off a step slow, but now moves forward. Is going to secure seconds to the outside of Masterpiece. Tuscan Sky settled towards the back end of the field, and the trailer, Carson's Run.
Like my experience with Tuscan Sky had been that horse needs to be on or near the lead.
Deterministic is up by a length and a half. Comfortable now in second is K
I
Army.
tell you what, the one horse has a beautiful
Closer to
stride.
the pace setter now as they start to back off the tempo and work to the backstretch. 24 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Deterministic has the lead. Right to the
flat
outside, K Army is
for
a
the
challenging
first quarter of a
second.
mile. That's nothing for Deterministic.
Tuscan Sky. The trailer is
Seems to
Carson's
be
Run.
doing it very easily. You can see the jockey's elbows in. So right now it's 3-1-2-5. 4 horse is in last right now, but
trying to take them all the way in the Fort
seems
Marcy.
to have plenty of
K
horse.
Army, no excuse,
Two
right to the outside. Here's
Masterpieces
talking
who's
from
struggling
second.
guys. You got 2 Chilean breds in here, the 1 and the 2.
Forward. They work into the far turn. It
Tuscan
Deterministic
Sky
is still
seems to be running
strong.
okay.
The Army continues to give chase. Masterpiece is
Yeah,
back
the
there in
top
third.
ten
Is
wasn't
competing with
first
Tuscan
one,
Sky.
Horse
Carson's
line.
Run.
Here comes Carson's Run from the back, making a huge run. The one stopping.
Starts to roll.
This is
110.
going to be 3-4-4-3. It looks like to me.
Deterministic is very strong at the top of the lane. K Army is trying to run this rival down. Carson's Run is lifting, but has a lot of ground to
We're not
make up.
catching this 3
Front
horse.
running
Here comes the 4.
Deterministic, who approaches the final furlong.
Second.
Deterministic is still
Deterministic
running away
is
with it.
way too good in here.
Inside the final 16th, this is a dominating effort here.
3-4-1.
Front running with
Pretty
Gonna
much
be
on the
your
wrap,
over finish,
you know.
guys. Wow.
See, now, Deterministic did have that race, and the 4 was coming off a layoff. So I think, again, we got another horse that may have been a little short than the 4 horse, and it's too far back. The 3 just got an easy cruise on the front end with no pressure.
Hey, Scotty, can you hear the sound when I turned it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So 3-4 exacta looks like it pays $7. There's $104,000 in the pool. 3 ends up getting off at 2-1. K Army guys was the favorite.
Hey, Scotty, can you click on the link in the private chat? Because Couples wants to know where he just dropped to in the leaderboard. He can't get it to load.
Let's see here.
But Mike Salata's in like 38th when I looked.
All right.
There needs to be a search there.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Evan Traumer, Kevin Costello.
There's Couples 20th, Chris. Chris 20th.
Chris
Oh,
is doing good.
Sylvain got you.
Yeah.
Matt, there's Matt Gummin 22nd.
Sylvain's in here too?
No, he had told Chris in the chat. Sorry.
Oh,
Scotty.
okay.
And as well, Scotty, I believe Salata was in 38th when I looked, if it hasn't changed.
The winner gets $103,000. Wow, almost
Nice.
$104,000.
So who's on top? Did I hear
James Hertham with 32,000. This was after race number 10.
Right. Okay.
Go get him, Chris.
Yeah.
All right. I did bet that 3 to win, so that was nice. And I should have just done the 3-4 exacta, and I didn't.
Scotty, can you re-share your screen? We lost your
I
screen.
need to do that. Hold on here. Uh-oh. What did I do?
Yeah, you just gotta click present
Oh,
and then.
oh, we got to get it back in here. I got to.
Yeah, it's one of those
I have to
things
share
that
it. Yeah.
StreamYard's been doing recently.
Yeah, it kicked me out. All right, here we go. There we go.
Come on, where's my cursor?
Okay.
Trying.
There we go. I got it. Okay. Where to, guys?
We got 9 minutes for Churchill.
10 minutes.
All right, let's do it. Let's go, Churchill Downs.
It's definitely looks to be raining again. It's very sloppy. We're gonna run this.
Guys. We got this race here, the Foster Bourbon Turf Classic, and they're probably happy. There's only one more turf race. Though, let's see here, and all right, we talked about this race, you guys. I really didn't think there was a true competitor in this race other than the 1 in 10, but the 10 horse, and we talked about this, guys. The 10 horse really disappointed in the Muniz Memorial. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Oldy, on the 10 horse Spirit of St. Louis?
Justin's always really liked this horse. I was surprised by that win in the Pegasus turf.
Yeah.
And I really thought the horse would run well at Fairgrounds. Narrow turf course though, so maybe that was why. But I kind of like the other Chad a little bit, the 7 running B a little better here, even though not as classy, and I like Integration.
Yeah. David?
Yeah, this is another race that I did struggle with again, but like I said, Integration to me is a class of the race. I just have I'm a little skeptical about the rail post on a track like this. It seems like you want the outside on a wet course there. I did have a little bit of interest in the 3 Highway Robber, possibly hit the board. But again, we're dealing with a horse coming from Medan, had gone over there and now it's got to come back. It's tough. But Brian Lynch, is a really good trainer, and it's got a pretty good work on April 26th. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this horse. It wouldn't surprise me if the 3 horse ran a decent race here. But I agree with Justin. I think Integration is the class of the race, but I am a little skeptical about that rail post. So I would be the 1 likely for me, and trying to get the 3 on the board somewhere.
Well, Justin, redistricting, do you think this horse actually is a player for the win with Irad second off the layoff?
I do not. I just thought this horse has tried to step up versus a lot easier in grade 2, grade 3 company. If anybody wants to say that Integration has burned money, this horse has burned money. It lost as the favorite in 70 and 72 SOR, grade 2 and grade 3. Scotty now wants to face grade 1. Not for me. That's me personally. I love Integration. When we had talked about this race, I said, these horses going to be 2-1 even money. I'm still surprised that Spirit of St. Louis and Integration are taking even more money. I love the price at 7-2. For me, daily doubles into the Derby. Racing Down win. I personally, and Dave Duncan had asked Scotty, I like East Avenue on the front. I like Journalism, and I like Luxor Cafe, the Japan horse. For me, that's my top 3 picks.
Oldy has Integration. Claude McGahee has had a really rough time keeping this horse together, clearly. What do you think? Is this one burned too much money, or is it a player as it's an overlay at 7-2?
Was that question for me or to?
For you.
Yeah, no, I think Integration has a big chance here. I think that potentially the lack of early speed benefits Integration, because I think that horse tends to be a little close.
Yeah.
And the horse likes 9 furlongs. It's 3-6 at 9 furlongs. It's burnt money elsewhere, but at 9 furlongs, it's been pretty good. And I think that the horse has a big shot there.
Okay. And David, you mentioned Running Bee, or you thought this horse was decent. It does have 8 wins in 16 races, but these are about as tough a field it's ever faced before. The United Nations, it faced a group this much, and it was 10% to win, and it lost by a couple of lengths. But you can't ignore Flavian Pratt and Chad Brown and a horse that's won half of its races.
Yeah, I understand that, but I just think Running Bee maybe doesn't class up with these. I mean, when he faced Carl Spackler. Carl Spackler had beaten this horse. Had to go into the Artie Schiller for a victory at it was a pretty weak race, beat Big Everest in Fort Washington. I don't know. I off that Tampa Bay Grade 3, I don't think there was much. That wasn't the strongest of races, even though it was pretty impressive, that explosion down the stretch that day. But I'm not sold. I don't love the horse. And as far as redistricting is concerned, I think that horse has been rather disappointing. And so, and then we got two we got 2 Sherry DeVoe horses in here, right? That we haven't talked about, the 6 and the 11.
The 6 and the
11 scratch.
The 11,
the 11 scratch. So now we only have to talk about 1 Sherry horse, and that's the
Taking Candy.
Yeah, and who I like. I do like Taking Candy, but Running Bee had beaten Taking Candy, and I think again Taking Candy may not class up here. And really, the more that I look at it, it seems like integration.
Irad got off of that horse after winning last time out to ride the 4 horse. So,
right.
And Taking Candy, a very, very nice horse, but the SORs are much weaker than what's in here.
Yeah.
Also, David, let me say that you're known for taking candy, especially from babies, correct?
Well, how did you know? How did you know? That was right. So that reputation has spread, correct? Right.
If Spirit of St. Louis, I struggled with the last race because I bet it last time out. It was the favorite, and it just had nothing in the stretch, and it threw me off. So I don't know what to think about it. I at these odds of 7-2, the Tories aboard again. I love the Tories. Second off the layoff, I have to take Integration. I'm going to do a 110, but I still can't get. And I'm one who forgives races, you guys, but I just can't make sense of Spirit of St. Louis in a perfect position against an easier group than this, and had nothing left in the stretch.
I will be right back here, guys. I'm going to take a quick pit stop.
All right. So, how are you going to bet this, Justin?
I had already bet yesterday into Integration in the pick 3 from Good Cheer, so I'm live to just single to Integration. I did play a little bit of saver bet, Scotty, with Integration. Spirit of St. Louis. I thought it was a 2-horse race. I'm playing the daily double into the Derby, Scotty. Luxor Cafe Journalism and East Avenue.
Okay.
But I like Integration. I'd play that daily double of Integration or Spirit of St. Louis.
Yeah.
Just into a few. The daily double will pays are obviously great. Journalism's different, but I like the win bet on Integration. I mean, 7-2, Scotty, I love.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Let's see here. We have 1 minute before the race. I wish we could show it to you guys, but we would get flagged for copyright in 2 seconds, and unfortunately we can't show it to you. But they are stepping onto the turf course right now. Right now, the 10-horse Spirit of St. Louis is 3-1. David, is there anything that surprises you about the wagering right now in this race?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that the 1-horse Integration is not a little lower.
Yeah.
3-1. Yeah, because I think Integration is by far the horse to beat here. But like I said, I do have a little reluctance, a little skepticism about the inside draw here. Hope maybe it has to get a trip here. I prefer the horse with an outside post, but I still think the 3. I'm going to play 1-3 exactly here, and I think the 3 it can run pretty decent here at that price. Highway Robber.
All right. Well, they're almost loaded into the gate. The 12 horse on the outside's about to load, and then they're going to be set. This is the Old Forester Bourbon Turf Classic, and they're off. 1 horse broke very good, and 10 Spirit of St. Louis guys broke a little bit slow.
Out well, so too Cameo Performance and Mercante. Redistricting with speed today and taking Candy too. So bias for the first time, there's 4 and now 5 across the track. Redistricting down inside.
On the lead with the 9 horse Mercante at 13-1. He now takes the lead.
Mercante and Joseph Ramos
broke good at 21-1, and go out to lead the way with Candy. I really like where the 1's sitting, you guys. Paving ground at the rail, sitting in second flight.
And now here comes Gigante.
Yeah.
So Gigante, Joel Rosario, was tired of waiting and has taken charge. Gigante steps out to lead by 2.5.
The one is being asked a little bit. I will say this in between horses right now to keep
third, redistricting down inside 4th. Integration in between, coasting along.
I don't like to see that.
6th, running B in 7th. Highway Robbers 8th.
Ends up getting off at 3-1.
9th, and Gold Phoenix to trailer 8 lengths off the lead.
And Gigante is running nicely.
Gigante
is sitting nicely on the outside.
Is coming up to put some pressure on.
Again, integration in
the
between
far
horses.
turn. Gigante, the lead's down to a neck. Mercante right up alongside. And now these 2 knockheads round the far turn. Redistricting is ready to roll down inside. Taking Candy right there too. Cameo Performance swings 3 wide for the run to the quarter pole. Highway Roberts going to stick to the rail as they come to the top of the stretch. Here's Mercante.
Trying to get a hole now. The one actually has horse, but he's going to have to get the hole.
Second redistricting is there.
Come on with the straight up the rail.
Highway Robber up the inside. Cameo
and here comes Spirit of St. Louis on the outside. The 1 horse had a horrible trip. Here comes Spirit of St. Louis on the outside, guys. Going to get this win. Yeah, 7 horse 1 flying late.
Spirit of St. Louis won
Spirit
it.
of St. Louis, 10-9.
Spirit of St. Louis is up in time.
Spirit of St. Louis getting the win. That was a blanket finish, but the 10 horse got a really nice trip. And wow, what a nice job by Manny Franco to get this horse up.
Patient ride.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, broke a little bit slow. And the 1 horse integration just did not have a good trip at all.
But like we talked, that was a 2 horse race. It was those 2 horses. So.
Yep. But all right. Was there anything in that race that surprised you at all, David?
Yeah, no. The only thing that surprised me, like I said, the 1 horse with that post, I didn't think the horse would run so. Even though I had a bad trip, I thought the horse would run a little better. But that was Spirit of St. Louis rebounded obviously from that defeat in the last race. So
I thought Dettori, for me, gave the horse a bad ride. I thought, and he is so good on the turf, no question, but he made a move. Instead of being patient on the rail, he made a move and went in between horses, and the horse never looked comfortable. And I think that was that's where they went wrong. But you ended up getting 3-1 on Spirit of St. Louis, and Manny Franco is pumped. And the horse ended up going off as your lukewarm favorite over the 1 horse. Justin, good ride by Manny, sat behind horses. I mean, they didn't go all that fast up front, but Spirit of St. Louis just proved best.
Yeah, I don't – I'm not sure what happened with Frankie and integration, but Spirit of St. Louis, good trip, sat off. Manny had a great ride. I mean, good for him. He now he's going to go win the Derby on East Avenue on the front end. It's going to be great.
All right. Wow, Justin, you know that Oldy remembers that East Avenue pick in the bluegrass, and everybody was want to throw me off the show that day. But I think that East Ave is the wet track definitely helps this horse. Just has to sit right off a Citizen Bowl But I think so. I'm big time on East Avenue also, but the horse, I mean, we can get into it a little deeper. We've probably got an hour and a half before the race goes off. But the thing is, too, I really think that Sovereignty really is going to benefit. Third race off that layoff. Didn't need to win the Florida Derby. I think the wet track is going to help this horse. So I'm going to take one Speedball East Ave and one Closer Sovereignty. And with the acknowledging that journalism is probably a likely winner, but the sloppy track, the 20-horse field, you're never going to get me to bet a 3-1 or a 7-2 horse in a 20-horse field. That's never happening. If I get beat, I get beat, because you can get chaos in races like this. So it's East Avenue and Sovereignty for me. Originally, I loved Baeza drawing in. But, you've got that outside post. And I did still have a question about the distance with Baeza, but this will be an acid test for him. But I think that I prefer Baeza on a fast track. But, we'll see how it works out. And then Sandman is the other closer who should be flying. But to me, it's East Avenue or Sovereignty. And
guys, this race, this Bourbon Turf Classic that we just watched, in my mind, proved to be a very weak race, because Mercante should not have been able to do what he did. And in that race, I mean, he'd been facing some very weak horses, running on the synthetic the last 4 races, and all of a sudden comes here to this grade 1 race and runs second at 13-1. I just, to me, this was a very weak race, and proved that. And I think that's why Spirit of St. Louis was able to come from so far back and win that race and gets the win. So disappointing effort from Integration. And we've got the Kentucky Derby, like David said, probably coming up in about an hour or longer. So we've got Gulfstream Park race number 10, guys. Why don't we get out there, Oldy? You want to go to the race?
Yes, sir.
I think they're close to the post. And let's see if there's a horse.
I thought Jaramillo on the front end, Scotty on the 1 horse could be tough sprinting on the
Olga.
dirt. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Olga's going to have the lead.
The 6 horse wins the race, Sim, though. That was a little bit at 8-1. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, 5-1 on the E morning line and the EquinEdge long shot coming in from Tampa. Has run here before, but both races this horse has won have been at Tampa. So Royal Poppy's the EquinEdge top pick. And this horse has drawn the rail in the last 3 races, gets off of the rail, has not had good trips. And if you throw that out, it's coming in from Aqueduct. This is a major player in this race. I would, at 3-1, I would think Royal Poppy has a big look. So, and then the 1 horse, Olga, is 32% to win, 8-5. I would give a strong look to Royal Poppy.
Yeah, the interesting thing, Scotty, about Royal Poppy, who I know very well because spent a lot of time this mare in New York. The interesting thing is 2 races had shipped down to Gulfstream for the winter meet, right? Championship meet.
Yeah.
And off a win, a second and a win, shipped back to Aqueduct and had a bad trip and then chips back down. So maybe they think that the horse just maybe is not good enough at this point to the high end or 25 claimers in New York, and is better at Gulfstream in South Florida. So interesting move to ship the horse back down. So I'm not sure what to think of this horse again.
I'm not going to be surprised as well, third off the layoff, if the 4 horse runs a better race too. The GSR dropped 22 points going on the turf court. The race before that was off of a 9-month layoff, showed some speed against Better, and now gets an easier group. There's some speed in the race, so I'm not going to be surprised. But the one is your big favorite, Olga, the one Justin mentioned, 7-5. It's 32%, has the top pace. My top pick is going to be Royal Poppy at 7-2, and I imagine you're looking. This race is between the 1, 3, 4, and 6.
In the gate. They're off. Far outside, Gervin Girl was quick into stride. Here's Royal Poppy, and you're moving up between. Sin for a Season's on the go. Sin for a Season to have a narrow advantage. Royal Poppy right alongside, and Gervin's Princess on the comeback try. She secures the rail. Out in the middle, Gervin Girl kept the distance behind the speed. Moving out the rail, that's Olga. She's drawn within 4 lengths of the lead, together with Alanis and Costa Amalfitana as they race to the half-mile grounds. It's Micah Husbands and Gervin's Princess who use that inside spot to take the lead into the far turn run. Second is Royal Poppy far outside. Here's a big sweeping move. It comes from Costa Amalfitana. She's moving now. She's a big late runner and is already up to challenge for control. Royal Poppy is toward the rail, and in between horses is Gervin Girl. Sin for a Season is next. Gervin's Princess drops back. So does retreating run from Atlantis. Olga's underway while very wide on the course. They reach the top of the stretch. On the outside, Costa Amalfitana doing battle with Gervin Girl, who quickened with her. They've gone 2 better than Sin for a Season. Then back at the inside, Royal Poppy. Look at this. 1/8 of a mile to go. Gervin Girl. She's a Bryson in front. Olga.
Looking like a front runner.
Olga.
Look at this. One time for Justin.
Here's Olga down the center, in front and going away. Close then for second, either Sin for a Season or Costa.
Maybe that's the way Olga should be running.
Wow, I guess so. What was that? That horse, guys, rated not rated, closed like a champ.
Yep.
Oh wow, that was unbelievable. All right, let's see what they are posting for the
71 minutes. 71
minutes.
Yeah.
Belmont's about to go off. Race number 11.
They're loading. They're
loading.
Yeah.
David, did you like anything in here?
Who did I pick here? No, I didn't. I wasn't feeling it. I didn't make a pick in here.
No. All right, let's see where we can go. Let's see here.
Yeah, I mean, they still have to go through my old Kentucky home or your old Kentucky home, one of those old Kentucky homes.
Yeah, they do.
And all that stuff.
Let's go to Oaklawn. We'll cover one race at Oaklawn, and then we'll just go and we'll cover the Derby.
All right.
Let's do that.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we got a lot to go through on this.
Yeah, plus we want the bets that we want to make, all that kind of stuff too, right? So they're going 8.5 furlongs here. This is actually a nice race here, the Arkansas Breeders' Championship Stakes. 5 minutes before the race. Let's cover that. We have a lone speed horse in the one. The one's pretty fast. What I like to do is just to see, are there any other horses that seem to need the lead for their best, and maybe the 9 a little bit.
Well, the 11's is a stablemate of the 1 too.
Yeah, how many times do you see that as well? Like where the stablemate runs good, but you know the 9-2. The one thing about the 1, it's only 14% to win. It's 9-2 on the EE Morning Line from an odds maker 8-5.
So I have a note on the 11. I'll tell you, it's not a positive note. It says because the 11 won the last 2 races, and then in the last one, my note says why on the lead, went way too fast early, empty in the stretch.
All right, let's see what happens here. So the 1's in the lead here. 11's going to be on the outside. And who do we see moving into past the stretch? There goes the 10. So it looks like the 7 gets first run, then the 10, and the 6 is in there somewhere. I mean, maybe, the 6 horse is 24-1, but it's 7-1 on the EE Morning Line. And it doesn't have a bad win percentage, guys. The 7 horse is 18% to win, and the 10 is 6-1 on the EE Morning Line at 20-1, and it's 12% to win. Cybertown, David, Cybertown. Here's a horse that won last time out, was claimed for $30,000 by Tom Amos. I mean, he's protecting this horse. He's also the top EquinEdge pick at 19-1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, watch out for that Tom Amos, crafty trainer, and top Scotty Pick. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that horse at that price.
That's
I mean, Tom must
insane
leave.
value. Like
He must
9.
leave.
Sorry.
I really need you guys to take a look at the 5 Willow Creek Road, who would absolutely get the Oldie live long shot tag on it in my notes if I had written notes this weekend.
Let's hear it.
Stretching out.
Huge drop in terms of the SOR, big drop, not huge, but it's been close. And the GSR goes up 13 points on the stretch.
Yep, it does. And this horse has done well at this distance. I wonder why they've been sprinting this horse. Esquivel got off the 5 to ride the 9 for McPeak, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, the 9 looks okay. This is an absolute grab bag. It's going to be a fun race. If you like something, guys, you're going to get a price. But look at the jockey movements.
Yeah, I mean,
this horse is getting overbet. I think the 7. It looks okay. It's 18%, but on paper it doesn't look all that great, and it's stretching out. But the last time it went 8, look at this, guys, at Oaklawn Park, the last 3 times. Oh, this horse actually won this race last year. The 7 did, and the last 3 races at 8.5 furlongs, it's won. And then all of a sudden they just decided to, hey, let's just run this horse going 6 furlongs. I don't get it.
well, that's why he's an 8% trainer.
Yeah.
Yeah, here you go.
I hate to say that.
I just don't get it. And he's been facing better sprinting.
Yeah.
7 wins in 20 races. I mean, this horse is likely to run a good race. Wow. I mean, I'm not going to be surprised by anything in this race. Are you guys?
No.
I'm betting Cybertown is the top pick, and the value on that horse is insane. Like
What's wrong with well, I know as a non-winner is a 3 lifetime race, but this Hop and John is interesting. It's 7-1 on the EE morning line. That one's interesting. And how about the EquinEdge long shot? This is probably your sleep. Oh, this is your sleeper for sure. The 12 Strike Ridge.
Yeah, but Strike. Yeah, I looked at that horse, Scotty, but Strike Ridge it's been sprinting because that's the horse that's been sprinting. It's trying to distance for the first time. So that's always an issue with me. I'm not sure.
Look at its best distance though. It's long. I mean, this horse is going to do fine going long. At 10-1, the EquinEdge long shot, like.
Well, normally we'd send a text to Lulu and find out if Ingrid thinks this horse has a shot.
Yeah.
Because we have a connection to that trainer.
I mean, look, this horse broke 11th last time out from the rail, going 6 furlongs, and was 7 wide and barely lost against a group that was better than this. I don't think this horse is going to have a problem. Interesting horse.
Yeah, and I have a little bit of interest in the McPeak horse here also.
Yeah.
Zippy Mark at 6-1, lightly raced. You know, now 3rd race off a layoff. Had 1 on 2 off tracks in the first 2 races, and then faced a 60 SOR group. Comes down and face a 58. Just slightly again, it may be this horse is stretching out, but we know how McPeak normally does with stretch out horses. He's probably better around 2 turns and sprinting. So yeah, I used the 9 also. I'm going to use Cybertown, the 9, and the 1 in some kind of 1-9-10 here somehow.
You know, yeah, and you know the 9 actually looks like a 1-paced horse. That's what it looks like to me. I know it's been sprinting, but this horse is likely to run a good race. Actually, David, I think you found a good one there. Actually. All right, Justin, you want to pull up Oaklawn Park? And just play it?
Video? Yeah, I have
video.
it. Yep.
I mean, don't show it obviously, but just play it.
Yeah, I have it. We're good to go.
Okay. And all right, guys. So what's the play in here? What's the bet?
I like the 5 Willow Creek Road. That's where I am.
And I'm on the 9. Zippy Mark with the Tom Amos horse, which is the 10. So I'm going to do a combination of 1, 9, 10 here in exactas and all kinds of good nonsense.
The Arkansas Breeders' Championship Stakes.
Couple triples. How about you? How about yourself, Scotty? What do you see?
I like the EquinEdge long shot. The horse is tactical. And I think this horse is going to run a good race.
Strike Ridge, try and distance the first time. Okay.
I think the one's getting overbet.
I agree.
It's just, a lot of times people get influenced by the odds makers morning line at 8 to 5. But,
going into the gate, 110 Stadium, taking his spot.
Listen, it's at the rail and it's dangerous for that speed. So I'm not saying he can't win, but none of the metrics love the one. The EquinEdge fixed don't love the one. The win percentage doesn't love the one. The morning line doesn't love the one. By the way, the 7 horse is 3 for 3 going 8.5 on the first.
Position 4, Zippy Mark.
And won this race last year. It's 5-2 right now. Your second choice.
Number 9.
But if I had to have a second choice in the race, I would take David's horse, Zippy Mark. I think that horse is
John, Cybertown. 3 back. Burlsworth. 2 back down. Strike Ridge coming up. And to the outside post. Ready Shoes at 79 to 1 currently. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Arkansas Breeders' Championship Stakes. Man in the can from the inside post broke swiftly. Zippy Mark coming up to challenge him early. Great barrier between that pair. 110 Stadium right off of him. A little bit keen, but he's easing off now nicely and gets in a good rhythm and is right on the tail of his stablemate. It's Man in the Can, the leader a half length here. Great barrier there to press the issue. They open up 2 on Zippy Mark and 110 Stadium. They run together. Willow Creek Road on a stronghold right now. Cybertown is outside of him. Ready Shoes is next. Burlsworth saving ground. Lockmore, the defending champion.
For those of us trying to beat the 1 horse, the 4 horse has been huge in here, right?
Strike Ridge in the meantime, playing pretty hard here, is 4 wide while passing a few horses. Gap of 3 to Hop and John, holding pattern, and Shea Whiz is the trailer as they head down the back stretch. Great barrier, 72 to 1, really turning it up here. Man in the Can.
Guys, the 12 horse did not get a good break out of the gate, but looked absolutely loaded right now.
Man in the Can appears to be doing it pretty well,
jockey's looking around. The horse is galloping right now.
Great barrier, gap of 2 lengths back to Ready Shoes, trying to advance position. Zippy
Here we
Mark
go, David. It's you and I.
His move on the far outside. Strike Ridge parked 4 wide as they start to sprint around the far turn. 110 Stadium niggled along. He's still in with a chance down on the inside here. And right behind them, Lockmore is uncoiling a rally. He's going to get to the outside, but has some work to do as they swing off the turn. Zippy Mark, 110 Stadium. They're even now. Great.
Come on, 10. Get out.
A bit on the inside, 110 Stadium.
Oh, there's the 10.
Come on, get up.
Give me a 9, 10, 10, 9. Come on, baby.
Get up, 10.
Come on, get up.
10.
Oh, the rail.
Get up.
Coming off the top, over the top, guys.
110 Stadium.
That horse went off at a gigantic price.
Championship Stakes.
Oh, my. The 2 won the race?
Yes. 37 to 1. That's a boom.
Look at that horse, guys. That horse was 8 to 1 on the morning line. Holy crap. That's insane.
That is nuts. Well, both the 10 ran well and the 9 ran well, and I didn't go long enough with a 37 to 1.
I guess not. My God. That race was crazy. 7 horse had to settle for 3rd, I believe. It looks like 2, 10, 7. And I think the 9 might have got 4th in that race. So
yeah, 9 kind of.
Let's see here. What a race that was. 7 was way wide. I don't understand why that guy's sprinting that horse, but okay. 2 came out of nowhere. Yeah. 2,
Got
10.
a perfect trip up the rail. Yep.
7, 9. 12 gave me a thrill, but it broke slow and was wide the entire time. That was too much to overcome. It actually, that 12 ran a good race. Maybe the type of horse you might want to follow back next time out. In fact, very wide trip, ran huge.
Do we want to do, we got 3 minutes to San Anita.
Yeah, let's do Santa Anita. Let's do that first.
Yeah.
And they have a
Hey, Justin.
$20,000 carryover coming into the pick 6 today.
They have a 300,000 carryover?
No, 20,000.
Oh,
I wish it was
gonna say.
300,000.
Yeah. I was going to be like, how fast can I get this in?
Right.
Yes, David, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, East Avenue right now is 39-1.
I know. I'm so happy, David. It's amazing.
That is crazy
Well,
price. Journalism 7-2.
So, guys, the 2 horse is interesting. This is a gold horse to watch. And what that means basically is this is the top pace, top GSR, and EE top pick. Now, when that happens, these horses win 19% of the time. But it's a flat bet profit of 6%, and they're in the money 51% of the time. So, Justin, what chance does the 2 horse have of winning? It seems it can rate, although what I don't like is when a horse has an outside post and the jockey doesn't rate, it goes to the lead every time. Like, why do they feel they have to do that when this horse has shown it can rate? At least it did at Sacramento. Like, if you have an outside post and your horse can rate, don't you want to take advantage of that? All of a sudden now, this horse seems to be the type of horse that needs the lead. And so I'm a little thrown off by it. So they're going to be sending. And at the first call, it looks like there's a lot of speed in this race.
Well, there does, but I mean, it's definitely one of the Night with Lewis, one of the classier horses. I mean, for sure. 1, 2 of 3 at 5.5. So they do cut back from 6.5 to 5.5. It won at 5.5 on the lead. I mean, that was in a 60. So, I mean, there is some other speed, right, from the 2, 4, 5. But, I mean, I think the 4 has to have the lead. The 5 probably has to have the lead. The 3 probably. But I think to your point, I mean, can this – you got to assume Anton Giorgi will take back a little bit. I mean, this horse finds a much easier group, Scotty. So that would be my hope. They let all that speed kind of duel in front. I mean, the horse has shown the ability to rate, so.
And maybe the Gracie's Big Boy is the filly to watch in here because there's so much speed in here, but she can rate. If I'm taking one horse, though, it's got to be the 4 horse because the 4 is the class of the race by far. And but I don't know, Oldy, 31% to win. It is so much speed in this race. It makes this race tough. I mean, who do you like in here based on what you're seeing?
Well, I want to like the long shot Gracie's Big Day, but the trainer's 0% off a claim.
Yeah.
And so could we get maybe a bomb here on the 7 closing into all the speed?
Let's see here. No way. What about the 6? What about the 6? It's an interesting horse. It's cutting back in distance, which I think helps the horse. It's not the best breaker in the world, but it gets off of the rail. The race before that, it was boxed in. It broke 8th from the 2 hole. That was on the turf, of course, but the GSR had dropped. And the horse hit the gate, breaking its maiden, and lost path, and still won by 4 lengths. I have a feeling there's some talent here with this 6 horse. And the horse is 12-1 in the EE morning line. It's 12%, and it's getting bet right now. So lower than what the EE morning line is. I mean, maybe there's something there. Jockey trainer combinations 14%.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that 6 is a possibility as well.
Right.
Ryan's Girl should be similarly placed to Gracie's Big Day. Diego Herrera's been riding pretty well. And, that maybe gets this horse to relax and they go fast enough that this horse is the only one running late from that outside post.
Yeah. I mean, if for whatever reason the 1 doesn't run, and it does have 2 wins in 2 seconds in 5 lifetime tries, I would love to see the 2 horse just sit back. I would love to see that. Gets a new jockey, Anton Giorgi. Is he gonna sit on this horse? Man, it would be a smart move if he does. and you're getting 8-1. Like I do think that there has to be a win bet on this 2 horse in some way or another. But I also think the 6 is very live. I don't know about this 5 horse. I don't know that the 5 can rate. That's a tough one.
It's post time. They're loading in here.
Old live time out.
And I like the 4 for Doug O'Neill going deep, second off a layoff.
Yeah,
And with that being said, enjoy the race. I will be back in about a minute and a half.
Class of the field.
Ride goes in
I think I have to go with the 2, but I do like the 6 a bit.
And Renatus.
I'd love to see the 2 horse fit, maybe even break a little slow.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Renatus, Spotted Haze to the front. Fibonacci's ride now scoots through to take over, and Gracie's Big Day has some early interest now, 3rd. Night with Lewis is 4th. Ryan's Girl.
So 4
5th.
broke
Between
very,
those 2 is
very
going
poorly.
deep. Renatus, who broke on top, now trails. Half mile to go. Fibonacci's ride, the target.
The 2 horse was held.
Spotted Haze in second.
So, and it's not having the best trip at the rail, but it was held, and it most likely can close. Here comes the 6. 6 has got some momentum right now. 3's got an easy lead. Your big favorite, though.
Renatus trails. They're coming to the quarter pole. Fibonacci's ride continues to show the way, pursued by Spotted Haze in second. They're followed by Ryan's Girl in 3rd. They're coming to the 8th pole, and Fibonacci's ride has something left. Maintains a 3-length lead on Spotted Haze, who's trying one last time, and Spotted Haze now is coming in Fibonacci's ride. Spotted Haze has got her with a 16th to go, and Spotted Haze and Relu Gutierrez to beat Fibonacci's ride. Tight photo for 3rd.
It looked like that kind of race, Oldy.
It did, yes.
Yeah, Spotted Haze. I missed that. Did you see Spotted Haze was 8-5 on the EE morning line?
I did not. I missed that as well.
Like if I'd have seen that with all these competitive horses in a race that looked so competitive, to see 8-5 on the EE morning line, I'd have been all over it. I missed that. Wow. No, that horse rated no problem. Much best, but. Yeah, but you got to watch for that, by the way, right? To see 8-5 on this horse in a race that looks competitive, that's where I would really look at the E morning line, and it would mean something to me. But all right, Kentucky Derby time. We've got 49 minutes, guys. Can we spend 49 minutes covering this race? You can see I've narrowed it down. I'm sure I'm going to have to open it up for David, which I can start adding some more horses. But this is who I've narrowed this race down to. Right now, Journalism is 7-2. My top pick in the race is Journalism. Sovereignty, I think, is going to run a good race. I think there's so much speed in here. But let me throw an asterisk in there. Now that's a sloppy track. You could see one of these speed horses get the lead and not look back. I'm a little worried about that, Oldie.
Well, as I said,
if you're worried about that, you're talking right into Oldie, who's loving this right now. And I'm loving this.
First of all, Scotty, I don't think there's that much speed in this race. I think people and
Citizen Bull has a 95 pace number, Oldie.
Right.
A 95.
It's just a matter of getting out of the gate. And Citizen Bull, because he's so big, also takes a couple strides to get into gear. But what he does, his gear is faster than everybody else. And that's why
Neoquist has an 84 pace number.
Don't care what his pace number is. His ownership group has specifically said he will be in the second flight in the Derby. They don't want him anywhere near the lead. They don't think he can get the distance being up on the lead. So, Neo Equus will not be contesting the pace. American Promise may try to, but it has never shown that he's that fast.
David, when you look at this horse, Neoquist, and you hear the connections say, we're going to sit back and we're going to be in second flight, do you believe him?
He's not there.
David's not there?
No. But
well, yeah,
coming right
now. I don't believe them. I heard what you said. I'm just times
I
on the
100% believe him because he's not getting the distance. He couldn't get the distance. He hasn't been able to get the distance in the Fountain of Youth of the Florida Derby. And
Yeah, but I don't think this horse can be rated. Right.
He almost won. He was in the lead in the stretch in the Florida Derby rating against Sovereignty and
Hold on. You call that rating ahead off the lead throughout the entire first turn, and I know what you're saying. He was not totally, but he was involved in a pace duel, and I don't think he gets a distance.
And the one thing I can tell you for sure, Oldie, guys, the East Avenue needs the lead, and East Avenue is a fast son of a gun, and
he's not.
And East Avenue is sending but Citizen Bull in my mind is the fastest horse in the race, but that's saying a lot. I mean, this is a extremely fast horse. And I will say this, whenever this horse has got the lead, it's won. So Matt Garcia is going to have to send, it's going to be, if Baffert wins another Derby, that would be something else, but and I don't know why, but there's something about this horse I've never been a fan of, but
I was on him at 10-1 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. I think he's the best horse in this race. If they did not have him souped up for the Santa Anita Derby on purpose, because this was the goal. And, they actually, if you watch the replay of that race, because we're all big on watching replays, Scotty, can we show the replay?
Let's see here.
From staging? Because that gets us both journalism and Citizen Bull and Baeza, too.
Let's see if I can get it. Hold on, bear with me.
Oldie, we didn't, as Scotty's doing that, we didn't get a chance to talk a lot about Baeza just because we didn't know really it was going to happen. What was your perspective there?
My perspective is that they had that horse super souped up for the Santa Anita Derby, and he's a huge candidate to bounce here.
What did you want to see, Oldie?
Can you run do the race replay of the Santa Anita Derby from staging?
Sure. Let's see here. All right.
And Baeza to the outside.
Watch when they grab Citizen Bull and try to take him back.
What horse?
And they're off.
I believe he's the
Derby. And a very even
horse.
break. Citizen Bull is flashing his natural speed. He's got company immediately from Westwood.
Watch them grab him up
Backs off the
and pull him.
top pair. Barnes will come from off the pace today, and Baeza is at the back of the field. So it is the long shot Westwood.
Well, I mean, clearly though, this horse wants no part of rating.
Right, that they grabbed him and tried to raid him there. And then watch what he does.
Journalism is down at the rail, joined by Barnes. Barnes takes third.
And what they've said is, it's not that he won't relax; it's that he sees another horse in front of him, and he's so competitive.
And it is Westwood on even
that he just feels he has to go.
They race together as one. 2.5 more lengths back to Barnes in third.
So they take him back, and then he runs. He wasted all the energy getting to the lead. Then they take him back, and then he races, and then he rushes back up.
Journalism is down at the
They went 24 seconds for the second quarter. I mean, they weren't even going fast.
Half-mile left to go in the Santa Anita Derby, and it's the 2-year-old.
And he's on the lead.
And again, he was not suited up for this race.
Westwood is now.
Baffert always has his horses ready.
No, he 100%. Remember, Barnes needed the points here,
and the trailer is
so that they were going to try to rate Citizen Bull here and get Barnes on the lead, and Barnes didn't get out of the gate.
Yeah, Barnes is not proven to be great.
Right, but that was the plan there.
Top of the stretch in the Santa Anita Derby, and here's Baeza.
See, the thing is, look, there's no pace in this race, and journalism still gets up and wins this race.
But Baeza, I think, Baeza needed the points and was super souped up there.
It is journalism.
I think it's going to bounce here.
Write this down. Journalism is the best in the West.
Baeza ran a big race. But, I mean, journalism, the thing I like about journalism, guys, is journalism is tactical, but still has the ability to close. I mean, this horse is just doing nothing wrong. Rispoli And Rispoli's riding really, really good, you guys, too.
He's riding fantastically.
Yeah, he really is.
Yeah, here comes the procession around down the stretch. This is looks like a parade going on here.
My concern on journalism, which is also my concern about Luxor Cafe, the 7 who I like, is the post, because they're right in the middle of where all those horses typically get crushed by the other 12 or so horses trying to get over. And they're either going to have to use more speed or drop back to avoid that, or they're going to get crushed by all those horses coming over.
I found that journalism, if you look at the race simulator, if I remember correctly, I'm going to bring these horses back in here. When I look at that, oh, that's out of the race. So when I look at it, it looks like journalism can actually, there's nobody on the outside of journalism that's going to be ahead of them. It doesn't look like, hold on, except for obviously East Avenue. So East Avenue goes, Luxor Cafe is probably fast, but it's also a foreign horse, so probably be a little bit slower. But it looks like journalism could be sitting 4th or 5th early on.
Right. You think that the 20 horse, Over and Almighty, Castellano is going to have him in the mix early, because I don't think there's any other way. He's got to be close to the pace or on the lead.
Yeah, he is.
He'll be pressing.
He's gonna send.
Brian Lynch said that also said that he is not going to be gunning for the lead. That horse can rate, and he bled during a workout earlier this week.
Oh, so let me get this right, Oldy. So Safi says he's not going to
not
the lead.
Safi, C2 Racing Stables.
Okay, C2 Racing Stables says they're not going for the lead. Lynch is saying he's not going for the lead with Owen Almighty, but in the back of his mind, he knows the horse can't win the Derby.
He didn't want to be there in the first place.
So then you have only 2 speeds, which portends well for East Ave, because you have Citizen Bull gunning East Ave right off his flank. If nobody else goes, I mean, you could have a 2-speed number here, and the closers, may not get up.
Right.
But
yeah, that's been my theory of the race the entire time, except for Citizen Bull goes gate to wire instead of East Avenue sitting right off and pouncing.
Taking the lead, right. Yeah. So I'm on the
Oldy, you might have a strong opinion of this, but did you think that the Arkansas Derby was that strong?
I did. So I thought that you have to toss that entire race because of what Cornucopian did and Speed King did for the first, let's say 3/4 of a mile, which was near world record pace. And, so that set up for Sandman in a way that just will never happen again.
Yeah.
And that's why Sandman hadn't won previously. That's why Cole Battle, who typically gets the jump on Sandman and has more tactical speed, is in better position.
Yeah.
And so my A's here, guys, if we're talking A's and B's, are Citizen Bull, Journalism, and Cole Battle. And then my B's are Luxor Cafe and East Avenue.
Guys, what do you make of Publisher winning the race simulator?
Similar to, go ahead, Justin.
No, Oldy, you're fine. Go ahead.
I mean, this is a horse that ran a lot at Oaklawn, so I've watched its workouts, I've watched its races. I'm not sure why the race sim has Publisher winning, but Publisher's not winning this race. Publisher probably isn't finishing in the money in this race. Publisher needs more pace than Sandman needs, and they've already put blinkers on. It didn't help. The horse just has no early speed.
Well,
they added blinkers last out.
And
it didn't.
Scotty, you got to put Baeza in the race sim.
Okay, there we go.
And again,
Baeza wins.
Oh,
Baeza wins.
Right, and there was a crazy pace, early pace in that Arkansas Derby, right? So you had Sandman flying and Publisher finished second, and you're right. The blinkers on didn't help with any early foot for Publisher, but did run a nice second. But definitely benefited from that pace still up front. Those were crazy fractions they ran.
And I feel the same way about his stablemate, Tastic.
His test.
Easy for somebody else to say.
Yeah. I will just say the Asmussen horse. Okay.
The other one I think has a little bit of a puncher's chance here is the 5 American Promise for Coach. It's getting bad. Has a good wet GSR. It's a Justify. It has some tactical speed.
What a story this would be if Wayne Lucas was able to win this Derby.
Right, and also coming out of the Virginia Derby. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, well, that was a 1-turn 9 furlong race too.
Yeah.
So
well,
I don't
and
know what
style is to be near the lead. Well, which is going to be, but I don't know. This is a fun Derby. It really is.
Oh,
guys, we haven't talked about like sovereignty. What's wrong with sovereignty?
That's who Scotty, I just put my plays in. 2 win wagers, one on Sovereignty and one on East Ave. I boxed exact. I played around with some triples and tries, throwing a couple of other horses in there. But yeah, so here's the thing with Sovereignty. I originally was not going to use Sovereignty, but I believe in my heart that the wet track does move this horse up. This horse is 1-for-1 at Churchill, having won the Street Sense, the Grade 3, and he won that pretty nicely. So he likes the track. The Fountain of Youth was really impressive off the layoff. Don't forget, that was off a layoff. And the Florida Derby, I mean, you look at the post position, the outside post. We've always talked about it, Scotty. The 10 post is impossible at Gulfstream Park.
Yeah.
And again, the one thing that benefited Sovereignty in that, but he's not a speedball, so he didn't have to gun. He'd sat back, but you still know it had to compromise him. And he still made a nice run at Tappan Street, but a race they didn't have to win. So Mott's a shrewd trainer. I think this horse wasn't fully cranked that day. They had no intention on trying to press this horse for the win. And I think today's the day, and this horse will be closing. And hopefully he gets a good trip and doesn't get too many traffic problems, because he'll be coming from pretty far back.
Guys, journalism sure looks very good here for Mike McCarthy. Just everything is pointing towards this horse running a good race. The only thing I don't like is the last 3 races, the field sizes this horse has been facing. That could be a shocker for this horse. Although at Del Mar, he did face, breaking his maiden, he did face 9 other horses, Oldy. But one of the things when I handicap a race, I definitely look at field size.
Yeah, I mean that, and we don't know how tactical he is because he's been in such small fields too.
Right, exactly, and it's a new element for journalism, facing this many horses on a sloppy track, huge crowd, but again, it seems like if you look at overall, even though it's small, there are small fields at Santa Anita and where these horses come out of. They've traditionally been the best, some of the best horses. I mean, I think maybe the Santa Anita, despite the field size, may be that best prep race of them all heading into this race.
Bill's saying that Baeza is a bit unsettled. Let's actually go out real quick. Oh no, we can't show it. Yeah, we can't show it. Gosh darn it. Well, one day, hopefully. Let me see here.
Let me mute you guys for 1 second here while you do that, and I'm going to see how soon they want me to talk to them about the races the race for the party here. It's another room.
No problem. So we got 33 minutes before the race. The track is listed as sloppy, everybody. And right now, your lukewarm favorite is Journalism at 7-2. Citizen Bull, the Baffert horse, who didn't get the lead last time out, doesn't look like this horse can rate. I I personally don't think it was anything to do with the horse not being fit. I know Oldy has a future bet on this horse, right, Justin?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
On which is that Cold Battle?
No.
No. Citizen Bull.
Oh, Citizen Bull.
That's his top pick, Scotty. I mean,
Yeah, no, I mean
he likes that horse a lot.
He has not wavered on Citizen Bull. He's unfortunately going to have to watch that horse probably come in last place.
Well, I don't know. It could be the don't underestimate the Baffert Revenge Tour. That's for sure. You know, Gulfstream. Churchill's been punishing Bob, and like nothing more than a wire-to-wire win here. And he did scratch. They did scratch the other speed, Rodriguez. So maybe they,
Rodriguez wasn't fast enough to get the lead anyway, so it doesn't matter. And Rodriguez had like a 60-something on the GSR.
And Rodriguez was never going to the lead because Baffert doesn't do that.
Right.
With two of his horses. But
not at press. Right. Exactly.
So with that point, I'm going to talk to them real fast, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Oldy, where are you going?
So my
he's going to a party.
father and his girlfriend have a derby party here, so there's a bunch of people in the other room here.
Now, what are you doing here with us?
Wait, I was going to ask David, did you get your bourbon?
I'm not a bourbon guy.
Oldy, go ahead and go so we can talk crap.
I've got my.
Yeah, what did you get?
I found this Polish vodka that's organic called Belvedere. And I'm more of a gin drinker. Somebody introduced this to me in South Florida, and I'm hooked now, guys. So if you're vodka, Belvedere, organic Polish vodka, it's fantastic. Smoothest vodka I've ever had.
Yeah.
Blows Grey Goose away. Chill it.
Scotty, what's your drink for the Derby?
Diet Coke. Boring.
Kind of boring. But
Yeah.
we'll go with it. That's what I usually do. But I have a tradition. I'll pour that and if I'm watching the Belmont. For some reason, the Preakness doesn't inspire me to drink at all. I don't know.
Well, I just rented a house here in California, in Irvine, and so.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. So I'm here for a while, and so I've only been in here. I stayed one night so far, so there's no alcohol in here. Or I'd be drinking it already.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm thinking maybe you're in a dry county. I know that doesn't exist in LA. I'm thinking you're going to go and my landlord doesn't allow. We're renting a house, but the owner doesn't allow alcohol in the house.
You're lucky I don't know the address already.
I wish I'd have sent it to you actually. Yeah. That'd have been nice.
David, I had come to meet Scotty years ago at Gulfstream, if you haven't heard this, and he stayed at his condo, and he was great host and stuff. So I got home and we were on the show, and I sent him a bottle of liquor, and he was like, he was so freaked out. It was so funny because this guy just showed up at the house. He was like, "Wait, what's happening?"
Well, he asked for my ID.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
First of all, this was the weird part. You have to So I own an apartment in a high rise, and nobody called me. Usually you have to call and say, "Hey, somebody's here. Can I send them up?" So
In
nobody
Florida.
called me. Then some guy shows up, knocks on the door while I'm doing the show live. And then I answer the door and I'm like, it was the weirdest thing. I was like, who could this be? I got no call. And he says, I have something for you. He doesn't say anything. He just says, I have something for you. I need your ID. And I look at him like, I ain't giving you my ID. It was the weirdest thing. And then I'm like, get out of here. And he goes, no, I need your ID. I'm like, I'm not giving you my ID. And he leaves. And then I tell the story when I get back to the desk and I'm doing the show. And then Justin says, I sent you
Call him back up.
Yeah. And he walked back up and I opened the door and I don't look at the guy. Hated me. I don't even look at him. He doesn't look at me. I open the door and I give him my ID. He writes a few things down and gives me the box. It was so funny.
You're muted, Justin.
Yeah. So he left the first time. I had to call up the liquor store because he showed back up at the liquor store. And I'm like, oh, sorry, you need to go back. I did tip him good though, because I felt so bad. But it was great.
Thank you, Jeff. Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Oh,
you'll have to.
awesome.
Divine.
You'll have to say hi to Jeff, Scotty. You guys are going to be neighbors.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that Jeff lived near here. I love it here. I mean, obviously, I raised my family here, and what's going on, John? How are you, Max Johnson and Johnson? What am I missing on that? What is he talking? What's he referring to?
Anybody I don't know.
Yeah,
Max Johnson and Johnson.
McCallum for me, Patrick knows. Yeah, for sure. Veronica says 3, 5, and 12. You're welcome. Okay, Veronica's calling her shot right now. I like it. That's impressive.
Okay, there you go.
Wait, she's taking 16-1, over 11-1, over 40-1, over 15-1. Well, let me just tell you, if you get that, you need to come on. Oh, when tonight? Max Johnson.
Is that UFC?
I hate to say that. The only thing I'll say is Max Johnson sounds like a porn star. That's the only thing. I don't even know who the hell Max Johnson is.
Oh my goodness.
But I don't know what Max Johnson and Johnson is. Is that, well, I won't go there.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
Well, okay. they did tell you, we're veering off a slippery slope here, but you know, it's like, you ever hear the thing is your stripper name or your porn star name, the street you grew up on and your first pet?
Yeah.
So mine is, I've got the best one. Mine is, I was going to use that as a horse player, like incognito. Mine is Jinxie Kinkle. Is that great or not? Jinxie Kinkle.
So, okay. So I got a better one for you. So So, you know, I own a metals company and I go to see a customer and I go to see him. He's literally 80 years old. And I go up, I had never talked to him before. And I show up and he introduced himself to me and I'm there, shake his hand, the nicest gentleman. Mm-hmm. And he goes, "Nice to meet you, Scott." He goes, "My name is Pinky Beaver."
Pinky Beaver, really?
He owned a machine shop called Beaver Machine. This is a true story. And I literally, it was everything I had. I couldn't control myself. I just started laughing so hard.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
Yeah, yes. Pinky Beaver was his name. You know, back in the day, old times, like there's some of the weirdest names that they had, right? You know, my father wanted to name me Max after my dad's father. And my mom's like, "No, we're going to name you Scott." I would have rather been named Max, I think.
Max McKeever?
Max is cool.
No, you know what? I'm always going to be affected by the name Max because a good buddy of mine who I grew up with, he had a dog named Max. And I always thought when I think of Max, I think of a dog's name. So I like Scott. Actually, we were going to name our first son, either Kevin or Scott. And we chose Kevin because of my wife loved the name Kevin. So yeah, I've always been a fan of the name Scott. So I prefer Scott McKeever than Max, to be honest with you.
Max is kind of cool. I get a neck tattoo.
Yeah, a neck tattoo would look better on a Max McKeever, not a Scotty McKeever.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. You guys want to go to Santa Anita real quick? Oh,
sure.
Oldy's controlling that, isn't he? Let's see.
Oh, did he leave that on there, huh? No, isn't yours up?
No, he's controlling that. Oh, we can show that though from the new site. Hold on here. Let me see if I can get it up. Oh, they took off.
Coal battle.
3-length lead.
Coal battle odds wise? Is that what you're asking? Coal battle's 25-1.
Long in third, now 6 or 7 off the leader. And the heavy favorite, Atit Lan, is just behind him. Dicey Mochara is next, and Maltese Falcon. No change in the running order. Balladeer doing it his
So
way,
City Exiles,
which is
a
on
lukewarm
the
top
engine.
pick, but yeah,
It's a 7-length cushion onto the backstretch with Paxawallop still a clear-cut
Titlan
second.
is
City
47%
Exile biding
and
his
3 to 5
time.
is your
And
favorite.
Barrios lets out a notch on a Titlan, goes to put some pressure on City
Big lead
Exile,
for
and puts his
Ballard
head in
here,
front
huh?
of his main rival. 2 more back to
That's gonna be
Dicey
a tough
Mochara,
catch.
and then it's Maltese Falcon. Less than a half mile to go in the Charles Whittingham.
Balladeer
Position
always
by
runs
FanDuel.
off like that.
And then
Balladeer
he starts
bounding
getting late,
along, 5-length
turning for home.
advantage.
Yep.
Pax A Wallop called on now to get closer in second. City Exile, a Titlan, stride for stride, third and fourth. Dicey Mochara
Really,
has been fifth
like,
most
guys,
of the way.
the only horse
And
really
2
that
more to
seems to be
Maltese
finishing, this
Falcon. The
5
real
horse
running
back to
starts
Wallop
now.
is
It's Balladeer.
moving
Paxawallop takes the
nicely.
first crack at him. A Titlan is angled to the outside. And City Exile
Here
on the
comes the
fence now
7.
angling out too. They're inside the
Here
final
comes
eighth
the
of a
2 on
mile.
the
A
outside.
Titlan trying to get by these leaders.
Flying.
And here's the old pro.
The 5
Dicey
might hang
Mochara,
on.
who is coming late. It's a
Oh.
Titlan or Dicey
7
Mochara.
got
A
him.
Titlan, Paxawallop
7 got
fighting
him.
it.
Oh,
Oh.
A hard-fought victory. In the
right about
Charles
Balladeer.
Whittingham
He
presented by
ran gamely and
FanDuel.
then just got
Paxawallop
late.
ran lights out, and Dicey Mochara was
By the way, that's the
rallying late.
new site that we're building right now, the new Handy View that you're looking at, and you'll be able to view horses that you faced before. They've faced before. You'll look at the results, although that's not working there, but you'll be able to look at results and watch past performances from all the approved tracks. But anyways, that's coming.
Hey, Justin.
Oldy or Justin?
Justin.
Yes.
East Ave is now
Yeah.
40 to 1.
I know.
Dead on the
David,
board.
it's tied for longest shot of the board. There's
That's
what,
fine with
one?
me.
You have 4 horses at 40 to 1, but I don't get
Getting
it.
lost. No.
Justin, do you really think that 12 can win this race?
I do. Yeah.
I do also. Mhm.
How? He's going to have a
Wire to
clear
wire.
lead. The horse needs
Wire.
the wire.
You go wire to wire. Yes.
Citizen
I mean,
Ball
they
takes
added-
the lead. I'm
Or
sorry, go ahead.
Citizen Ball doesn't break.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen, right? But we know that Scotty the 12 has to have the lead, and they added blinkers last out. I mean, the horse knows it needs the lead. It has back class from the standpoint this horse has always shown ability. I think a lot of people probably, when it had won, Scotty, back in won that juvenile race at Ellis Park, or no, sorry, not Ellis Park, but the
At
Breeders'
Keeneland,
Futurity at
Futurity.
Keeneland.
Impressive.
And then everybody had a lot of talk about East Avenue after that, and then just kind of didn't run and obviously burned money. But they added blinkers. Brandon Walsh did. He's obviously on fire. I mean, it's all about the lead, though, Scotty. I mean, and there's nobody really to the inside that has any speed, and there's nobody really to the direct outside that necessarily has any ton of speed. So all East Avenue has to do is break well and probably deal with Citizen Bull. But and maybe has to deal with the 2, the 5, the 20. I mean, there's all question marks there. Sias jumps on the 2. So Oldy, I'm in the camp. I'm not sure that the 2 is trying to rate. I mean, Louis is going to be aggressive. So, but I think Scotty, similar to I think your plays kind of journalism versus maybe somebody like Sovereignty late. My play is East Avenue up front, and journalism, I think, has such a big shot. If East Avenue can't wire, I do think it can set up for journalism. So
Right. And let me just add, if I could, that don't forget, when East Ave won that Breeders' Futurity by 5 lengths, it was a very impressive wire-to-wire win. And then was favored, was 9-5 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, drew the rail post, and, in 10-horse field was the favorite. And just got off to an awful start, stumbled badly at the start, and the race was over. When a speed horse breaks dead last, the game is over. It didn't even run. Now, off the layoff, comes back and Risen Star, and I can't find any excuse for that race, right? That was just a bad performance. And off that race, a lot of people lost faith in this horse, and which is understandable. But like I always say, I give one horse, one bad race. It could be an aberration. Maybe he didn't like fairgrounds. Maybe he was short. So the blinkers on did help. And that was a game effort in the bluegrass. And he almost hung on there. And those were pretty swift fractions. Medaglia d'Oro should love the wet track. All he has to do is we know that the one will be gunning. You get to the turn, he'll go with them, and maybe I think he'll outkick him going into the turn and take the lead. And I don't see a ton of other speed in here. There is some speed, but I don't think between the 1 and the 12 anybody's getting near those two. So I think if East Ave can take over from Citizen Bull around the turn, he can open up. And then the closes come, and I think Sovereignty is my close. So my strategy is 1 speed East Avenue and 1 closer Sovereignty. And since we're giving out supers, which I very rarely play, but in the Derby you have to, because the numbers could be just life-changing scores. So if we're giving out Derby, I'm playing a straight super, not even boxing it. 18.
It's a buck, Scotty.
18-12.
Oh,
yes.
18-12. Yeah, okay. 18, 12, 15, and 8. So that's Sovereignty over East Avenue, over Render Judgment, who I think is going to be flying late, and Journalism with a bad trip, bad journey, traffic problems in a 4th place finish. So 18, 12, 15, 8. $100 straight super. How about a $10 straight super?
So for me, I'm going to get rid of every horse except for the 8 and 18 to win the race and lock that.
Okay.
You're going to key Journalism and Sovereignty.
Sovereignty.
Yep. Before we do this, guys, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't at least talk about the Japanese horses. The 6 Admire Daytona, who's actually that's a Japanese bred. Luxor Cafe is actually a Kentucky bred, but Japanese owned. Clearly, they favor the 7 horse. The 6 horse isn't really given much of a look. You guys have any thoughts on these 2 horses?
I thought that the 7 I talked about in the coaching class last week, Scotty. I thought Luxor Cafe could actually win this race. I liked East Avenue and Journalism would be my A's to Early's earlier point. Luxor Cafe would probably be right up there. Like I was 12, 8, 7 in my top 3. I thought that I think Japan will win a Derby.
Yes.
I think this horse probably will be okay on the wet track. Scotty was kind of my preference if we were going through horses and trying to understand that. So, I mean, in a race like this, it would not surprise me. And that horse is taking money, quite a bit of money. I mean, bet down off a 15-1 morning line and 8-1. I mean, that's a lot of money that's coming on Luxor Cafe. Yeah. So I thought this horse could win the race.
Yeah. And Jeff had a question real quickly. What do you guys think?
Any value in 13 to daily double to?
Oh, like what do you daily double into?
Yeah, in the next race?
That must be
East Avenue to the 1 in the next race.
Steve W has Luxor Cafe at 98-1. That's pretty incredible, Steve. Well done there.
Yeah, that is good.
The race third. I'm not sure on this race 13. When I looked at this, if that's what Jeff you were asking, I mean, the 14 seems with Saez. This seems to be the value for Lynch.
And the horse that I like a little bit in the 13th is Rodley Mott's horse. Comes out of just missing in the Hutchinson. It seems to be improving with every race. Took a couple of races to break his maiden, but seems to be an improving sort. And Irad jumps aboard the 7 multiverse, so I had a little interest in that horse in the 13th.
David, and for Jeff Sato, my buddy has the late pick 5 all the way to race 14. He singled this horse. I believe the
Which
7.
horse?
The 7 in race 13. He really likes that horse.
I have a note
Because
on this.
multiverse, yeah,
Crazy
yeah.
wide post, ran big against a good field, and yeah, this horse 15 to 1. Absolutely, this horse has a look.
Yeah, he singled it in the late pick 5. He where else did he yeah, that was the single, but he he has a ton of horses here in the Derby.
Right. So Jeffrey, the my answer to your question would be, if you want to, I would use the 7 in the 13th race. That would be my prime. You can go a couple deep here, but I think he's an improvement type of horse. Took a couple races to break his maiden, and that's the Mott kind of angle. They don't rush their horses, Bill or his son Riley, and Riley had a winner yesterday, I believe, or was it Thursday? So yeah, that horse.
Irad jumps aboard as well. We got 12 minutes, guys, before the. Let's see.
Oh, the one on a wet, Jeff.
Okay, 1 second. Justin, can you turn the volume up and let's.
Here's the post parade. Yeah,
yeah.
The rider. Number 2 is Neo Equos, owned by C2 Racing, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., with rider Luis Saez. Number 3 is Final Gambit, owned by Judmont, trained by Brad Cox, Luan Machado. Number 5 is American Promise, owned by BC Stables, trained by D. Wayne Lucas.
On American Promise.
Juarez, the rider.
Lucas comes up with some of these bombs.
Number 6 is Meyer Daytona, owned by Jumbo Kondo, trained by Yukihiro Kato,
Japanese
with
horse,
Christophe Lemaire.
41 to 1. Here's the other Japanese
Number
horse.
7 is Luxor Cafe, owned by
And
Koichi
this one is 8 to
Nishikawa,
1.
trained by
looks really good on the track. The
with
7.
Jao Marrera.
Like how
Number 8 is Journalism,
There
owned
is
by
the horse that
Eclipse
looks great.
Thoroughbred Partners,
That horse
trained
looks $1
by
million
Michael
more than
McCarthy,
what he does.
with Umberto Rispoli.
Rispoli is very serious. I like his demeanor right now. Like he's
Number
been
9
riding good
is
too. He
Burnham
knows he's on a good
Square,
horse.
owned by Whitman Thoroughbreds,
Guys, this
trained
race is
by
setting up for
Ian
journalism.
Lopes, Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 11 is Flying Mohawk, owned by 2-8 Racing,
Flying Mohawk,
trained by Whit
26-1.
Beckman, with JD Ramos. Number 12 is East Avenue.
There's East Avenue,
owned by
40 to 1,
Dolphin,
Justin.
trained by
And,
Brendan Walsh, with Manny Franco.
Looks like he's falling asleep, but he's a.
That's called a relaxed
Number
horse.
16 is Publisher, owned by Gus
Publisher
King and the
looks
estate of
average.
Brereton Jones, trained by Steve Asmussen,
31 to 1.
with Arad Ortiz Jr.
Somebody
Irad
told me they
Ortiz.
love when the horse looks like it's falling asleep.
No, you don't want a horse like crazy. You don't want to look. You don't want them falling asleep. You kind of want them in the middle. I really liked what I saw from the 8 horse.
Number
And from
15 is
Umberto.
Render
Like, I'm
Judgment,
just getting more on
owned by
that horse
Macari
right now.
Racing Stable
There's
and
the
Twin
15,
Walking Farms,
Render
trained by Kenny
Judgment.
McBeat.
Julian Leperu.
That's my sleeper horse for the triples and exact. I think that horse is going to be
16
flying
is
late.
Full Battle,
19
owned by
to 1.
Norman Stables, trained by Lonnie Briley, Juan Vargas, the
There's the
jockey.
16 Cole Battle. A lot of people believe that Cole Battle is a really good long shot at 26 to 1.
Number 17
There's
is
Sandman. That's the
Sandman,
EquinEdge long
owned
shot.
by DJ Stables,
Beautiful looking
St.
gray.
Elias Stable, and West Point Thoroughbreds.
But this one's going to be
trained
coming from
by
the clouds,
Mark
right?
Cassie. Jose
Yeah,
Ortiz,
I for once, I
the
think a
jockey.
little over bet.
Number 18 is
And
Sovereignty.
this is
Yes,
the
owned
horse
by
I like a
Dolphin,
lot. I really
trained by
like this
Bill
18
Mott,
horse Sovereignty.
Yeah, me too.
Alvarado. Number 19 is Chunk of Gold, owned by Terry
I thought
Stevens.
Tony
they
likes
had a
Chunk of
long
Gold.
shot,
West,
guys.
Sheriff of Berry.
The 19 horse at 27 to 1.
Big long
Uh,
shot.
This
Number
one-
20 is
it's gonna need
Owens
some speed
Almighty,
up front, but if
owned
they
by
get it, this
Flying
horse can really
Dutchman,
close. At
trained
least
by
to be
Brian
exotic.
Lynch,
I don't see this horse winning,
Javier Castellano.
but nothing changed my mind,
Number
guys.
21
In
is
that post parade,
Baeza,
for me,
owned by CRK Stable,
for
and
me,
Grandview
it's,
Equine, trained by John Sheriffs, Flavian
all
Pratt,
right,
the
8 minutes
jockey.
before the Kentucky Derby. For me, guys, kind of final thoughts.
Just need to get out of the gate.
With
Yeah.
your one horse, and
Yes.
I need to get out of the gate to press you. And I believe that East Avenue will clear Citizen Bull going around the turn.
Well, I will tell you my I do have East Avenue on my Oaks Derby double.
Okay.
That is still alive here. So, but you know, I also have my my futures bets here that have both Citizen Bowl journalism and Coal Battle alive still.
Okay. And I would think if you're going to press me here, I would say, even though I like East Avenue and it's going to be very tough to catch after he gets the lead, but I think Sovereignty at 9-1 is probably a more likely winner. So I am just putting in a little more of a wager on Sovereignty as we speak. I think this horse is sitting on a huge race.
What if we stalked instead of pressed, though? If we weren't quick enough to get into pressing position?
I was originally going to use Citizen Bowl, but yeah, I just don't see it.
Bad horse humor there.
I prefer Citizen Bowl on a fast track, personally.
Okay, let's see here. All right, guys, I got my bets in. I'm on the 8 and the 18. I'm not changing my mind. I'm sticking with it. I thought the 8 in the post parade looked like $1 million.
All about the break.
Right. Then my problem with, not that I have a problem with the 8, but if this was a 8 or 10 horse field and I could get 7-2 or even 2-1 or 5-2 on journalism, because I think journalism is the best horse in the race, I'm totally reluctant to bet a favorite in a 20 horse field. There are too many things that can go wrong. I need to get more than 7-2 on a Derby play.
Bulldog, I'm sorry, we can't show it. We'd love to show the race, but for copyright reasons, we can't show the Kentucky Derby. I believe it's NBC.
It's NBC, correct?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, gentlemen, I am going to go into the living room where I didn't want to disclose. We have a major raging party going in our living room here. So I told everybody that I'd go in and watch it on the big screen with them. The NHC champ has to go in with, it's a fanfare at the last minute. And only kidding, we have a party of 2 other people here. But I've got to have my tradition sitting in front of my huge screen TV with my alcoholic beverage. It brings me luck. So I will be here exactly once they cross the finish line, and we'll recap. Okay, you guys stay on, right? Obviously.
All right. Yep.
All right. Good luck, brother. Get it done. Hopefully one of us will cash. And I think we're kind of on logical horses here. So good luck, everybody.
Okay. All the best.
Just want to say good luck, and we're all counting on you, David.
We're all counting on you. 5 minutes before the race. Sovereignty looks very good. So exciting, you guys.
Nobody looks super freaked out by this, like they were expecting a couple of these horses to be a little high strung.
No, the 8 looked tremendous, absolutely tremendous. It really did, honestly. I mean, even after the fact, I know I like this horse ahead of time, but he looked tremendous. He really did, and he sits a really good trip behind the speed. So, if you guys are right and the speed holds, then Citizen Bull or East Avenue is going to win. But if not, then journalism is the one that picks them up, because journalism is the likely horse to get first run. So
remember, though, the 3 of the last 4 derbies have been won by a horse coming up the rail.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether it be on the lead or somebody in one case it was closing with Rich Strike, and then there was 2 fills just missed coming up the rail, and then last year Mystic Dan.
Yeah. Right. Here. Oh, you got it there. You got it, Oldy. Okay.
I did it, Scotty.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay. All right. So, guys, we didn't really talk much on Coal Battle. A lot of people believe this horse is a contender in here. The horse has shown the ability to have the lead. It's shown the ability to rate. It didn't run well in the Arkansas Derby at 3-1, so it disappointed a bit there. But that doesn't mean this horse can't rebound here. It's got 5 wins and 8 tries. It's earned $1.2 million. And Coal Front.
Well, Mystic Dan didn't win the Arkansas, won the Rebel and didn't win the Arkansas Derby last year too, and won the Kentucky Derby.
The Dam was a big time sprinter. The Dam was not much. Actually, she won 122,000 on the dirt, but that was in 33 races. So this horse, and maybe that's what we saw with that 9 furlongs. This horse could have distance limitations. That's what my guess is going to be.
That wasn't really what I saw in that race, though. I mean, what I saw in that race was 2 horses that went for an insane pace, and then Coal Battle moved too soon in that race, and was a little headstrong at the beginning too, and probably just exerted too much energy. But definitely, the jockeys admitted he moved too soon.
Yeah, I mean,
he panicked by how far away the speed horses were and kept his horse too close.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that breeding on the Dam side is like heavy sprint. So, all right, let's see how we show 1 minute before the race.
We're getting close.
They're still venturing towards the gate, Scotty. So probably 2 to 3 minutes would be my guess.
And then like 5 minutes to load this many horses too.
Yeah.
Well, at least at Golden Gate, it would have been 5 minutes.
So, Oldy, one last word. What are you expecting? I guess you're hoping that the Citizen Bull gets a great break out of the gate and gets the lead, right?
Yeah, I mean, hashtag Team Bull here.
Okay.
But also would love to see Coal Battle win here. Would be a great story as one of the original people on the Coal Battle bandwagon with Justin.
And Justin, you're East Avenue. Obviously, you're hoping Coal Battle and Oldy crash and burn at the start and get the lead.
Yeah, I'm rooting for East Avenue and journalism, Scotty. And most of the tickets that either I have or I'm on with somebody a lot of them are to journalism, which is fine. You know, I thought journalism had a big shot, but I would just really love to see Manny send whatever happens on the inside. Chris Couples talked about Naquos, maybe outbreaking Citizen Bull with Luis Saez. That could be dangerous on Citizen Bull if Saez does that. And East Avenue quickest, I hope it just goes and is gone. So we're about to see.
They are
have reached the starting gate. It's post time.
Justin, you want to turn it up?
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Crank it.
That's as much as it goes.
Okay.
It's loud where I am.
Yeah. All right. They are loading into the gate, everybody. Good luck. And a lot of nervous people right now. Wayne Lucas is looking around like he thinks he's got a shot. Oh, Bob Baffert's nervous. Look at him. Wow. And you see the way they have that, the gate, right? You see how they moved it out and then kind of angled it like that so that the inside horses have a chance. Everybody going in nicely right now.
Waiting on Burnham Square, Flying Mohawk, Owen Almighty, and Baeza.
All right, this is gonna be good. One more Baeza left on the outside, you guys, and I'm specifically looking at the 1 post and the 12 post. That's what I'm looking at.
They're in the gates. And they're off in the Kentucky Derby.
Oh,
And
great.
so
Citizen Bull's going to come down.
Journalism has a smooth start, but he was shuffled back soon thereafter. Citizen Bull racing right to the lead, and he comes well off the rail. Citizen Bull 5 wide bias the first time. Neo Equos right there in between, racing in second.
Come on, Bull.
On the far outside is third. An American Promise gets a coveted spot, saving ground on inside fourth. At
They're
Bayern
going
Daytona
41
is out of there
miles,
running in
almost
fifth.
41 miles an hour, you guys.
From off the
That
pace
is
in
too
sixth.
fast.
Burnham Squares tethered to the
22
rail.
and 4.
Ryan Hernandez, they're running in
Red
seventh.
track or not, that's crazy.
Cole Battle racing mid-pack ninth. Journalism. Umberto Rispoli has him
The 8 was
down
bumped early,
inside
guys.
10th. They're about 10
Journalism has
lengths
not
off
had
the
a
lead as
good
they
trip
hit the
so far.
backstretch run. Flying Mohawk is racing 11th. Render Judgment on the far outside is 12th. Luxor Cafe is 13th. Publisher is 14th. Baeza 15th.
American Promise
Sovereignty
is completely
16th.
relaxed on the inside and third right now, you guys.
Sandman is the last
Wayne
of
Lucas,
the 19
and he is
to
moving.
a strong opening half and
46
46
and
and
1.
1/5 seconds. Down the backstretch they go here at Churchill
Don't
Downs.
think anybody really
Citizen
closing
Bull
up that much
leads
right now.
the way to the far turn.
Here's
Neo
Owen
Equos trying
Almighty
to keep
making
pace.
a move.
American Promise tried to split those two. Is coming under a ride. Owen Almighty advances up, grabs third. Owen Almighty's now third round the far
here
turn.
comes journalism.
Umberto
Whoa.
says go with journalism. Journalism rocketing past horses.
Come on, A.
Come on, journalism.
Sovereignty's following.
Here's the 18. Here's Sovereignty.
Sandman final
The
game.
two of them.
Outside two. They're off the turn. Here comes Journalism. Here comes Sovereignty. And they square
Let's
up.
go.
Heading to the
Come
final
on,
furlong.
journalism.
8-18.
8-18.
Sovereignty has taken the
18.
lead. Journalism has to fight back. Journalism has lost the lead to Sovereignty. It's time for the Royal Blue to don some red. Sovereignty wins the day.
Wow. Wow.
Who got third? That horse was flying.
That was Baeza.
Baeza was absolutely flying.
What a tremendous stretch run in the 151st running
Wow.
of the Kentucky Derby. Sovereignty and Journalism. You could see they were both moving. Journalism had a lot of trouble into the first turn. Umberto Rispoli ended up guiding him to the extreme outside. He made that big circling move. You could see that Sovereignty was following in his path through the turn. They hook up past the 8th pole. Sovereignty, who already had won over the Churchill Downs racetrack as a 2-year-old in the street since. Here's Sovereignty, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, Godolphin. They win the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby.
Guys,
Well,
I can't say enough about those picks, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
look at
It
that,
was-
8-18.
It was really all day, Scotty.
Yeah. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, thank you, Bill. Wow. That's
Great
just
job by the
amazing.
system. And good call on your part on Sovereignty, too.
Thank you. Yeah, amazing. Like, I really like
All right, I'm
Sovereignty.
back.
Yeah.
Good pick, Scotty.
Thank you.
Sovereignty, logical closer, got a perfect pace. And Justin East Ave just never got close to that lead, and that was never a factor for some reason.
Yeah, I was watching East Avenue more than Citizen Bull, David, and Nyquos, and they came out, but I think, Oldy, you talked a lot about East Avenue. East Avenue broke okay, but did get a little bit squeezed, it looked like, David, and then at that point had no shot. Like
No shot. When
okay,
that horse
actually
was
did, yeah, go ahead.
when that horse was rating in 4th or 5th, and you could see the
Yeah.
horse was climbing. The horse was not comfortable in that spot. So I'm like, well, that's it. So let's look where Sovereignty is. And Sovereignty just got a perfect trip, clean trip. And the two best horses in 2 best 3-year-olds and Baeza. I mean, those are the 3 horses going forward. It should be a great Preakness.
I'm curious what the try's gonna pay. I had keyed Scotty Journalism and East Avenue in the try, but it was what 7-1 over 3-1, and then Baez ended up being 13-1. Final Gambit ran 4th for the Super at 13-1. It looked like.
So if you're just joining us, Sovereignty won the Kentucky Derby. It was a very good race. Rispoli moved a little soon, Patrick, but he was getting some pressure from the outside. And then also, I don't think Journalism didn't have the best trip. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And again, this I watched the replay probably a good half a dozen times to formulate an opinion. But and I have a feeling that it's a gut feeling that maybe Journalism, if this was a dry track, that finish might have been reversed. It's just a gut feeling. So we'll see what happens in the Preakness. I'm sure Journalism and Sovereignty, obviously Sovereignty will be there. But and again, going in, these look like the three best horses, and there they are, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but Dave, like 1,000%. I mean, they went 22 and 3 or 4, and that's what helped Sovereignty. Journalism had a poor trip, and you're going to hear a lot about that trip. It wasn't a great trip. And Journalism is more tactical. Sovereignty needed every bit of that pace. One of the reasons why I liked Sovereignty was because of the pace situation. And one of the reasons why I like Journalism is because the horse could be anywhere, could sit back, be close, be somewhat tactical. But it's exactly what we talked about. And there was so much speed in the race. Neoquist, Citizen Bone, East Avenue was sitting right there, like a length and a half back. American Promise was right there. Owen Almighty. Yeah, I mean, it was projected to be a fast pace, and it actually materialized.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Owen Almighty would have been, for me, the impressive run to run 5th with that hot pace. That surprised me. I wasn't expecting Owen Almighty to hold on, and I was not too surprised Final Gambit ran on. I was not a fan of that horse winning, but I did think could hit the Super, which
but none of the other closers showed up at all.
Correct, Oldy. Yeah.
Tistastic.
Burnham Square, some people thought might run on, right?
Burnham Square was really close to the pace, though.
Oh, I didn't see. Was he? Okay.
He was first sitting like close up stalking, which was odd. I thought an odd decision on their part.
Guys, there was $22 million bet into the exacta.
I'm excited for my try.
$400,000. Insane. What an exact. Looks like a $27. Is that a $27 exacta? I think that's what it is.
How much do you think the Super are going to pay, or the try, Scotty? I mean, 7-1 over 3-1 over 13-1.
It was an amazing. Baeza, amazing from that post, you guys. That is look at that horse has only had 5 lifetime races for John Sheriff's. Like, we're going to be hearing, if that horse stays sound, we're going to be hearing a lot of that horse. That's an amazing run to get 3rd place from the 21 from the 20 post.
And Scotty, that's a very good point, because if you look at Baeza's past performances, every race following the prior, it looks to be a tick up, and he may have more upside and be, by the end of this year or going into the Breeders' Cup, he may be the best 3-year-old. We'll see what happens if they decide to go into the Preakness or not. I wouldn't be surprised, at this point, maybe Baeza so many horses skip the Preakness and go right to the Belmont. Because I think 1.25 miles for Baeza would be right up his alley.
Yeah, it looks like a very, very nice horse. Wow, that was super impressive. And when you think about it too, in the Santa Anita Derby, I mean, it was Journalism and Baeza, and then a long way back.
One other point that I think you need to look at too, that was the exacta was the top 2 Scotty picks.
What do you mean? Oh, the exacta.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Well, they were the top win percentages as well.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking the try is going to pay? I'm going to say for $2, you got 7. So you've got the
27. You're gonna probably get $240 for 50 cents probably. I bet you get close to. I bet you're gonna get like $450 for $1.
Okay.
I'm going to say for $1. No, I think that's a little high. I think for $1.
But the pool is so big. The pool is so big, though, David. That's why I think it's going to pay bigger than you might think.
I'm going
your
to say
favorite
I'm going to
didn't
say
win.
280 for $1.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhere around there, right? But I'm not going to be surprised if it pays bigger, because trying to find that third, once you get into more combinations, it starts to pay, especially when you're talking about the superfecta, and because there's so many different combinations. But well, guys, that was really a lot of fun. Thank you all for joining us and being a part
Yes, had
of
a
this.
blast.
And thank you guys. Appreciate you guys, and everybody. Thank you everybody that contributed in the chat too. And Oldy, if you don't mind, close the show, and then we'll see you all next week, you guys.
Okay. All right. Thanks everybody for listening. Happy Derby Day, and we'll catch up with you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for spending your Derby Day with us.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thanks, sir.